coddling every single person on Twitter. He's just decided to be like the white knight. You know,
I saw
he's
that.
out here on his fucking white stallion. I have the lance for you, my fair maiden. Back.
You sell your butthole to all these other girls who are like,
battling OnlyFans women, battling casino, just taking the bait. Every bitch.
As every millionaire does, right? As every
But then by the time he gets to fucking Friday, we have like a broken man where he's like, I'm burnt out. I'm so tired. I can't do this anymore. I don't see the light at the end of the tunnel. Then Saturday comes. Jer claims he's drinking 7-Up mixed with seltzer water.
Okay, so it should be like a light, clear.
You'd think it would be a clear liquid.
Yeah.
You see him pour the 7-Up in the cup. Then the cup goes down below the desk. Then you see him pour some other weird shit in there. Then you see him do a toast to the camera. This motherfucker couldn't even be bothered to put a lid on his fucking cup. On his Stanley tumbler or whatever. Because it's pitch black, the liquid in the cup.
The rum?
It's obviously rum. And I think this guy must have poured like one dash of 7-Up in it. And then the whole rest of the cup must have been rum.
A shot of 7-Up, and the rest was rum.
A shot of 7-Up, and the rest is fucking rum. Look at the way he's drinking this. He's like, like every time. He slams this entire glass of rum. I think inside 20 minutes. And it happened because I don't know of anything that would have gotten him this blackout drunk.
Yeah, you were saying he was.
So he's like starts looping at people in chat. Like, he's like, oh yeah? Fucking pussy, fucking. Starts like yelling the F slur. You fucking pussy. I made $10 million in coffee. And you guys are nothing. You don't have a pot to piss in. These retards, fat retards, which I just love, like, you're now fat.
Yeah.
Because I'm fat. And somehow you're fat by osmosis. We've done a fusion dance into one entity. And he's like, you want to see the coffee numbers?
Yeah.
We'll send $500 right now. No, he basically turned into Ralph. Like, he starts getting on the and he's like, I'm putting it up right now. Because I bought an RC car track that I'm rich. Because I bought a shipping container, I'm rich. He's like, everyone can afford $12,000 for a shipping. People are like, Jer, sorry, people are struggling for groceries, King. People don't have
Everyone could buy a fucking shipping.
He really does say everyone could buy a shipping container, or else you're just a fucking broke bum. You know, he's just losing his mind, like fucking crashing out.
Tomorrow's gonna be so fun.
For like 5 fucking. Listen, and I'll tell you guys this. You know, I come out there, I say I was at fucking Epcot, blackout drunk with Mr. Morrow. No, my fucks. I've been doing quartering editing for days now.
And we had this
had the return of the mac and cheese fucked us.
The corrupted file.
You guys, I was working on it up until the bitter fucking end.
We were seething. Like this happened. I have the video actually.
So Jared deleted his drunken streak because it was so embarrassing, admitting his wife doesn't have sex with him, seething at us. Yeah,
look at this, guys. Here's the file. Watch. I have it on my phone. Look at this. I'm filling the
So
bottom right. And look at this shit. Every millisecond this happened. Look, that's me filming on my phone, and it's just popping up. It's glitching. Like it was destroyed.
It was such a fucking battle, but we salvaged the file. It did work, but like it would fucking break the editor. Like it would crash the fucking
My
editor.
Premiere. I didn't
Corrupt it.
I had no idea what Ash was saying. I tried it.
Fucked file from hell this shit was. So ultimately what ended up happening, everything got corrupt. So we have to redo it.
And I had to OBS it live.
Andy had to OBS the thing for 5 fucking hours.
And send every hour in chunks.
Every hour he's sending me a chunk and then I'm editing. So, you know, there was going to be a show and I'm like, fuck, we're going to get this promo out at 5.
We felt so bad. We felt so bad, guys.
Right, Queen Jack into the muck. He was first position. Don't mind it. Jack 10 of hearts.
Don't disappoint Kevin, Joshua.
Jesus Christ. That's what it does. What do you think Roddy's thinking? He just broke his monitor. These guys won't play Jack 10 suited.
He might be playing a cash game out there. Maybe just really super light out of frustration after seeing that.
Look, there's nothing wrong with him folding there. It's just a little tight.
Jack 7 limp, and here we go.
Look at Alex is like, you guys are having a conversation that you won't stop. I'm gonna punish you. 3 deuce offsuit. These are big stats. Like, I got you covered. Oh, Schwang Yingling doing.
Aaron.
Naughty.
He looks tempted. He seems to know.
He's like, is this guy just trying to get at me because I wouldn't stop talking? Get my table made. But it's starting to be, it's beginning. I feel that it's a little bit of tension beginning now. I'm gonna keep an eye on this guy.
I wonder if you were not on the feature table where Shaw England would eventually see the 3 deuce, whether Alex would be tempted to show. Just to be like, listen.
He's never gonna show.
Oh no, right back to it.
It's gonna tilt him more.
That was Lynn's plan all along. I'll let you have this one, but I'll get right back to my conversation with my new friend. Take a look at that glorious bigger trophy for the main event. The Triton 1 main event. Now that is some hardware you want on the mantelpiece.
Ace Queen. Yeah. With Ace Queen, suited should min raise, offsuit more likely to jam. I mean, this is kind of weird 4x. It's actually kind of interesting because it makes it a size where he's basically saying I'm all in, but it's small enough where sometimes the blinds come along, especially the big blind if it's like, I don't know, some 9-8 suited, 8-7 suited, King 10 suited. Now confused, but wow, he actually jams.
That's the King 10
This is
suited.
weird to me because I would think that David has never raised folding to 120k with 400k back. I guess he just thought King 10 suited was good. I don't really see how, but okay. Hopefully it's a bottom pair, like 9s or 8s.
Well, 2 live ones. Not worth much in the 4-3 deuce. Just needs a king or a 10. David, who have been essentially forced to be quiet because of the card distribution, gets it in. But way the best of it now, just needs to dodge. The king or the 10 on the river. The 5 means the wheel and the check mark.
Very good for David. I mean, I asked the question, does he jams 400k? King 10 suited?
No, probably not. However, somehow the retap.
Yeah, I don't know. Just doesn't make sense. The guy made it 4x. Do you really think he's gonna make it 120k in fold?
I blame the side and then try and win.
Yeah, like he's like, I'm over it. Just get in there. I don't know. I would love to pick his brain on that one because it honestly really doesn't make sense. Unless he was like going to commit even against the deck, which I don't think he should off of that stack. Against that stack, I mean.
Alex Hampton actually wasn't involved or even on the feature table for that hand. We did see a tricky situation. An ace-6 open from a sub-10 big blind stack, and Dave actually went after it with a small 3-bet. In that case, getting a better hand to fold. This time the 4x open inducing. Seems to know his way around Dave Spade in terms of navigating tricky pre-flop situations.
He earned himself the full double. So congrats to David. Played it good.
Limp in the small with King 9. And pocket deuces for Joshua off 13 bigs. This is a snap jam kind of hand against a limp.
Yeah. So any pair is jamming off of these stacks. You're hoping to take it down. Hands that limp call against you, you're flipping with, which is good. You just have so much fold equity. Some of the bigger pairs, like 3s, 4s, and 5s, actually just ripped into you anyway. So there's less combos, and then you don't have to, worry about some of the aces and kings. Sometimes they just open raise. So it's pretty much a slam dunk jam.
Very favorable, and you're nearly always folding out at least 50% equity or so. So I'm sure he'll take it.
What do you think about ace deuce?
Yeah, sometimes you can get called by ace deuce, which is pretty nice. Just always end up counterfeited there somehow, in my head at least. Let's see who is ascending in the chip count, and the answer seems to be the 3.7 million stack of John Peter Roundsu. I still don't know what he goes by, but that is a 4-name name, and I like seeing all of it. John Peter Roundsu, coming fresh off his Triton title, has played one event, shipped one event, the 6K PLO, and now talk about running hot. 3.7 million in day 1C.
Yeah, congratulations on the late night surge. Don't think we're going to get to that 5 million chip count, though, by the end of play today as this level winds down.
9 minutes to go. Crazier things have happened.
Look at Young go. Queen 7 offsuit. She actually strikes me as someone who's got a lot of game, which we've seen a lot of the female players so far here at Trident 1. Like, you give them some chips, they find ways to build it into more. So it's cool to see that she's getting something to work with now in terms of chip counts.
I want to shout out
Queen 3 showing like, I can't really show you this one because it's Queen 7 offsuit.
You'll see it on the stream.
I was thinking about folding or folding over. I had been afraid.
This conversation is getting awkward.
That does happen with 9 minutes to go. At the end of the day, I was going to say we wanted to shout out Chu, who made it to the final table of the opening event. Top 2 stacks coming in to day 2 of day 1A. Just performing incredibly. Heads up in the 10K. Oh, pardon me, the 5K mystery round 2. Quick look at the chip counts at the final blind level of the day. 65 big blinds. Essentially tied with Calvin Lee, throwing Lynn. Came in with about a 2 million stack, preserving it. Not getting into the tricky situations. Joshua impressively navigating his own short stack, not getting into much more comfortable 16 big blind stack.
Yeah, he said Maeda having a good level. Sure, he's a short stack here, but he's nursing like 10 big blinds or so. Big Spade doing good, 790K. Young also had 10 bigs. He's working on 27.
Yeah, it's just been a really, really cool feature table in the form of showcasing how to navigate the final levels of something like the Flight 1C of the main event. So much to play for. Really like your point about taking the spot, not really considering the day 2 bubble. And we saw some of those situations, players went for it. A couple of rough eliminations as well. I personally really thought Calvin did a great job of wielding the big stack, getting into tricky spots, falling off light when needed, and then finding the fortunate ace jack versus the queens. I think he's going to be a force in this tournament.
Just taking a look in the app. There's actually a 5K single day happening right now. That's on the stone cold bubble. 36 remaining. As we wait for this table to get back underway. So chip leader over there. Adrian Mateos, chip leader with 36 remaining in the 5K.
My goodness.
Followed by Joe Twin, Ander Valinas, who had the final table the other day. That's a cool one. Download the Try and Poker Plus app if you want to follow that 5K single day tournament. I know there's a lot of Adrian Mateos fans out there.
I'll tell you who I feel is going to be creating a lot of actions. In fact, two candidates, number 7 and number 8 stack in that tournament. Shu Yang, who we saw in the opening event, absolutely going for it, bluffed into the largest stack despite having a huge stack of his own and ended up bubbling that event. That might be his action. That means now he clear Rampage, 25 bigs left. Was chip leading at some point. Still, top 10 stack.
2, 3, 4. Oh,
Back to it. 1C.
yeah.
Just a few minutes to go. If you've been with us, don't forget to just hit like on the stream. You'd be amazed at how much it helps us bring you this excellent coverage for free. Triton 1 and the Triton Super High Roller. And here we go. The pocket jacks will just open rip it.
That's a big jam. That's a big jam.
It's the old day 2 equity, Randy.
he's listening to your book. He's read it.
No decisions to be made.
Yeah, most from the U.S. West Coast, Taiwan. The two cities that I like the
I'm
most.
surprised that it goes through. Pretty tight range. Needs to call that one off. Earned himself a free big blind, so to speak.
Today is 2020 to 2022. I experienced the Shanghai lockdown. Yeah, Shanghai lockdown. Not able to go out. Yeah, yeah, lockdown.
Alright. How friendly do we want to be? Let it go.
Pretty big fold with his stack. You tend to see that fold more from the shorter stacks. Gonna give Joshua the opportunity to come along for raise.
He will be the final big.
Looks like Yang will be the final big blind before we call it a day. I believe they drew hands. He's 10 with the jam. That also seems like a larger jam than I'm used to. 16 bigs in the cutoff. It's actually working out well because the threes might have played back and Ace-10 wouldn't want that action.
Works out. 4 hands to go and a little bit more run good for Joshua. Will avoid the big blind at the end of the day.
Alright, so who's going to be the chip lead at the end of the day? Because John Peters got the lead by 50,000 against Timir of Uzbekistan.
Yeah, that's close. That is close up top.
It's one Bitcoin difference.
Let's just call that a tie, and let's not forget about our poll about which player ends the day with the biggest stack. Artur Makarosian certainly looks like he's going to top at 35%. Does have a 1.3 million stack.
Kings for Anton.
Would love some action after the King 10 suited. This time David goes for it with the 5 deuce of diamonds. Are you kidding me?
This guy's cool, but this is 4 time. He's got heart. Or maybe he felt like 175k was changed to 600k. It was like, alright, I can splash these around a bit.
Does he have pot or does he have spades?
He's got diamonds.
He does have 2 nastily low diamonds, and he'll be happy enough to take the all in.
What a character. Multi-man.
He heard the fact that he only has 4 hands left to splash around and decided he's going to be active in at least one of them. This is the spot he chose.
No shame in trying. Yeah.
shame in trying like that.
That's only for one time.
Bit of a clawback from David for Alex. Looks like it's going to be opening King 10 UTG.
Yeah, you can see the difference between Anton and Poseidon. Poseidon going King Jack option, they got a similar stack, but Anton's gonna raise. You say Maeda just calls of ace queen. Like you mentioned, maybe trying to squeeze into that day two.
Did also see Alex come into the King 10 suited. Certainly might feel that he doesn't have fold equity. Wants to take the ace queen to the flop, and that is not permitted. Alex beginning with the check.
Yeah,
That's the check
you
back.
You have like WhatsApp or
I was going to say barring an ace or a queen, it's going to be difficult for Maeda to continue, but he just big stop there on the turn. Now this is bad news for Alex because he is understandably delayed c-betting after the check on the flop. Should expect a lot of folds from hands that do not have a queen in bet. So resistance will be coming in. Question is, if Maeda calls in position with 400k in the middle and 1 SPR, is Alex thinking about pulling the trigger? 4 to a straight on the board.
it's a very weird card to pull the trigger on. How often does he actually have a 9 from under gun? That not only checked the flop, but decided to bet when the queen showed up. That would seem a bit backwards, and that's why he's given up.
Maeda will take the showdown and get the pleasant news of 445 going his way. Looking to end the day with over 800k in chips, an amazing spin up after being the tiny stack on the table, playing a hand with an ace in it very trickily against Gabriel Costa and just not looking back since then. And that's gonna be it for day 1C, and what an exciting day it was. Did catch 2 feature table coverages, and I really enjoyed what I saw. Some fantastic poker was seen. Patty, what did you think of the table we just saw?
I mean, it's good stuff. Just seen a wide range of characters, and in the 5D suited, just burn 175,000 like that.
Sometimes you gotta just take the spot, even if it costs you 175,000.
Do you? Do you?
Yeah, you really do sometimes. If you think, your opponent maybe is a bit rattled, called out the King 10 suited, you pick your target and then you just go for it. That was David Spade from the Philippines. Running into it, of course, with Alex Anton. But as we do take a look at the notes I just got about who from our poll made it to the end of the day, and what a surprise, Arthur Martirosian actually ends up on the top of the poll and does end up essentially with the most chips. Only Arthur Martirosian and Steven Song ended the tournament with chips. He wins the poll with 1.3 million in the stack, good for 28th place, and the viewers just had it right from the get-go. I mean, probably a safe bet considering it's Arthur Martirosian.
Yeah, so viewers, you guys know what's going on, and I'm actually looking at the overall leaderboard, and it seems that Tamir overtook Jean Peter by 1 big blind. So Tamir is officially the chip leader of day 1C.
There we go, 3.9 million. I think people were a bit more snug in day 1C as expected. The most players making it onto day 2 because it is your last chance after all. 99 players from this flight, about 80 or so from 1B, and 67 or so from 1A. So they all come together. Day 2 tomorrow. Our gameplay begins at noon local time. Our coverage begins at 1 p.m. local time. I'm sure you don't want to miss it. Day 2 here at the Triton 1 J2 main event. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Hit some likes and, of course, subscribe on the way out. And we'll see you tomorrow.
Well, lost in all of the news percolating around Bam Adebayo, the Miami Heat organization, and the basketball atrocity they committed earlier this week is the torrent run by the LA Lakers. Yes, the Lake Show have been on fire as of late, and of course, it is all thanks to LeBron James. not playing, that is. Something I have been calling all year long. Hell, really, since last year when he posted a minus 54 for the season. And seriously, think about that for a second. A team in the Lakers last year that went 50 and 32 for the season and finished as the 3 seed in the Western Conference were minus 54 on the year when LeBron James was on the floor. So this really isn't anything new this year. It is a running storyline that has carried over with the LA Lakers from last season. The storyline being, of course, LeBron James trashing the LA Lakers and making them worse. So yeah, it came as little surprise when the Lakers were quick out of the gate, looking like title contenders in the roughly 3 weeks while LeBron James was nursing that sore sciatica. And then since he's been back, he has absolutely destroyed this team, and they look terrible, like absolute non-contenders who can't compete with any of the elite upper echelon teams in the NBA. And of course, the main victim has been Austin Reeves. James has really tanked his game. Reeves, of course, was on fire early to start the year without LeBron James, and he just hasn't been the same since. But luckily for LA, LeBron James has decided to take a little hiatus here. He is load managing a fake elbow injury that he got while flopping during the Denver Nuggets' recent loss. Yes, the Nuggets, Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray, who have owned LeBron James for several years now, beat them again a few days ago. A game where LeBron was up to his typical act of tanking the Lakers. He was minus 10 in that game. But late in the fourth quarter, LeBron, throwing himself to the floor during some egregious flop, was then gyrating and flailing around the court and rolled his elbow over a cameraman's shoe. James would leave the game momentarily for about 2.5 game minutes before ultimately checking back in and helping the Lakers lose that one by 7. And the loss dropped the Lakers to 4 and 12 on the season against those elite upper echelon teams. You know, those ones that have a 60% win percentage or better. But James has sat out for 3 games now in a row since that loss, and the Lake Show are now 3-0 in those 3 games without His Highness. Now, look, the first game was against the Indiana Pacers, who absolutely stink. So who really cares about that game? But the second 2 games were against elite upper echelon teams in the New York Knicks and the Minnesota Timberwolves, 2 teams that had been rolling previously before coming up against the LeBron-less Lakers. And these are 2 teams that coincidentally have 60% win percentages on the season. Again, the Lakers, I said, were 4 and 12 on the year, but they actually started the season 3-0 in the first 2 weeks of the season against those upper echelon teams without LeBron James. Then, when James returned after that sciatica injury, the Lakers went 1-12 over the next 13 games against teams with a 60% win percentage. So 3-0 without LeBron to start, 1-12 with LeBron since, and now in the last 2 games against the Knicks and Timberwolves, teams with 60% win percentages, the Lakers have not merely beaten those teams without LeBron James, they have annihilated them, blown them off the court. Of course, in the game against the Knicks, the Lakers never trailed. They led by as many as 23 points in that
9,
game,
10.
and they
Could've
cruised
got some
to an
more, I guess.
easy 110-97 game behind their defense. Well, their defense, which looked great, of course, that and Luka Doncic, who looked great, as did Austin Reeves now with his newfound freedom without the cancer destroying his game. And yes, the Lake Show followed up that big win against the Knicks with another big win, another dominating win against the Minnesota Timberwolves in their last game out. And the Timberwolves, again, have been rolling. They have the 4th-rated offense in the NBA coming into that game, and yet the Lake Show clamped them down with their defense, holding the Timberwolves to just 68 points through the end of the third quarter before garbage time ensued in the fourth. And again, in this game, as with that game before against the Knicks, Luka Doncic was magnificent. 31 points, 11 rebounds, and 11 assists for him. Oh, and Austin Reeves, yes, again, magnificent. 31 points for him. 8 assists, and 7 rebounds. Are you starting to get the theme here? Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves, terrific, and their defense, terrific, without LeBron James. In that game against the Minnesota Timberwolves, Luka was plus 20, AR was plus 18, and the Lakers started Rui Hachimura and Marcus Smart as defense-first players who can also space the floor. And again, it worked to perfection. The Lakers with a 120 to 106 final. And this is what the Lakers can be. What they could have been all along without LeBron James this season. It isn't just cherry picking these most two recent games. You can dive into the numbers, the analytics. They seldomly lie, and they do not in this instance. In looking at the Lakers' five-man lineup combinations, of which there are some 600 available to look at this year, meaning there have been nearly 600 different combinations of 5 players on the floor for at least 1 minute. But I looked at the most utilized 5-man combinations, and 2 of the top 3 most utilized, meaning 2 of the top 3 that has been on the court for the most minutes this season, center around the same 4-man base combination: Luka Doncic, Austin Reeves, DeAndre Ayton, and Rui Hachimura. Now, when you include Marcus Smart as the 5th option with that 4-man team, that combination of 5 results in a plus 21 net rating, meaning that when those 5 players are on the court together for, again, a top 3 most utilized amounts of minutes for any 5-man combination, they are outscoring their opponent by 21 points per 100 possessions. Now, if you just remove Marcus Smart from that 4-man pairing and keep the base as Luka, AR, Ayton, and Rui, but add LeBron James to the mix, well, LeBron James's substitution for Marcus Smart in that 5-man pairing results in the Lakers being minus 23 per 100 possessions. That is literally a net swing of 44 points when you swap in LeBron James for Marcus Smart. Wake up and read the tea leaves. LeBron jock sniffers and bootlickers out there. LeBron James is destroying this team. He has been for the last 2 seasons at least, and the Lakers are on a fast track to nowhere with him. Without him, the Lakers look like bona fide and legitimate title contenders. With him, unfortunately, they look like legitimate first-round exits. And look, as insufferable, egotistical, and narcissistic as JJ Redick can be at times, he is also a fairly clever basketball mind, so I'm certain he knows what the score is here at this point. The only question remains at this point: will JJ do what he has to do and bench LeBron James when it matters most?
He called Vladimir Putin. Putin didn't call him. He called Vladimir Putin because Trump is in a bind. And again, the key takeaway from this is that Dmitriev's meeting with Witkoff right now. That is a huge thing because that means that the United States is desperate for a deal.
Welcome. We have special guest with us, Scott Ritter here. Everybody knows him. One-time Marine intelligence officer, served in the former Soviet Union implementing arms control agreements, and from 91 to 98, he served as the chief inspector for the United States in Iraq. So, welcome to the show, Scott Ritter. Hey, Scott.
Hey, Jimmy, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Are you not surprised? I was telling you before we went to air that I was feeling below the press about World War III that started in the Middle East, actually over Israel. What are you? How are you feeling?
Well, I'm maniacally depressed, but hopeful.
Are you?
That I'm hopeful, and this may sound unpatriotic to some people, but I'm hopeful that the United States is on the verge of a strategic defeat of massive proportions, one that will be behavior altering in the end. I think Donald Trump is in a very big bind. I think he's bitten off far more than the United States can chew, and I think he's desperately looking for an off ramp. I'm hopeful that Vladimir Putin is the mature, pragmatic, patient leader that he appears to be, and will be able to help Trump find a way out of this without us going down the path of World War III. Um, and as an American, I think it's good for our country to finally realize that we can no longer sustain this, the global hegemony that we've been doing so ignorantly for the last several decades, and that we need to right size who we are globally. We need to become good neighbors, not bullies. So this is the hope. It might be a pipe dream. People might accuse me of picking up a mushroom and eating one that I shouldn't have eaten or something like that. But I'm actually not as depressed as I was yesterday. Because I had sort of one of these what do they call that moment when you have an epiphany?
Did they have a light bulb moment?
I had a light bulb. I was Peter in the Damascus desert, and the light went on, and I saw the light. And I actually think that the Russians are the right people at the right time for this problem set, and I just see a lot of maturity there, a lot of pragmatism, a lot of realism, and they're just positioned to actually help end both the conflict in Ukraine and the conflict in Iran. It may take a couple weeks, but I think that we are in such big trouble right now that I don't think Donald Trump realizes just how big a trouble it is. But once he does, Kirill Dmitriev is meeting with Witkoff right now in Miami. A week ago, Kirill Dmitriev had no, everybody hated him. They accused him of traitor. He was a traitor. He's betraying. How dare you work with. But because Putin didn't fire him, because everybody's questioning why does Putin still have Kirill Dmitriev? Why doesn't he fire him? Because you keep the diplomacy door open. And now at this moment, Dmitriev's meeting with Witkoff because they're trying to cut a deal that involves bringing an end to the conflict in Ukraine and an end to the conflict in Iran. And I'm trusting that this is going to lead us in a good direction, not because Donald Trump's clever, because Vladimir Putin's clever.
So, who is the negotiator that Putin has negotiating with Witkoff? What's his name? I haven't heard this name.
Kirill Dmitriev. He's a former Goldman Sachs banker. I mean, he's a Russian, but he's American trained. And he knows capitalism very well. He runs a Russian national investment fund. But he's a guy that when Steve Witkoff first went over, Putin needed somebody who spoke Witkoff's language. You don't take Sergei Lavrov and have him sit down with Steve Witkoff because Witkoff doesn't speak diplomacy and Lavrov doesn't speak banker. So you brought in Kirill Dmitriev, and they both spoke the same language. They hit it off well. They get along good, and he's the guy that helped make the last guy happen. And now he might be the guy that helps bring it into these wars. I was very down on Kirill Dmitriev last week. If you had talked to me about him last week, I wasn't going to say too much positive. But this week, I'm just seeing the Russians do things that just show absolute maturity. It shows patience. It shows the pragmatism. And now Dmitriev's in Miami meeting with Witkoff, and that's a good thing if you want peace.
And so what? So you think Russia is trying to bring a swift end to this war in the Gulf? You think that they have what? Well, tell me what their interest is and what is their leverage?
Their leverage is they're the only thing that's keeping the American economy up right now. Why do you think Donald Trump lifted all the oil sanctions against the Russians yesterday?
Oh, I didn't know he did that. Why did he do that?
Because no oil's leaving the Middle East right now. And so you need oil to come in on the market. So Donald Trump lifted all oil sanctions, and Vladimir Putin's economic problems have been solved. And everybody who was critical on Vladimir Putin didn't understand that he was waiting for just this moment. And now, instead of selling Euro grade oil at $23 a barrel discounted, he's now selling it to the Indians at 81 a barrel at full price, making a lot of money in the process. All the Asian purchasers of energy who used to purchase energy from the Middle East can't because the Strait of Hormuz is closed. So Putin is literally diverting all of his resources down there, opening up, securing those markets. He's in a solid position, and right now Trump, Trump had, taken some pretty hardline stances on Ukraine that he's no longer in a position to hold on to. He needs Russia's help in Iran. And so the Russians are going to say, we go back to the Alaska formula updated with the most recent information. You have to get the Ukrainians to do this. And in exchange for that, we'll get the Iranians to moderate their demands. But I think, the United States is going to have to leave the Middle East. I mean, that's one of the things. It's just a guarantee. We're not staying there. The Iranians are going to make the same argument the Russians always made, that you can't end this war without solving the root cause of the conflict. Because that's what the Russians have said. You can't end the Ukraine conflict and leave unresolved the root causes of the conflict, why we had this conflict. Because if you end it without solving those, we'll just have a conflict in 5 years. So Russia's saying, when this thing ends, it's over, finished. And the Iranians are going to be saying the same thing. When this thing ends, it's over, it's finished. And the only way it can be over and finished is America's got to leave the Middle East. And I think there's a grand bargain to be had out there. This allows Donald Trump to call himself the greatest peacemaker in the history of all time, because he's going to end 2 wars. He should take credit for it when he gets the Nobel Peace Prize. And then he'll also tell the American people that I've ended the permanent Middle East conflict. I got the American troops out of the Middle East. Now, smart people know that he got his ass kicked and had to retreat. But, to the true believers, there's a deal here in the making. Who knows how it's going to be finalized, but there's something in the works right now. Dimitriev's meeting with Witkoff. This is a huge thing that's happening. Witkoff is both the Middle East negotiator, the one who was negotiating with the Iranians, and he's the guy who negotiated with Putin and Dmitriev. So the fact that Dmitriev's meeting with the guy responsible for managing both of the big problems that Trump has right now means that there's a solution being worked out that links both of these problems together.
So just let me make sure I'm following what you're saying. So you're saying that since the oil from the Gulf has been stopped because Iran stopped closed the Strait of Hormuz, so all that oil that usually goes to India, usually goes to China, usually goes to Japan, other places, is not getting there. And now, so Trump sees that this could have a devastating effect on the world economy, and so he decides to lift the sanctions that he had against countries buying Russian oil. And so now it's okay for places like India to buy Russian oil because he doesn't want their economy to crash and then them be angry at the United States for hold us. So he's going to say, go ahead, Russia. You can sell that oil anywhere you want now. And so now all their economic problems are cured in Russia, if they even had any. And now, but what he's going to ask Russia is to try to get Iran to accept a peace deal. That's because Iran says they don't want a ceasefire, right? Iran is like, no, let's go. Let's fight to the death. Let's keep this going. And so Trump is going to be asking Russia to please intervene. We're going to let you sell your oil everywhere without sanctions. Please intervene and get Iran to accept a ceasefire and a peace deal. That's what's happening, you think?
That's what I think. And I also think the Russians are going to say things like, Trump's going to have to lift all sanctions against Iran. I think Russia's going to tell the Iranians you're going to have to open up your nuclear program to inspection. But I also think that Donald Trump's going to have to order the withdrawal of American troops from the Middle East. Now, he'll disguise it as in a phased way, so he declares that he's the greatest peacemaker. But, the United States lost this war. There's no doubt about that. But what Russia doesn't want, what nobody wants, is for this war to go to its awful conclusion. Because right now the Strait of Hormuz is closed down. But what happens if you take it to the next level? And the Israelis are going to do their best to take it to the next level. They're going to start striking energy facilities. But last night, Iran struck Israeli energy facilities. Iran took out some gas and oil processing and put the Israelis on notice that they're going to lose everything if they keep playing. So the Israelis are now calling up Trump saying, you got to end this thing. We can't do this again. We can't. We're in trouble. So there's a lot of pressure right now for a deal. And so it's up to the Russians right now to get the right deal, one that would be acceptable to the Iranians, provide some political face saving for Donald Trump, and constrains Israel's future actions. And this will be a huge victory for Russia because if Russia's got the oil sanctions lifted, so Russia's economy wasn't collapsing. All the people that claim, but there were problems. There was inflation. There was a cash shortage, overheated economy. You had deficit spending and things of that nature, which Russia normally doesn't get involved in. But now, in one fell swoop, I mean, if they keep selling oil at this rate, I mean, they won't know what to do with all the money they're going to have because they're literally selling oil at $23 a barrel, and now now they've gone to India. I mean, India made a huge mistake buckling to American pressure because India was buying Russian oil locked in at $23 a barrel, and then the United States told India stop buying Russian oil, and the Indians, like idiots, went okay. But now the United States said, "Oh, you can buy Russian oil." And they turned to the Russians, and the Russians went, "Yeah, that $23 a barrel, that deal's not on the table anymore, guys. Now you really need the oil. You're paying full market price, and India has to pay full market price because there is no alternative. They can't turn to the Saudis and say, "Will you cut us a deal?" Saudis can't ship oil. They can't turn to the Kuwaitis and say, "Will you sell us?" They can't ship oil. United Arabs can't ship oil. Nobody can ship oil. Russia can ship oil, and Russia's selling it full market value, making money. Meanwhile, all the Asian markets used to buy that stuff too, Indonesia, Philippines, etc. They got to buy it too, and Russia's going in to fill that. Russia was sending liquid natural gas up to Europe. Believe it or not, Europe still bought around 27% of their liquid natural gas from Russia. But Putin, it's amazing to watch these trackers. Tankers immediately pivoted and started heading to Asia. Putin's like, we're not going to sell Europe any energy anymore because they don't need to. And Europe's now screwed. And now there's a greater 30% chance that by the end of the month, Europe's going to have to start buying Russian energy. The thing they don't want to do because it funds the war in Ukraine. But Europe has no choice now because there's no energy coming out of the Middle East, none. And so Europe is either going to die or they're going to have to start buying Russian oil. So Russia's in a very, very strong position right now. And the United States is in a very desperate position. We're running out of ballistic missile interceptors. We're going to be totally defenseless very soon. And it's very embarrassing for us. We just stripped the Pacific clean. We took all our THAADs, all our Patriots, and sent them to the Middle East to help Israel. The Gulf Arab states are like, you screwed us. You guys abandoned us. Why should we ever trust you again? Which is another reason why the United States will leave. So there's a deal to be made here because Donald Trump has screwed up so badly. But I'm still depressed. I share you. 186 kids died, and now we know that we murdered them. There's no question now. Pete Heck said that Donald Trump tried to play that stupid game of saying that, wasn't our cruise missile, wasn't our Tomahawk. Well, now the Department of Defense had to admit it was ours. We killed them. And that's depressing because what it means is we're not in control of the target. 5,000 targets have been hit by the United States. And I can guarantee you right now that we don't know what we're bombing. We're just blowing up buildings and we're killing a lot of Iranians. And this is one of the reasons why the Iranian government's so furious at us. By the way, we killed their most important religious man, Ali Khamenei. It's like killing the Pope if you're Catholic. Well, if you're a Catholic who still believes in the Pope. But the point is, they killed a very senior religious man, and the Iranians are outraged. They're furious. They're seeing blood red, and it's going to take a lot to talk them down. But if there's a deal out there where you can tell the Iranians all sanctions will be lifted, your economy will be functioning for the first time in 47 years. For the first time in 47 years, you're going to have a fully functioning economy. That will go a long way in putting salve on the wounds that they've suffered.
Well, could you put a percentage on the chance of this actually happening? The good news that you just gave us.
100%. And the reason why I'm saying that is that nothing's ever 100%. I shouldn't have said that, but I'm very confident. The reason why is this Strait of Hormuz thing is going to spin out of control. Trump can only lie so many times. You saw what happened when the Iranians first shut it down. We saw Brent spike to $115 a barrel. Then Trump came out and lied, and it brought it down to 81. But now the fact is, the U.S. Navy said we can't escort ships. And we said, we'll blow up all their mines. Well, they don't use ships to mine them. Nobody's sailing through the strait, and no one's going to be sailing through the strait. And the United States can threaten to bomb and bomb and bomb, but we know that the bombing's not doing anything because all we're doing is blowing up empty buildings. And there's going to be a crunch in a week's time. You're going to see the global energy market go, there's no solution here. There is no alternative. We've got nothing. And prices are going to go crazy. When the Americans start paying, because, right here, already my gas price is over $3.50. It was $3.11 on Monday. It's already gone up. I anticipate by the end of next week, we're probably going to be looking at, gas in the $4.25 range, and it'll keep climbing. It'll go insanely high because there now will be a global energy crisis. Diesel. The diesel's the big driver. Where are we going to get diesel from? And if we don't have diesel, the trucks don't drive. And if trucks don't drive, vegetables don't get to market. And now we have a food issue. We have a supply issue. Walmart shelves are empty. And the American people aren't going to put up with this. They're just not going to put up with this, especially from a president who promised peace and delivered war. So Trump is going to be desperate for a solution. He's already desperate for a solution. He's already making phone calls. He called Vladimir Putin. Putin didn't call him. He called Vladimir Putin because Trump is in a bind. And again, the key takeaway from this is that Dmitry is meeting with Witkoff right now. That is a huge thing because that means that the United States is desperate for a deal, desperate for a deal. And Dmitry is the economic guy. He's not the diplomat. He's the economic guy. He's the guy that talks about lifting sanctions, getting the economy is a big part of what they're talking about right now and how to prevent the global economy from burning up in hell. So that's why I say 100% because there's no way we win this war. There's no way we reverse where we're at right now. We can't win this war. We have lost this war already, and it's only going to get worse. The question now is, how do we get Iran to play ball? That's the key one, and that's where Russia comes in. And this is where Russia could make the argument to the Iranians. And again, if I were Vladimir Putin, I'd say, hey, our economy was going through a tough time. We were going to start to tighten the belt here. It was going to get tough. But sanctions are lifted now, and we're doing okay. There's market share out there right now. So let's get your sanctions lifted. Let's get your energy to market. We'll get the Chinese to lock in. We'll get the Indians to lock in. And now you've got hard currency flowing in, and we'll come up with some package with the United States to, about reparations and rebuilding. It'll be modest. It won't be what you want, but it'll be face saving. But we'll get things turned around here. And I think the Iranian president, who I had the honor to meet, this is what he wanted. This is what he wants. He doesn't want permanent conflict with the West. He wants sanctions lifted. He wants to be doing business. Iran is a member of BRICS. The Russians have a vested interest in Iran. They have the North-South Economic Corridor that they were working on to connect St. Petersburg with Chabahar, which is a southern Iranian port, to allow its stuff to move into the Indian markets. That's what Russia's strategic goal is. They don't want permanent war here. The Chinese have just built the new Silk Road connecting China with Tehran through rail. That opens up the Eurasian market, the Central Asian market. That's where Iran can make a lot of money dipping into that. This is where they need to be. This is what BRICS is all about. And I just think there's a deal to be made here because it's just a win-win-win for everybody. But the United States has to be in a position where there's some desperation. And right now there isn't enough desperation for the United States to make the concessions that are necessary. But in a week or two, there will be nothing but desperation, and I think you'll see the United States making the concessions that the Russians are going to demand.
So, one of the consequences of shutting down the oil coming out of the Gulf through the Strait of Hormuz is that the Gulf countries don't have the money to invest in our stock market like they were. And so I've had a guest on our show who predicted that once that happens, that our stock market will collapse and our economy will collapse. So do you think that we'll get back to something normal? Where the Gulf states will start to reinvest in our stock market again, or how do you see it playing out?
Again, this is why Kirill Dmitriev is the right guy. I'm sorry if I'm singing his praise, but you don't realize how much I was down on him a week ago. I viewed him as a traitor to Russia. I viewed him as a man who was selling everybody out. But what you just raised, see, Dmitriev knows this. He was at Goldman Sachs Bank. He knows the role of, and so he's looking at a broad spectrum economic deal. Because what you have to do when you cut this deal, remember, you can't ignore the Gulf Arab states. So they have to be convinced not to abandon the American market once this war ends. They've got to be convinced to invest. They're going to be pretty angry. They're going to feel betrayed. And so part of the deal has to be, that they aren't going to allow the American stock market to collapse. They will continue to invest in the American market. And again, this is why having a Kirill Dmitriev and a Steve Witkoff, having these conversations, because these are the details that matter, not the geopolitics of nuclear disarmament and ballistic missile counts and all that. It's the economy, because this is what's going to make or break Donald Trump in the upcoming midterm elections is the economy. And right now he's looking at disaster in the face, but if he can pull this off, he might be able to fool enough people to prevent a Democratic sweep. But it's going to require. Donald Trump's just a natural-born liar, and the American people are natural-born dupes, and it's a perfect combination. And that makes me depressed because I'd like to see some accountability. But what I'd really like to see is this war to end. I'd really like to see us stop killing Iranians. I'd really like to see us stop bombing people who did nothing. I'd really like to see us stop killing children. 186 kids. Some of whom bodies were so badly burned, the only way the parents knew that they were in there is because there was a remnant of the backpack that they put on their daughter's back in the morning when they sent her to school. And then we killed her. I'd really like to see Pete Hegseth held accountable for the crimes he's committed. But, it was hard to articulate a way out of this because everything led to escalation. But when I heard that Dmitriev was meeting with Witkoff, I went, that's a game changer right there. These are the right people at the right time to be having this conversation.
So let me just real quick. You said the economic pain is coming. Do you think? So I see it coming too. Do you think that it can be stopped or mitigated if this negotiation works out with Russia? Do you think that we could stop some of that economic pain coming our way?
The key thing here is to prevent this war from destroying energy infrastructure, meaning that we have to prevent the Israelis, who are the problem here, from blowing up Iranian oil fields. Because if they blow up Iranian oil fields, Iran's going to blow up Saudi oil fields, blow up Kuwaiti oil fields. And now, even if you open the Strait of Hormuz, nothing's going to get produced. As it is, for instance, Kuwait has shut down oil production. I'm not an oil man. I watched Landman a couple times, so I think I'm an oil man. But I do know this, that oil fields have to be managed. You don't just pump oil out. As you pump, there's pressure issues. You have to keep the pressure in. You have to keep water from coming in. And so Kuwait has shut down their oil fields. And it's a gradual shutdown. That means to open them back up, you have to gradually open back up. So Kuwait's out of the oil manufacturing business for weeks, if not months. Qatar has shut down their liquid natural gas liquefaction plant. That's not going to open for weeks. So even if the war stopped today and the Strait of Hormuz opened up, it's still going to take a lot of time for these oil production people to get back up to speed and get the stuff moving out. And it's only going to get worse. But as long as we're not destroying production, it will eventually recover. But we have to keep the Israelis from committing global suicide. If Israel continues to attack Iranian energy infrastructure, Iran will destroy regional infrastructure, and then no matter what happens with the Strait of Hormuz, there won't be recovery.
If you like to hear my jokes about this, come see me in San Antonio.
In World Baseball Classic, hit a gigantic win over Mexico and secure a spot in the quarterfinals for Team USA Baseball. I'm new fans of baseball. Obviously, I grew up in Pittsburgh. The Pirates are X. But for the last 50 years, it felt like the Pirates have been ass. So whenever you have the Penguins in your city and you have the Steelers in your city and they're actually trying and they're winning, it's hard to kind of get caught up in baseball, especially when you have ADD and a dad who says, we're not doing baseball. It's disgusting. We're going to protest baseball. So I never played baseball, never got into baseball. Then we're starting to meet some of these baseball players. Paul Stevens played here in Indianapolis. Got a chance to go watch him live. It's like, wait a minute. That's a big monster of a man. And boy, he's controlling his entire ballpark right now with that ball. And then you start seeing the talent, you start seeing the culture, you start seeing what they do night in, night out, the travel, the rock star like lifestyle. There's a lot to like about baseball, but once again, unless you're kind of tied into it, it's hard to get into it. We got into it with America now. with the World Baseball Classic. They were incredibly hospitable to us. They were very nice to us. I even got a full inning against Clayton Kershaw. Made contact a couple times, got on base with an infield single, which
Nice infield single.
okay, ran it out. Whatever the case, got a chance to play against him. Fell in love with this team. And we lose this. I didn't even know they did the baseball Italy people. I had no idea. I know they did soccer. Incredible food. The Italians have incredible conversation too. Culture's obviously always alive. And then you don't even think about the history of baseball and the Italians. You go all the way back to Maggio.
That's right.
There's a lot of Italians that play. They're a wagon. They beat America. America has no idea that they needed to win that game to kind of advance in the quarterfinals, and America was going to get eliminated after pool play. We weren't even going to get into the big dance of our own tournament that we were creating. I'm out on baseball. Plus, I bet $5,000 on a minus 1100 theory. I'm out on baseball. Last night, the Italians called me back.
That's right. They did.
That was the worst bet of all time. People were saying that was a moment where I had to really think about myself. Am I the problem with Team USA Baseball? It's supposed to be the best team ever assembled. Then now all of a sudden we're not even making out pool play. Canada's about to make it out of pool play. In baseball, we're not going to make it out. Turns out that doesn't matter anymore. We are in quarterfinals. Right. America versus Canada on Friday. I cannot wait to watch us do our thing in our pastime against Canada after we took their pastime of hockey just a few weeks ago. Good luck to them, and thank you to the Italians for putting on a bit of a clinic last night. I mean, just an excitement and celebration and espresso and Pasquantino goes bye-bye. 3 bingos for this guy last night. 3 espresso shots in the dugout.
Right.
3. Actually, 1 motivational speech to a pitcher that couldn't throw a strike. And then 3 moments of...
How you saying? Don't go kid.
Vinny Don shots. A couple donkeys out there. Yeah, they do it for us last night. And he'll be joining us in about 3-4 minutes to talk about what it was. But it wasn't just the Italy-Mexico game last night that was gigantic for us. Baseball has been delivered. Let's go to the top table at Boston Connor, at Ty Schmidt. Dominican Republic, Venezuela last night.
Best game of the tournament so far.
This baseball thing continues to deliver for us, and I am pumped that we've been watching.
Yeah, and it got moved to Tubi so that we could see what our fate would be. And if you missed it, it was basically more of the same for the Dominican Republic. That's what these guys do. Juan Soto hits a homer in the first inning, and they go apeshit. They do this every single time they hit a homer. Vlad, another moonbeam. Just a couple innings later, and these guys are pimping home runs. They're going crazy. The entire dugout is getting up and getting out of the dugout, running on the field. And then look at this bat flip by Fernando Tatis.
Laying on the third base line down there.
Exactly, and you can see at this moment in time, Dominican Republic, Venezuela. I mean, that's a 4-3. It's a close ball game, and Tatis, absolutely blisters one, pimps it like he probably wouldn't do it in an MLB game because you're definitely getting hit your next at bat if you're doing that, but. Everyone kind of understands what's going on here. Like, look how much fun these guys are having. It's weird having playoff type. I think someone said last night, like, this doesn't feel like the World Series. It feels like the World Cup. Like, every team that's playing in this, all the different angles. I mean, look how much fun these guys are having. They're not doing that in an MLB game, and it's just some of these obscure teams that, Dominican Republic's different because they have a bunch of superstars, but everyone's treating all these games like this, and boy, game after game after game, the World Baseball Classic is delivering.
Let's go to one half of the hammer. Cowboys 8-3-10. People still saying that my bet was the worst bet in the history of betting. I might stop betting on baseball and wait until I have my eyes on some college hoops teams. I haven't seen 1 minute of basketball in with March Madness around the corner. Maybe I stop betting on the baseball and maybe I set my sights on these 18 to 19 to 27-year-olds that have either been in the G League or 1 year of high school, and I just put the entire house on them. People still saying it's a bad bet. As we look ahead to the quarterfinals, feels like we got some good games, right? Even though we're heavy favorites against Canada, I don't think that matters at all anymore in this entire thing.
No, there's some great games, quarterfinals, and then when you look ahead to what possibly could be semis and championship, it's going to be absolutely electric. But yeah, there's a lot of good games. You got to wait to see who the pitchers are coming out. People are saying that about your bet. People are also saying you shouldn't do it. Again, you should not make that bet against Canada.
We'll see. We'll see how I'm feeling. See how these fingers are feeling. Because, I still need one. If you heard the story about this one, it's been a lot of L's in the scroll. And then there was a man they call Pasquatch. He's wearing a damn C for Italy, who motivated an entire team to be the best team maybe in baseball.
In the world. Yeah, undefeated.
Joining us now, the number 1 seed coming out of Pool B or whatever, Group B, representing the great country of Italy. Ladies and gentlemen, he hit 3 bingos last night for the United States of America, as well as the great country of Italy. Ladies and gentlemen, Vinny Pasquantino. Grazie, Vinny. Grazie, Vinny, for what you did for...
Buongiorno from Houston, you know? Ciao. Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, ciao. Hey, how's the gabagool last night? Do we have some fucking wine? How was last night after the big-time win and the hell of a moment for us? And I saw you in the post-game give hey, Team USA, we're thinking about you in a hotel. You're welcome in this entire thing. We appreciate you doing that. How was the celebration afterwards, and how did the boys feel after going undefeated in pool play?
Yeah, the boys were feeling pretty good. A little frisky, created a little havoc in this tournament. Yeah, that was quite the celebration last night. We didn't get into anything too crazy, but yeah, as you can see there, I'm beamed up a little bit. Happy about it. So we had some wine, had some beer. We did what we could. We got a few off days, got a little treatment after this, and man, we're just pumped. It was what a night! What a night! What the last few days.
Yeah, three bingos for you last night is obviously an incredible thing. Once you guys got the 4 runs, that's when we thought, okay, we're good, because the only way we can kind of lose is if Mexico wins without scoring 5 runs. So once they would have to get the 5 runs to beat you, we started celebrating. Then we heard, well, if it goes to extra innings, actually, there's a chance, and there's a math equation. So we don't really understand any of it. But what I don't think I comprehended at all is that Italians are really good at baseball. I had no idea. I put out some tweets. I'm sure you saw it. I've seen your tweets now. You are a spectacular, an absolutely spectacular Twitter operator, and I respect and appreciate that. I'm happy you're going to be in my algo, I think, going forward. But I had no idea 3 Donghinis was possible from the Italian team. I did not know you guys were going to be the wagon. Did you expect to be this good coming into the tournament? And has Italy always done well in this tournament with a bunch of Americans who are incredibly proud of the fact that they're Italian, which I think every Italian I know is incredibly proud that they're Italian. So I couldn't even fathom what this is like to represent Italy on this scale. But did you guys know you had a squad this year? Like, when did it start becoming real? And how long we've been doing the splits? Okay, maybe you get an 11 sponsorship as well down there at Miami.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been able to do the splits my entire life. I don't know what it is, but I couldn't just do it right now. But somehow when I get out to first base, I'm able to do it. So happy about that. Hopefully that continues, and hopefully I don't ever do anything to mess myself up there. But yeah, we knew we were going to have a good squad, but we're really young. There's a lot of, like you were just talking about, 18 to 22-year-olds you're looking at for the NCAA tournament. We got a lot of like 20, 21, 22-year-olds that just got out of college. So there's a little bit of extra energy in there, which is pretty special. It makes me feel old being with some of these guys. And they've just been bringing all this Italian energy. I mean, freaking Andrew Fisher is from Jersey, I think. He's got pork roll, egg, and cheese on his leg guard. That's what it says. So this team is about as stereotypical Italian as you can get, and guys just want to play baseball. And it's been incredible. Like, I'm super proud to be with this group and to be able to just do what we did. I mean, nobody had us win in this pool, and we just did it, right? We just showed up. We just tried to play games, and that was it. Once we scored 4 last night, it was like, all right, we better win this game now, because if we lose, we're out. So that was weird going into a game knowing that you could lose and still make it, but we did what we needed to do and made it happen.
Yeah, you certainly did. And the espresso machine has obviously garnered a lot of conversation. You're talking about, hey, we're just trying to be the most stereotypical Italian team that we could possibly be because we're representing the amount of these that are going on. Yeah. I mean, it's a beautiful culture to be stereotypical about, because all the actions are hilarious, well thought out, and everybody understands them immediately. Tell me about the espresso, please. So is that a Lavazza? Who's in charge, and how long are these being, like, as you hit the dinger, somebody's pushing the button to start cooking that up? How's it kind of operate in the dugout there?
Yeah, the first 3 homers were tough for the guys because I was making them as they hit the homers, as they were running around the bases, and they were burning hot. So we burned a few guys' mouths. They spit them out immediately, which made some people think that maybe I had spiked them. I did not. They were just hot. So we figured it out. We started pre-making them a little bit just to make sure guys weren't gonna burn themselves out there. But yeah, we made it happen. The espresso came from in 2023. When we played in the Classic, we had one in the dugout, but it had the logo of the company on it, and we got yelled at by MLB because, advertising.
Yeah, big push.
That's why we got the World Baseball Classic logo on there, so I'm not exactly sure what it is. All I know is it makes great coffee, and I'm hopeful to have a few more sips of espresso.
Yeah, and all we know is, yeah, I think it feels like you're seeing the ball pretty well right now. It feels like that's going to happen for you going forward. But we also know the Pasquatch is open for business, Espresso Company.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm here. I got no coffee restrictions. I'm a free agent when it comes to coffee. Doing this is so funny because in our first team meeting, Francisco Scribelli was sitting there being like, "Guys, we're Italian. There's going to be a lot of this, a lot of that, moving around." I mean, in the first team meeting, we're like, "All right, I guess we're doing that. We're just going to talk with our hands a lot." So it's been a blast.
hell yeah. Well, obviously, the Italian population in America is very deep and very important to the history of the United States of America. I come from Pittsburgh, obviously, where there is, I don't want to say all Italians, but Jesus.
The greatest people in America in Pittsburgh,
Thank you.
basically.
Grazie.
Kennywood's great. Man,
Wow.
Pittsburgh's
Hell
the
yeah.
best, huh?
Oh,
I thought I fell in love at Kennywood when I was like 12 years old. I swear I was in love.
Sir, right there. You're
There,
probably on the
right
yeah.
there.
You're right, by the way. You did fall in love. And you're 100% right with that. A lot of Italians, though, obviously, as you know, in Pittsburgh. On that note, Anthony DeGiulio of Plumboro, Pennsylvania, outside of Pittsburgh, has a question for you.
yeah, cool. Pleasure to talk to you. As an Italian American like myself, obviously we like to show that we are Italian all the time. We're very, very proud of it. But being born and raised in America, what was it like going against the U.S.? Did it feel weird, or was it just like, fuck it, let's screw these guys and just beat the shit out of them?
That.
Yes.
It was really cool though. I mean, it's special playing against that group of players. I mean, hey, they're the best 30 players in the world. So that's what we've heard all week. Is how good they are. So it was cool to step up against them. I mean, you play against them all in the regular season. You respect all those guys. I mean, they're Hall of Famers, MVPs, Cy Youngs. Like they're one of the best teams out there. And just being able to see the team they were able to put together, like it's super cool for the game that some of the biggest stars in the game were willing to strap it up for this tournament. And I think it's showing with the ratings. I mean, ratings are way up. People are watching. I mean, you guys are fucking talking about baseball, so that's good.
How about it, Passport? I got a bat right here, bro.
Yeah, you got a bat right there. It's perfect. So baseball is growing. So it's super cool to have played against those guys, and it was even more special to beat them the other night. I made sure to let the tournament people know that we were the winners of Pool B, so we get the workout time that we want today.
Hey, don't you be bullying the American boys. Okay, I know you're just negotiating classic Italian.
They kicked me out of the locker room the other day. I was taking a little bit too long for them, so I think ours is here in a few minutes, so I'll make sure that we're ready to go for it.
Hey, let's make sure everybody's out when they're supposed to be out. Okay, grazie. All right, we got to plug in this espresso machine with no name. It wasn't espresso in 2023, by the way.
Okay.
Smart play.
Yeah.
I'm having one of those every single day, at least two of them, Pat. I appreciate that you take the mindset of appreciating the team that they fielded, but also how good it's been for baseball. I appreciate that baseball players are seemingly understanding that this is very good for baseball and that more people are going to watch this than a majority of the baseball season. There was a tweet last night that I think encapsulated it well. This doesn't really feel like a World Series. It feels like a World Cup. On that note, Ty has a question for you, brother.
Yeah, Vinny, and I think to that point, like even in years past, like if you love baseball, you'd watch this, but you can kind of tell like it's baseball in March. Guys are thinking more about the season, but this year it does feel different. Have you how apparent has that been in the stadium for the games? Like with the atmosphere and everything, does it feel like a playoff atmosphere? Like does it feel like these games mean more than just kind of like a random competition in the middle of March?
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it last night. So we were up 8-0 on USA, I think, or 8-1, and then we were up 8-1 or 9-1 last night. And I thought the way the crowd was acting, I thought it was a tie game or we were up by 1. I've never been tighter, like more nervous when you're up by 8 in my life. I was getting so mad at some of the pitchers. I'm like, guys, stop throwing off-speed pitches that are not strikes. Let's make them get themselves out here. Like, let's try to make this easy and stop letting guys on base.
Hey, is that what you were saying? Is that what you were saying up there? Because I saw you call like a man visit. Because normally that's not the case. Normally you see like a manager come out. You're on first base. They had you walked in at 8-1, and you looked like you were about to gnaw through wood potentially with how intense you were. And then you called one. I think it's Scotty. I don't know what pitcher it was.
Claudio Scotti, purebred Italian too. Purebred Italian. That guy loves a cigarette. He's the best.
Yes.
He is the best. The first night we were in Arizona, a bunch of guys came to my room, having some drinks, getting to know each other together a little bit, and he's like, guys, I'll be right back. I got to go smoke a cigarette. And we're like, that's our Italian right there.
Okay, so you have a great relationship with him. You called the mound man. In fact, the catcher came out and you called it, and then we looked up like one of your tweets. I guess this is not new to you. You are a guy that will go over to a pitcher and say some things, and allegedly via the tweet. Sometimes, I mean, it's a different language and nobody really needs. You just give a good vomit at the end and say, feel like you're motivating. Are you, first baseman, we know Sean Casey, obviously, because he's from Pittsburgh. You know, he's like the mayor. I think he's having conversations with every person that's coming on to first base, which is everybody that gets a hit, which is basically, you know, everybody in baseball. So that's quite a leadership position, it feels like. How much are you doing that? And what you're doing right now for Italy kind of normal for your game with the Royals? Is this just kind of how you operate?
Yeah, I think it's how I operate. I just want guys to be like, especially with pitchers in those situations. Like last night, it was like, dude, let's be aggressive in the zone. And the tough part is like none of us have been in an environment like that, especially the Italian guys. So you just trying to get up there and instill some confidence and let them know that we're behind you, we got your back, and like, oh, what's the worst that can happen? A guy hits a homer, and now we're up 9-2. Like, all right, we'll move on to the next guy. So it's just one of those things. Just letting guys know you have their back and you're there for them, and just to try to instill a little bit of confidence and see how we can get this thing rolling. So it's pretty standard, just to try to get somebody motivated.
Have you tried to speak Italian at all? Like, are we doing any more? Or are you just saying like all the American stuff? Like, oh, you know, like you know, like you doing all of that stuff. Do you know any Italian?
I've got some stuff in the bag, but nothing that I'm going to say on TV because we're already getting ripped enough for being Italian Americans playing in this tournament. So
No, I think it's good.
to my Italian guys.
I would like to say I think it's a good representation of how Italian Americans feel about representing Italy. Like I think the Italian community very tight. Obviously, there's a lot of communities that are very tight and each other, but you very rarely see like one Italian family. There is. Yeah. This is a.
This video is on the flight there. In the first video, all those guys are like our Italians, and they wanted to sing some Italian music for us. It was amazing. So we're just on the flight. The flight attendants didn't know what to do because we're just like, all right, we're singing. Bring the vino. We need the speaker. Let's go. And it was incredible. So that was an amazing flight. That kind of kicked things off for us, just having a nice show flight to get us to Houston. And I mean, what a good group of guys. Yeah. Good-looking guys, too. Just a bunch of good-looking, like, Italians, right?
You guys are super Italian-looking, and the names, just one after another, becomes more Italian somehow. Mm-hmm. Like the Pasquantino steps up, and then it's like, gee, I almost put out a tweet, but I thought I would get attacked, obviously, because how stupid it sounds, but you understand what I'm saying here. This is an alternate, all-name team. Like, I almost put out, like, this team Italy is so Italian. I was just going to start listing off the names. It is a wonderful Italian name kind of rundown, one guy after the next. I love how much it represents seemingly the country and also Italian Americans, I think, personally.
Yeah, there was a video I saw on the internet of how the team was picked. And it was a guy wearing like the white tank with the chains out, talking about the names and how you have to have a vowel at the end of it. That's exactly how the team was picked.
That makes sense.
He looked at the names, made sure they sounded Italian enough, got the certification, because the way you got to be eligible is that you can become a citizen in Italy. So we had to make some phone calls, make sure people were ready, and
what's your connection there? So what's your connection? You would be able to become a citizen of Italy
because my grandfather's from Niagara Falls, and his I believe it's his mom. I did all this research in 2022, so I don't 100% remember correctly, but I believe it was his father, born and raised in Italy. That's when they came over. They were Pasquantonio when they came over. They Americanized it and made it Pasquantino. Take a few letters out, make it Pasquantino, and then they moved to Niagara Falls, and then he moved to West Virginia, and then he moved to Virginia. So you're just doing it all.
If I was to Google him, would anything pop up or no?
Yeah, something would pop up. It would fire you up a little bit. This isn't the first time a Pasquantino has taken on the United States.
Yeah, super Italian team. We got a super Italian team is what we're saying out there. I love everything about it. Connor has last question for you, Pasquatch.
Yeah, Vinny, thanks for what you did to baseball, because 2 days ago, I think all of us were ready to watch 162, and then yesterday it felt like we were never going to watch a baseball game again if you guys didn't get the job done, so I very much appreciate that. As an Irishman as well, I've never rooted for Italy in my life, and that was kind of a special moment for me yesterday.
Yeah, it was.
I think it was nice to root
for you know
That's what we
the
do as Italians. We bring people together.
Yep.
That's what we do.
He's from
Yeah,
Boston.
Yeah, but you should know this guy smells like potatoes all the time.
I need to watch
See,
him.
you see what I
See,
mean?
that's we don't like that.
You see that? I mean, I'm good for a cigarette every once in a while, but see, that's too far. But thinking about the future here, now you guys are on to the quarterfinals. You guys are actually underdogs against Puerto Rico. Are you aware of that? Does the team know that? And also, just
They know.
talking nutrition. Are you guys only eating like spaghetti, meatballs, Italian sub, capicola, capicola? Like, how does it work as far as kind of the stereotypical, nutrition that you guys are eating?
Yeah. I mean, every single team dinner that we've had has been Italian food. They're really hitting, like we talked about with the stereotypes, they're doing it.
Chicken palm, veal palm.
Yeah. Some branzino's been mixed in there.
Oh.
Fish. Yeah, it's been good. I mean, the first night here, I did get food poisoning though. I spent the first morning we were here in the emergency room getting an IV.
Oh, bad pasta. What's going on down there?
I don't know what happened down here in Houston.
Oh, the tomatoes gotta be.
Bad mozzarella.
Yeah, it's gonna be bad mozzarella.
Texas home
But
cooking.
you come after one of the family, and we all showed up. So maybe that's what we needed as a team to get going and win this pool. So I don't know what Houston was trying to do to the Italians, but we made it happen.
I mean, that's a long shot state.
I'm only thinking about that.
Yeah, because the U.S. wasn't in the whole team in Houston.
All you need is just a little Visine, right? They said. Isn't that what you do?
Yeah, wedding crashers.
So I assume the Italians thought of that at some point.
Yeah, Jeremy was telling the story about saving seals.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Holy shirts and pants.
All right. Well, good luck. We
The big sleeves.
don't even have to get into. What are your thoughts of Christopher Columbus? We'll get into that next time. He's a hero.
In this house, he's a hero.
All right. Hey, we appreciate you, man, for joining us. Good luck the rest of the way. Thank you for saving baseball in America. Honestly, genuinely, thank you for that.
Yeah, you're welcome, guys. Thanks.
And thanks for not doing a handshake deal to do the whole "let's get America out, we got time to go" thing. That's good. We're happy.
We would never. Italians doing something shady? Never.
Watch it. Like that. Hey, I don't like the way you're talking about Italians right now. Okay, I like that. You're the man, ladies and gentlemen. Vinny Pasquantonio.
Yeah,
First
right.
respect. Exactly. To grandpa.
Who's father?
Pasquantonio.
Father's father.
Exactly. His father's father. Yeah, he looked up. They do have a case. Pasquantonio.
What they do?
I'll tell you what, we'll end up in Virginia.
Well, something was getting taxed a little too much, and they decided to go around it.
Yeah, they said we're going to not only throw the tea, but maybe some vino around here.
That's right.
And what are you going to do about duty free? Duty nothing. How about that? Just keep it moving. I respect that. I do appreciate what the Italians did for America. I've never seen a babyface turn in my life, for me, like the Italian baseball team.
Yeah.
Okay? A lot of negative feelings about that Italian baseball team. Then everybody kind of shifted away from Italian and went straight to D-Row. Okay, skip for USA. So then Italians kind of back, and then we all learn, and I think D-Row I learned as well. Okay, we need to really kind of, do something. So these Italian Americans had a chance to not only represent for Italy, go undefeated and win the pool, but also for all the homies back in America, you're welcome.
Yeah,
they'll be able to forever.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Like that is actually for at home, okay, in the clubhouse, everywhere. It's like remember.
They're saying Cervelli's going to get a statue in Rome.
No, he's getting the Medal of Freedom.
They have that
in Rome.
I think both.
Okay.
Here and there.
Yeah, just gonna get them both.
Yep.
Grazie, thank you.
Yeah.
There you go. He's doing those types of things. I love everything about it. But I do appreciate how baseball has responded. And he immediately upon me sending DM request through Jet passing, Jet was like, "Hey, I think Vinny is a fan of the program. You should definitely hit him up. Send him message. Should you come on?" He says yes immediately. So we appreciate you, Vinny. Yep. I'm a follow him. Who's he play for?
Royals.
With Bobby?
Yep. Yeah. And Jack Caglione.
Caglione just didn't call him back. It was a Zoom. Can't call him back.
He's got price.
What about Jack?
He's the one that did it to us today, right?
Oh, yeah. He had a big fly. He didn't
do anything against Mexico, did he?
Yeah, they didn't really need to. Yeah. They played small ball. They probably needed a little bit. Wasn't necessarily suicide squeeze, but basic.
Too much for Junior.
But what I'm saying, the Italians, we didn't break. God, I missed it again. They did a trick.
Oh yeah, little sleight of hand.
They did a trick. They did a trick in a big game last night. Fly ball out to center field. The shortstop, I believe, fakes like it's a ground ball, so the runner at first thinks that he has it. So he's, oh no, I'm not going to get there. That has no idea. Ball's in the outfield. That thing's caught. You got to get back to first, brother. He just baited you around there because you obviously can't be off base. Genius.
Yeah.
This is like watching the movies, I guess, whenever you do hidden ball trickery. Yeah, all right, yeah, and you do that thing.
Yep.
Attack. I think I saw somebody get with that in MLB last year or something like that. I think I saw one of those. Love whenever that happens. 1,000 games, so get bored in there, do a little trick. That was awesome. I don't think I've ever seen that ploy maneuver. And then obviously right afterwards, and 10 minutes later, not even with TV commercials and everything, Dong Dini. So it was like the Italians were all over it and super Italian. Like them scheming.
Oh, yeah.
Like that was genius. It's my first time I've ever seen it. I didn't know that was a real play. That's a baseball play, I guess. And is there others that I need to keep an eye on?
Yeah, yes and no, because I believe the runner is running on the pitch, so like he's trying to steal second base or at least get in motion. So he's not looking around to see. So yeah, he dives to make it look like it's a ground ball, and then he's just thinking, "Oh boy, I better get on my horse here. Like I could be scoring maybe." And then he gets to third base, looks back, and realizes like, "Oh, that's something that he did me big time." It was actually a pop fly off the bat. I had no idea.
Is this a normal play?
I would say not very normal. Like I suppose
this is super genius play. I just need to know levels of this stuff because I don't know. Like little league kids doing this, high school kids doing this.
You're probably seeing it more in that kind of stuff, yeah, than you are in the MLB. Like it probably happens every once in a while, but yeah, this is like a big, like travel team type thing. Like good young teams are kind of deploying tactics like this, where if a team, they're probably going to beat the shit out of anyway, but you see anything like that and kids are doing this, it's like, okay, like these guys
is
are
pimping defense.
Yeah, you can say that.
A more normal one is like
Italians.
if a guy's running and it's a single behind him and it actually goes through the outfield, the shortstop will pretend like he's getting a throw to second, so the runner slides so he doesn't go to third.
So
there's a few out
games
there.
and shit.
I'm starting to like baseball. We're doing a baseball. You know what I don't like? I don't like when deals are made and they're rescinded.
Me either. That's very Italian. Gotta be a scumbag to do that.
Well, DaCosta, general manager for
I didn't know you were talking
the Baltimore Ravens, came out and said,
Costa?
Yeah, DaCosta, exactly. He came out and said that he was more gutted than anybody else about what happened with Max Crosby. Here's him speaking yesterday in a very dejected manner.
I mean, I understand it. I understand. We live in that age of skepticism and people question, especially people that don't really know me or know the Ravens culture and the Ravens organization. So I understand it. As I said at the beginning, we've got a responsibility. I've got a responsibility to the Ravens, to this community, to our fans, and to Steve Bisciotti to do what we think is best for the club. And that's what we always try to do. Every decision we make is based on this idea: is this the best thing for the Ravens? It's very, very challenging. Again, I understand how people might maybe from afar would feel that way, but nobody's more upset about this than me. Gutted by it, actually. And so a regret, big regret for me. But we will move on as a football team, and I think there's many, many opportunities for us to grow as a team, to become a better team, to build a roster, and to be the team that we want to be.
How easy is that? He's got it. I got a responsibility to these people. Okay? I got a responsibility to the city. Jimmy's Famous Seafood. You know the crab legs? They ship nationwide. I got a responsibility to him and his family. I got a responsibility to Bisciotti. And if it's not going to work, it's not going to work. Did you know that he was hurt whenever you brought him in? It's not about now. It's about what we projected in the future with what we saw in the scans. It's like, is there another way to do this so that this doesn't come out publicly? Because it feels like this has never happened at this high of a level before. I think that's the kind of the shock and awe. Because Dr. Chow came on. He was an NFL doctor for a long time. He said that is a move that any team could have deployed for any contract, especially during his free agency frenzy. And then they all do the escrow thing where you get a house, you put money in escrow for your mortgage, but then there's a bunch of inspections and checks, and if it falls through, you're allowed to get your money back. You don't have to get the house. That's basically what these deals are. And I guess that probably happens at the bottom half of a roster with a lot of guys that maybe are going to be special teams guys or second string guys or maybe practice squad guys. And it's like, we can't be putting $1 million in this guy. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to do whatever he is after the test. But like Max Crosby, like you're signing Max Crosby who's hurt. We know exactly what he's going to be. Now, unless they are smarter than everybody else, which, I mean, we shall see, I guess, with how this all works out. But Dr. Neil Elitrosh, who's done 1,000 surgeries, says, like, he's good. He's going to be back. You're going to be playing football again. I don't even know what we're talking about here. It just felt dirty from the beginning. The thing that I hate, though, is because this has happened at such a large scale, even though it's happened before and everybody automatically has a negative thought, like Trey Hendrickson, I would like to say our sources are telling us that Trey Hendrickson genuinely thought he was going to play with Max Now, was there a ploy behind the scenes to not tell Trey or not tell Max? And then once you get a deal done with one or the other, then we can kind of figure the whole thing out. Maybe, but like everybody's immediate response to Schefter saying like, "Hey, everybody was kind of thinking that they were going to be together." It's literally because of the scan that they saw. Maybe the Ravens and DaCosta was put up a front right there about the scans and how gutted he is, and maybe he was able to get through that. And people have lied on microphones before, and maybe they were behind the scenes saying like, "Hey, let's try to work a deal with both these guys. We'll tell them they're both coming, and then if we work a deal with one, we don't have to work a deal with the other, and we'll just kind of drop out. We can still drop out. We got to do that." But from our understanding, Trey Hendrickson definitely thought he was playing football with Max Crosby, and that was a huge selling point, which also might have been why that it was being said at the time. So it's a fascinating little situation with two superstars. You know, the amount of sacks he has obviously warrants conversation, being best in the league. He gets a 4-year, $112 million deal after kind of being in purgatory with the Cincinnati Bengals for the last 3 years. That thing started at Radio Row on our show where he came on and basically backstage like, "I don't want to have to do this, but I'm getting kind of screwed here. I'm getting kind of screwed here. So this is what I have to do. Thank you for having me." He goes out there. Anything that's good for the Bengals, I'm good for it. If you want to trade me, get some picks for the Bengals, cool. If you want to give me a contract, we work the deal so we get more. Goodbye. I deserve some money. And then for 2 years, it just kind of lingered and lingered and lingered. And then he obviously gets a massive deal. So we're happy for him with the Baltimore Ravens. But I think he was thinking he was playing with Max Crosby as well. Think about I'm getting what? They're paying me how much? And I got every snap guy on the other side over there. It's going to be possible. Yeah, exactly. Which then leads to the people immediately going, "Well, that would have never been able to work," especially with Lamar Jackson happening. Where they're like, "Well, actually, they didn't get a Lamar deal done." It's like a lot of negative vibes seemingly around the Ravens right now. And they sign a guy who knows the division very well and has led the league in sacks. It's like there hasn't been a lot of positive stuff. And then the Lamar Jackson deal comes out. It's like that's negative as well. Tough start for Minter.
Yeah.
But I've heard Bishotti talk one time. I got faith in the Ravens until I don't have faith in the Ravens. But it doesn't feel like a positive time to be a Baltimore Raven right now.
No, not at all. And they lost so many guys, too. Like, it's not even as if they can bring back the old band and they're adding in, Trey Hendrickson, which is great. They lost a ton of players. I think it was 8 or 9 starters in general. Now, the big one they do get back is Matabuke on that D-line, who is playing this fall, he said. But if you're the Raiders looking at this, this is incredible. This is basically one of, if not the greatest offseason for a single team in NFL history. Not to mention they're bringing in, Fernando Mendoza, who is going to be fantastic. Like, all those additions, Max Crosby, if you're going back there, he's had success without all these players. Now he has, 2 of the top 3 linebackers in free agency with Quay Walker and Nakobe Dean, who, oh, by the way, played together at Georgia, so their vibes right off the bat are great.
They are go dogs.
Yeah, they're go dogs. Quiddy Pay, this is going to be his best, D-line he's ever played with. He's playing with Max Crosby, whereas now he'll probably be much, much better. Tyler Linderbaum, Eric Stokes, all these guys that they brought in. If you're the, Raiders, sure, you can be excited about having.
And Crosby put on a tweet.
Yeah.
So Raider for life, I guess.
Yeah.
It's like that's an incredible message of. I guess he spoke to the Raiders. I would assume he spoke to the Raiders. Everything happens for a reason. Believe nothing you hear and half of what you see. It's like, well, we did hear and see that he was going to the Ravens.
So it's all the IG.
Saw the IG.
Saw the photos.
Saw the photos.
So we
thought it was going to happen. But now he's like, I'm back. Raider for life. Run that shit. It's like, good for the Raiders, man. Honestly, your team is all of a sudden seemingly stacked, and your best player is back with a bigger chip on his shoulder. So if you're able to put swords aside, maybe they rework a deal with Max. I don't know what his deal looks like, and be able to figure out going forward, like, hey, it was 2-1, dude. We're in the middle of a complete turnover. You deserve to go win. And they're able to sell it to each other. It's like, good for the Raiders. Good for the Raiders. Also good for the Bills. Big signing.
Yeah.
Buffalo Bills signed Bradley Chubb to a 3-year, $43.5 million deal, up to $52.5 million, with $29 million guaranteed. Huge signing for the Buffalo Bills. Bosa and Von Miller and these guys have been brought into the Bills to go ahead and get to the quarterback. Hopefully, Drake May and other AFC East monster opponents. Bradley Chubb's a great signing for being in the Buffalo Bills. I had no idea this was coming. Good for them, Ty Schmidt.
Yeah, he was the belle of the ball of the trade deadline a couple years ago. I can't remember. I think it was like the Broncos, maybe the Dolphins gave up 2 first-round picks to get him, and then for whatever reason, I think he was, he was fairly solid in Miami, just maybe not exactly what they thought they were getting. But this is kind of Von Miller had that great year with the Bills, and then I don't think they've really necessarily gotten as what they expected out of him or Joey Bosa. So maybe Chubb is the guy. Like that's what Bean told us a long time ago. Hey, when you have Josh Allen, you need a finisher on defense, and maybe they think they found that in Bradley Chubb. But for everything that everyone was saying about Beano, he's had a pretty good offseason thus far.
Yeah, I would say Beano is trying to silence the critics a bit.
Yeah.
You know, and I think Beano doesn't listen to the critics, but he's certainly informed of what everybody's saying. And he knows you got Josh Allen as quarterback, you need to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
It's not just Josh Allen needs to win a Super Bowl. It's like the person putting the team together needs to win a Super Bowl. You're good at your job. You're good at your job. You've been able to do turnover through a couple different really good teams. You got an alien as quarterback. Okay? You need to win a Super Bowl. He understands that. That entire building understands that. And it's seemingly like they have a plan and they're executing it.
Yeah, and he was with Carolina when Cam Newton and them went to the Super Bowl. Brandon Bean, that is, so he kind of understands how you can get that close, but right after, if you don't continue to get that close, you're out of the building. That whole entire thing turns over. The other guys that are still available in free agency too, all of them, you could basically say, hey, if those guys go to Buffalo, that would be a great signing. Like Joey Bosa still doesn't have a team. He might end up back at Buffalo. Him and Bradley Chubb together would be incredible. You mentioned the Heat. At least on the internet, from the Buffalonians, brother, that might not love Brandon Bean. There are another bunch of receivers out there that they can add with DJ Moore to give Josh Allen more help. Like I almost think that the Buffalo Bills are primed for another move, which sucks as a Patriots fan. But Beano's cooking a little bit here, especially as we get further into free agency. Like he might make another few things that make Buffalo even more of a contender.
They redo Josh Allen's deal, so they open up more money. They're able to do that with a couple different players. Speaking of money, it's quarterback position. Kyler Murray's visiting Minnesota. Okay, so he was officially released by the Arizona Cardinals at the start of the new league year, 4 o'clock yesterday. We knew this was coming. Everybody knew this was coming. It actually happens. Now he's going to visit Minnesota. All indications have been that this guy is going to be the Minnesota Vikings quarterback for $1.3 million next year. He's going to go into Kevin O'Connell's system, and his ability to put a ball on an absolute dot is going to amplify that Minnesota Vikings offense that is always going to be talented. And B-Flow's defense is going to be great, and the Vikings are going to be back to that team that was really good, as opposed to the team that is kind of shite and missed the playoffs this past season. They had a 14-win quarterback in Sam Darnold. They said they get out. Daniel Jones is the backup. Get out. We got a guy we drafted.
We'll be better.
9 is going to be the quarterback. Some people say maybe disrespectful to the league, getting rid of a quarterback that wins 14 games and is competing for the number 1 seed in the NFC. But his last few games with the Vikings called into question on whether or not he could be the guy in the big moments. He won 14 games, but Kevin O'Connell could win 14 games to anybody, which we kind of all feel that way.
Yes.
But they move on to Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold just won the Super Bowl with the Seattle Seahawks. Minnesota Vikings missed the playoffs. Look like ass with nothing really in the future at the quarterback position, unless J.J. McCarthy can somehow stay healthy and get the reps that he needs to get better. Instead, we're bringing in a veteran here. They're going to be our starter. Who's it going to be? Maybe Kirk Cousins will bring back.
Ooh.
Maybe Aaron Rodgers. He free agent. Maybe we bring him.
Right.
Maybe we sign Derek Carr out of retirement. Anybody that can layer a ball is what the Minnesota Vikings are looking for. Is basically what we were told across the board of combine from multiple different teams, agents, everything that they're hearing. Kyler Murray would certainly be able to do that. Now, passing lanes and things like that, because of his stature, will certainly be something that Kevin O'Connell will have to work on. That offense, if Kyler Murray is able to commit and buy into it completely, would be absolutely lethal. And his ability to move after and extend plays would only add a certain element to it. But will Kyler Murray be the leading man of the Minnesota Vikings, how Kevin O'Connell wants him to be a leader? Will he be the face of a franchise? Well, how everything went in Arizona, transform how it'll be in Minnesota. We shall see. And is he going to go to the Los Angeles Rams to back up Matthew Stafford?
That is out
And
there.
be the long-term plan for the Los Angeles Rams after Matthew Stafford retires inevitably at some point, no matter how many times he gets in the A-Moore trailer. So what a time to be Kyler Murray. Getting paid a shit ton of money. Your cap hit's going to be very little, and you got multiple suitors that are looking to bring you into the building because they think, because of your talent, you can still be special. It's a good time to be Kyler Murray. But once again, he's the only human in history to be drafted top 10 in MLB and NFL. Freak athlete type guy.
Yeah, and both those places you just mentioned, between LA and Minnesota, they have so many weapons on both sides of the ball, but specifically on offense. Like between Minnesota, you got Hawkinson, who they ended up redoing their deal, so he's back. Obviously, Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, and they also brought back Aaron Jones. And then, LA, that was the first I've kind of heard of that when you just said that. That would be his probably perfect situation. You get paid $1 million. Really, you're getting $38 million, including the money from Arizona, just to be a backup and learn behind Matt Stafford. He never had that opportunity. He was a day one starter off of his rookie year. Go there and be with Sean McVay, and then Puka Nacua, Mike Evans, Kyron Williams, Blake Corum, Terrence Ferguson, all those guys. Like, he really is kind of developed the ball, and he's in a great position to make a good decision for his own career, not just this year.
Good for Kyler, and you know what? Maybe baseball too.
Sure.
You know,
Why not?
It's hot right now.
I heard he can still see a curveball if he had to. So we appreciate what Kyler's doing right now. Good luck to him, and whoever signs him would be great. The Colts are not in need of quarterback though.
No, not anymore.
There was a thought maybe Kyler comes to Indianapolis. Oh, I was kind of high on that actually for $1.3 million. Get a little Kyler show here at Lucas Oil. Him on that coconut husk. Did you see what those 40s were at Lucas Oil Stadium at the combine?
Yes, I'm gonna say only you guys want extra paid content.
Play
I do have an OnlyFans, exclamation OF in the chat. Just kidding, I'm kidding. I don't sell, I don't show people my, I just give it away for free on the stream.
From my understanding,
I love that.
that is what I believe the teams are spinning.
I like
The teams are spinning like, all non-grass just got F's. So that's just kind of how it is. But I was thinking Kyler and Lucas Oil Stadium would really turn it into a loud house, a proud house, a super place. But instead, we got Daniel Jones back, so I'm pumped up.
Week 1.
He looked good yesterday. He said he's going to be playing. He's going to be playing. Speaking of playing, we didn't know if a legendary Super Bowl champion offensive lineman, Landon Dickerson, was going to be playing football again. Remember, this is something that does happen with the big guys, especially after you win a Super Bowl and get paid a lot of money. You your body's beat up. It's a tough job. How much longer do I want to do this? Got family. I'm missing a lot of stuff. Do I want to remain committed to ball? This happens a lot to a lot of players, especially at the offensive line, defensive line position, because they're hand fighting each other and their bodies are gigantic and their joints are always sore and they have to be heavy for their position. So if you've already won a Super Bowl and made a bunch of money, there's a chance that you're going to wonder, do I want to sign back up for this? There's a lot of offensive linemen that have those conversations, and there's a lot of offensive linemen about 2 days before camp. I ain't doing it. Okay, that happens. So Landon Dickerson of the Philadelphia Eagles coming out pondering what his future looked like wasn't a surprise, and we are very happy to announce he's signed a brand new deal. Congratulations! A revised 2-year contract at around $36 million. He was previously due $39 million in 2026-27, but can hit that with 2027 incentives. He's due $15.7 million this year and is no longer under contract in 2028. So here we go. This is a big time move for him. Congratulations, and he's going to be playing. Shout out to the Philadelphia Eagles. They got kind of quiet, made some moves. Everybody's going to hate them until they win a Super Bowl again. Once they win a Super Bowl again, if they win a Super Bowl again, you'll be celebrating for 24 hours. Everybody's going to hate them again. That's a fascinating existence over there in Philly, and I certainly enjoy the fact that Sirianni's in charge of it all. But they do need to win, or it's going to get so loud over there.
Yeah, and the offensive line needs to get back to what it was when they did win, because it seemed like that was, and injuries are definitely part of that, but you go from Saquon having maybe the most special running back season in the history of the NFL to every week kind of like, hey, the Eagles offense looks like shit. But again, new offensive coordinator, all that kind of stuff. So I would expect that the Eagles heard everything. Sirianni kind of just took that all in, and he's going to have one hell of a message for the boys when they return.
I'm excited to see what Sirianni is this year. Him popping off to the crowd, awesome when they're winning.
Oh, yeah.
For us.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Everybody else hates it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they do.
Everybody else seemingly hates it. We really enjoy the way, because it seems like he is able to rally the boys. He's able to rally the boys. Philly gets loud about it because he's not doing things a similar way, but he does seemingly have an ability to bring people together. Will they ever win? The NFC's only getting better.
Yeah, you got an A+ on the report card as far as head coaching goes. Big Dom had nothing to do with that, but this is also kind of the benefit of when you miss out on some free agents. Like, hey, you have more money. Now you can take care of your own guys. Like, Dickerson's not the only one on that team that needs to be paid a little more. You could say, I know Devonta Smith, he's probably nearing an extension as well. Like, now how he can take care of the guys in-house, and how good is that for vibes within the team, too, when you're looking around and like, hey, the better I play, the more money I get. Like, you saw Jalen Carter showed up to Jordan Davis's extension press conference. Like, those are also great things for Philly.
Yeah, great news in the state of Pennsylvania. Cam Hayward's got a new business. Cam Hayward, who is obviously a pillar in Pittsburgh. His dad, Iron Hayward, was also a legend in Pittsburgh. This guy's played here a long time, has been a staple of the community for the Pittsburgh Steelers, at and about at basically every single event. And you can't miss him because literally the thing sitting on his shoulders is the biggest in the world. Mm-hmm. This guy's got the largest head in the world. His dad might have had the largest head in the world. When he passed away, rest in peace, Cam became largest head in the world. His flock is gigantic. This flock is one that is loved in Pittsburgh, And this block is one that has been playing his best football here towards the tail end of his career. Kind of a James Harrison like arc of his career where you get really great at the end of it and start dominating. That's what Cam's been doing. He's been asking for a new deal for a couple of years. Some people say, hey, Cam, stop your patent. That's what people in Pittsburgh are saying.
I heard that.
I'm not saying that's Cam. Cam's a giant. Cam's been good to me. Cam beat my ass. Okay? And if I try to punch him back with my virtual reality big right hook, this thing's breaking. Because that thing, once again, there's no real takedown of Cam. It's like punch your jaw, jaw's punching you. Big right hook. His temple is actually. So I want no beef with Cam Hayward ever because I'm appreciative of him. But a lot of people in Pittsburgh are saying, shut up, Cam. Enough with the pot. Okay? Go to the 84 Lumber Golf Fountain. Okay? Go to the Pittsburgh Penguins game, sit front row on the glass. Okay? We paid you and your family, your brother, remember on team, millions of dollars. Stop your bitching, play football. That was the narrative going into last season. Cam did. Cam stopped, played football, had another phenomenal year, and it feels like Omar Khan's taking care of him. This is a big deal for McCarthy in that locker room, I think so.
Yeah, I think it's huge. So back-to-back All-Pro seasons in his 14th and 15th season, I believe. I think he's been there over a decade and a half. All around good situation, and he's been the best player on that defense the last 2 years by far.
Yeah, and once again, playing his best ball here the last couple of years, and it seems like he's only going to keep going. He obviously, Ohio State, great. I don't know if you've seen Matt Patricia, biggest deal in history of defense coordinators.
Whoa,
They like Ticonderoga, pencil and all. Matt Patricia, a man who was signed to be the DC of the Ohio State Buckeyes this last season. They do not win a national championship, but they become one of the most legendary defenses in the history of college football. He'll remain. Signs a deal putting him up at the top of his class when it comes to college DCs. With this type of money being paid for college defensive coordinators, and with the NIL being like a free agency period, and the recruiting process being like a draft, pro guys, coaches are going to be tempted to go do a lot more college, I think. And from our understanding, recruiting isn't like, you're not pounding that baby anymore. No. Matt Patricia's not being tasked with driving around high school to shake hands and do all this stuff. Now, granted, big name guys, let's go watch this guy.
Let's jump in a pool with this guy.
Let's go get in a helicopter. Let's go watch this guy play football. And if he wants us to sing, let's make sure it's something in our range. Let's not be doing Justin Bieber's Baby.
Some Merrill, maybe.
Yeah, maybe some Haggard. Maybe we do some Haggard, depending upon who we're talking to. Sure. You know, because there's some people that don't know Haggard, and that's embarrassing.
Excuse me?
And they need to.
What?
Excuse me?
I'm sure you've run into a couple and had no idea.
You know, you're probably right, but those are the type of people that I tend to just. I don't want that.
You can sniff it out?
I think I can kind of sniff it out.
I don't know if Matt Patricia knows Merle Haggard, but I do know that he knows defense and what he was able to do with that Ohio State defense and what he's going to be able to continue to do. Because remember, Ohio State's never going to run out of talent, okay? They're never going to run out of, like, high elite football players. And seemingly, as these football players in this new generation of more information in football, more opportunity to play football, all these guys have higher football IQs, it feels like, that end up at Ohio State. He talked about Caleb Downs being able to do whatever, Arvell Reese being able to do whatever, Sonny being able to do whatever. Whenever he started chatting about it, he was like, I have a pro defense over here. They thought we were installing like 2 things. I actually installed like 35 things, and the guys had everything from like day one, basically. So I think he really enjoyed his time there. Who knows if he goes back to the NFL, but I think this leads to a lot of NFL guys going down to college and not understanding that college may be an opportunity. Not to everywhere's Ohio State, but there are others.
When we saw him at the Combine, had him on the show at the Combine, and he hung out with us for a little bit after at the Combine, he seemed like he was a very, very happy man. Like, I don't know if he knew his contract was coming, that's why he was so happy, but he was very happy. He seemed like he loved being at Ohio State. He loved teaching the college kids. He talked to us about how even he was preparing all the guys for the Combine and what they would face there. He talked about him knowing defense. Yes, he obviously knows defense, but, like, he was telling us stories about going to the archives with Coach Belichick and, like, finding videos of Lombardi doing tackling tapes. And I'm talking Vince Lombardi doing tackling tapes. And, like, you could tell how that was, like, the greatest thing he's ever experienced in his life. That man loves ball more than anyone I think that I've talked to in a long, long time. But I think he just loves being a part of ball and teaching kids and being a part of it.
to do that? Yeah, it was disgusting.
Oh, yeah. You got her. She said, like, didn't she say her mind got wiped? Her brain?
She's talking about MK Ultra?
Yeah. Some type of, like,
mind-wise,
she went to, like, the brainwash spa.
Oh, one of the schools that pop acts go to?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean the brainwash spa? There was some certain billionaire that was moving in on pharmaceuticals that talked about certain people's cloning facilities in New York, but I actually don't talk about that.
I don't blame you.
Let someone else talk about it.
First off, what's the chick's name?
Ariana Grande.
Yes.
She used to be Italian, but she turned into something completely different.
Oh, what happened to that on the right?
She turned into a sort of a... Wasn't she in Indiana Jones 3?
Yeah. Isn't she the one that had, like, 18 necklaces that stretched out her neck?
She chose poorly at some point.
I don't know. That can't be the case with her. She's pretty, girl.
Don't you want to be a star?
No way.
Yeah, you've been watching all the Post and Pretty Wicked stuff, right?
Yeah, she's got a nipple.
Any other Wicked girl, they both, all of them. All the Wicked female actresses.
What the
just
hell?
got real crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, so bad.
These
so bad.
These are everyone's heroes.
Now, let's say her brain did get washed.
I'm sure.
She in particular, just because she's on, let's say she's on Jimmy Fallon. Yeah, that. But she has the power of impersonating things like a robot.
She's a good actor. She's very good.
She's unbelievable.
Yeah, she's really good.
So, I don't think that just can happen. I'll be honest with you.
Harder.
That's what she's saying when they're saying wash. So she's just a toy, bro. She's a toy. If she's like too young there, I don't want to say it, but I'm just saying, like, all in all, she is too good looking of a girl to be that talented to impersonate people. I don't believe it's possible.
Sure. I get it.
I can impersonate anybody, but I'm not a good looking person.
She was impersonating other really good singers, like their voices.
She's not a joke. She's a big huge pop act. But her music was always too slutty. I couldn't listen to it.
I don't even know
way too slutty. She had some really big bangers.
Is she a
Nickelodeon slutty? Yes.
Yeah.
Play super
Everyone
tight.
has a thing for a lady boy.
That's a skinny little boy.
Everyone has a thing for fucking guys that are sexy, cute.
I mean, it's just, she's I don't know, she's a cute girl. I can't believe that last picture. What happened?
She's got her teeth out while she's making a little face. She's got her teeth. It's so bizarre to me, these people. Now, I appreciate, especially women, just because women are usually useless. Now, I'm making a joke, I'm not being serious. But I'm saying when they step it up and start, like, playing an instrument and playing bass and stuff, we can't exactly show that video, but I really appreciate when women are, what's into it?
A band, Blue,
You know
right?
what?
Yeah. Oh, here's the best. Did you see this?
You
No.
know what?
Oh.
They did the Brighter Days memory erasure treatment to me, so I'm having trouble remembering the details. They're foggy. Because at the Brighter Days clinic, they do the memory erasure,
If you could remember, struggle. Tell me. Give me a date.
Is she the funniest girl in the world?
Are you serious?
You know what? I'll have to go back to the clinic and see if they can restore my memory.
Are you serious?
I think Ariana Grande might be the funniest girl in the world. That's pretty funny.
Whoa.
What's Brighter Days Clinic?
It sounds like an MK Ultra place. That's what it sounds like.
I think she's just being a funny slut.
She is being funny, but it's something that she's familiar with. The jokes didn't come from nowhere.
It's a reference to her music video shit. She's just, I think there's something very charming about Ariana Grande being that funny. She has an eating disorder.
I guess it probably means that it's not a female.
Oh.
I'm just making.
Well, she was brutally.
But she is funny. She is good.
She's funny. Yeah. Like, she's funnier than half the SNL.
Yeah.
And then I liked this shape here that I think of a lot now. I've been having dreams about it.
Countless hours on
It's
the
hypercute.
But
But what does it mean?
What is this? This guy's a freak.
What does it mean?
Doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. It's like
It's
like, what does that fucking mean?
I love reading.
So Charles, bring up that thing that Charlie always lives by.
Yeah, I live by this, and I didn't know. It's articulated well.
Three-dimensional gray square.
It's articulated well right here. it's I guess a quote from Aldous Huxley, who I'm not a big fan of Aldous Huxley, but whatever his book is, I forget what the book.
Did a guy ever wrap around you and speak to you like that?
Yeah, he definitely did. He's touching my face.
He's got long nails too.
He does have long nails. He said something really funny. To be against the devil, to be more against the devil than for God is exceedingly dangerous. And that's the biggest pitfall that I see. No man can concentrate his attention upon evil or even upon the idea of evil and remain unaffected. Of course, I've experienced that, the face-to-face with the truest, most wicked, insane evil, so much where I don't even mention it to anybody.
Yeah.
Because I have a responsibility to keep people's souls pure. There's other people that don't have the responsibility.
Well, it's just partaking in the evil.
Yeah, you partake in it. To be more against the devil than for God is exceedingly dangerous. Every crusader is apt to go mad. He is haunted by the wickedness which he attributes to his enemies. It becomes, in some sort, a part of him. And that's focusing on the atrocity and only focusing on the atrocity instead of the faith or the Armageddon and the second coming or whatever, the kingdom of heaven which will exist on this world again, that will eradicate evil, open up the pit of the second death and cast all of the wicked insanity into it, where they will cease to exist, to never have existed at all.
In a weird way, all this like complete evil, terrible things happening.
Yeah.
If you even use it as a way for motivation to like fight against it, is worse than just ignoring that it even exists in a weird way. Like ignore it and just have faith that God has a plan and God is going to take care of all this, justice is served.
Yes.
And you just
Yep.
You're locked. You have laser eye focus just on that side.
That's the instruction in the gospel, in the Bible, and etc. It never said become an expert on the perversions of the world. It never. Wow, those boots! I missed those.
Look at the
boots.
hammer, Charles.
Wow, the dead blow.
That's a paver persuader.
Look at the iron, the steel curving. Steel?
Yeah.
Or is that iron?
That's steel.
Steel. Okay. I don't even know what iron looks like.
Steel's kind of a blanketed term, but yeah, it is steel.
Yeah, but I would really say I would say that that's so good. I miss those times, and I have a responsibility. I've gone for many years intentionally not diseasing people with what I know happens to, let's say, children or etc.
Yeah.
Or myself or whoever.
Of course, the civilization.
Or the torture of God through our experience. Oh, that's a snap and a tap. But I think this is the prime directive of all conspiracy theorists, because many people will only put out and amplify the atrocity. And look, if I amplify atrocity through fiction, that's just the way it is. I don't do it through nonfiction. I just don't do it.
Yeah.
Other people will stay on the nonfiction, and they don't have an alternative. Just like Mr. Curtis, who, I mean, I have no reason to not respect, other than, recently, what do I understand? I mean, I can't assume he knows what he's doing, but I know that he does.
It's such a crazy thing. This would be impossible for me to explain. But more or less, you know how everybody screams fake news?
Yeah.
What they should be screaming is, all news is bad.
Yep.
Because all news is reporting terrible things.
Yes.
If there's no news reported ever, let's say it never existed. So in other words, it's a bad tool. But let's say it never existed.
Yeah.
What would be the purpose of hating someone over the border from you that you want to fight and blah, blah, blah? Like, news is what drives it the whole way.
It drives the wedge, yeah.
You know? Like propaganda, news. You create this division.
Mm-hmm.
Because otherwise, you just stick on your property and you do what's best for your community, and then that's it.
Yeah,
all news is bad news.
They create it.
Except for us.
We purify. We eat, we digest, and we purify things. We regurgitate.
I got a hell of a liver.
Yeah, well, we have to. But that's the function of the news, is to demoralize and and essentially stop revolution, I guess you would say. But people, it's easy to say that the warnings are there to help people or to try to prevent the bleak future, but it's really not. And I'm not here to say that you can get up on camera with a big audience and tell people what to do and how to prevent this, because you would be killed immediately.
Oh yeah.
Like I'm not.
You don't take that stand.
I can't can't. I can't. But you can do it spiritually. Things that are not you cannot be attacked. Your rhetoric is unassailable. I specialize in that sort of thing because I'm not looking to. I'm not looking to be attacked. I'm not looking to be attacked
or wiped out.
Well, wiped out. It's very easy because if that were to happen, everyone would just laugh. They'd be like this. He was a nutter. This and that. They could do anything. They would destroy you. People would laugh.
Not me.
No, well, no, definitely not you, and not a handful of people.
Yeah.
But still, like there would be no what recourse would there be?
Well,
there have been many heroes that have been assassinated.
Well, what could I accomplish? I'd be like this. No way, he was good.
Or, yeah.
Like
what do you do? What do you do?
There's nothing else.
And there are of course things. There are crazy things and this and that, but I'm not talking crazy solutions. But I know that. But people that are influential and that are intellectual, they should have some safeguards as to not demoralize the people, unless that was the point of their existence to begin with, which I'm saying is
that's the case. Yeah.
Now this guy,
and that's why I say all news is bad news, because whatever they're reporting, there's an aim to it.
There's
and
an aim
the underlying aim is it's to demoralize you.
It's to demoralize.
To cause anger to another.
Exactly. To out people. Let's say people get too crazy, they start telegraphing things, and they'll have a target on their back. And this guy, his job is to demoralize people so they don't prepare for the second coming or apocalypse or these things. I'm not trying to be, Mr. Apocalypse. I'm really not. But they're there in order to drive people away from God. They're there to hijack people's imagination and to force them to amplify what they're saying. It's like when someone hates you. It's like if someone hates you and they call you a piece of shit, or like you fucked everything up. You're a piece of shit. You're a scumbag. I mean, everyone has faced that to some degree. It's that the aggressors. Now, I've never called someone a piece of shit to their face or said that they're ruining everything or this and that. I could never do that. There's a reason for that, because the power of the mind and the manifestation, if you want to use that word, it's not exactly a powerful word, but if you want to use the aggressors and people who would wish you dead and people who would wish you diminished, they say these things not because they're true. They say these things because they want them to be true, and they're trying to make you believe them.
It's more of what I'm saying.
You understand?
When you start believing things.
When you start believing the people that hate you, that tell you that you're trash and tell you that you ruined everything or you're a piece of trash, because I've had a handful of occasions with that. It's that the people they don't believe that. They want you to believe it in order that they have power over you, because they're mainly
100%.
gay.
Yeah.
Generally. But it's the same thing with this guy. He wants it to be true, and he wants you to believe it because he's gay.
Yeah, it's a gay thought.
He's a gay man.
For real, because
he's not white and he's not Christian.
They do just want to make you feel bad.
Because it has an effect. What you put out, what you manifest, what you amplify, it has an effect.
Okay, Rennie Master Mix is in. This guy's a streamer. Does anyone else join? I'm not fully into the tens. This guy's bounty in play. Okay, here we go. Nice. He's ace-9. We're a big favorite. Oh, full house. Let's go.
Keep it low, keep it low. Keep it low. Fuck. Oh.
think it was pretty clear that the purpose of the negotiations was to buy time until the U.S. could position more military assets in the region to start this war.
Hey, welcome back to the show. We got special guest with us. Dave DeCamp is here. He's the news editor and columnist for antiwar.com, where he's worked since 2018. He also hosts a daily podcast called Anti-War News with Dave DeCamp, providing analysis on U.S. foreign policy from a non-interventionist perspective. Welcome to the show, Dave DeCamp. Hey, Dave.
Hey, Jimmy. Thanks for having me. Good to be here.
Good to see you, pal. I just wanted to get your take on a few things where it's kind of right up your alley. Now, there doesn't seem to be... Nobody knows what the goal is for this war or what we want out of it, and nobody knows what the end point is. Nobody knows. So, but here's Trump. He gave a speech on Monday where he just gave vague and contradictory reports on if we won the war, if we're going to end the war, when's the war. So, at the most consequential moments of his 2 terms in office, wartime President Trump on Monday delivered a vague and contradictory forecast for how long the United States will continue to fight in Iran and what the ultimate goal of the U.S. military campaign is going to be. Reporters tried to get him to tell us, and they said, you said the war is very complete, but your defense secretary says this is just the beginning. So which is it? I think you could say both, Trump replied. It's the beginning of building a new country, but the problem with that is Trump and his top advisors had ruled out managing an effort at nation building in Iran. Hours have passed, and indeed Trump's own vision for the Iran seems to change with every telephone call he has taken from a reporter in the last 10 days. We could call it a tremendous success right now. We could go further, and we are going to go further. All right, so here is Witkoff. So now this is the guy who's supposed to be negotiating all this. He says he doesn't know when the war is going to end. U.S. Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff acknowledged on Tuesday that he doesn't know if the war in Iran and the U.S. airstrikes on Islamic Republic Iranian contracts will continue. Here it is. Hey, how's this war going to end? They ask him.
So how do you see this ending, this war?
I don't know, Sarah. I know this, that President Trump is the wrong guy to go up against. That's what I know.
Okay, so he doesn't have, so Trump doesn't know when the war is supposed to end or how it's going to end or even what they want out of this war. Now Steve Witkoff has no idea when it's going to end. Because they led the negotiations, him and Kushner, with Iran in the weeks leading up to the attacks. But after the war started, Witkoff claimed that during the first round of talks, Iranian officials said they had enough nuclear material to build 11 nuclear bombs and that they were proud of it. But a diplomat involved in the negotiations said that never happened. I can categorically state that this is inaccurate, a Persian Gulf diplomat involved in the negotiations told MS Now. Witkoff was referring to Iran's stockpile of uranium that's enriched to 60%, which is believed to be buried under rubble following the June 2025 airstrikes on Iran's nuclear facilities, and it's still below the 90% needed for weapon-grade uranium. The night before the U.S. and Israel began bombing Iran, Oman's foreign minister, who mediated the negotiations, said Iran was willing to give up its stockpile of enriched uranium to reach a deal, and it didn't matter. So during the negotiations, Witkoff also made the false claim that Iran could have material to make a bomb within a week, despite the fact that Iran is unable to enrich uranium following the June 25 strikes that President Trump obliterated their nuclear program. Trump has also repeated similar claims and said Monday that he launched the war based on advice of Witkoff, Kushner, Secretary of State Pete Hegseth, and Secretary Marco Rubio. In my opinion, based on what Steve and Jared and Pete and others are telling me, and Marco, that I thought they were going to attack us. The day after the U.S. and Israel started the war, Pentagon officials told Congress that there was no indication Iran was planning to strike U.S. or Israel without being attacked first. So I just want to read you this quick. I just found this before we came into the studio. Rizan Nasari says, Steve Witkoff is on a media tour to explain away his failures at the negotiating table with Iran. He's now smears FM... how do you say that name? Arakchi? I'm going to say Arakchi. Who, unlike him, is seasoned and notoriously serious diplomat, claiming the Iranian foreign minister lacked willingness to reach a deal, lacked authority, was threatening, shouting, and all sorts of other nonsense. The truth is very different. In one of the 3 rounds of the negotiations, Witkoff showed up late to the meeting and then went off to have breakfast. He had no knowledge whatsoever of the technical nuclear issues under discussion. He could not even use the correct terminology when referring to basic technical matters. He was clueless about past agreements, did not bother to take notes, and could not even grasp Iran's proposals. He had not even bothered to bring along a State Department diplomat or a technical expert who could explain to him what the Iranian negotiators were actually talking about. At the first meeting in Geneva, he cut the discussion short to attend talks in Ukraine, which he had conveniently scheduled on the same day to avoid having to travel twice. In another meeting, he reportedly stepped off his private plane half sober and pretended to agree with everything Iran proposed, only to later reverse himself and tell a completely different story to the U.S. media. Foreign Minister Ergachi could dismantle every one of Witkoff's claims simply by releasing fully or even partially Iran's proposals. That alone would show that Witkoff is either clueless, lying, or more likely acting on behalf of Netanyahu rather than the U.S. administration. The U.S. Congress and the intelligence community would do well to investigate whether he was actually pursuing American interests or effectively taking his cues from a foreign government, namely Israel. The American people deserve to know. And finally, ask why he pretended. Ask why he pretended talks were progressing to the Iranian counterpart and the Omani mediator, and reported the opposite to his boss. And in fact, if what he reported to Trump is the same fiction he's now feeding the U.S. media, then he bears direct responsibility for helping ignite a regional war. Was Witkoff a traitor to his boss to peace or to both? Now, Dave, take that wherever you'd like. It seems like they were not negotiating in good faith once again. Let's remember they were negotiating with the Palestinians in Qatar when Israel bombed them, and now it seems like this was another phony negotiation because they had planned to bomb Iran anyway. What do you make of this?
Yeah, the one place where I would disagree with Reza there is that he said Steve Witkoff failed at the negotiations. Well, I think it was pretty clear that the purpose of the negotiations was to buy time until the U.S. could position more military assets in the region to start this war. I was of the opinion that a decision was made at the end of December when Netanyahu visited Mar-a-Lago that they were going to launch another war against Iran. And Trump basically said it to the media. He was asked, about the missile program, and he said that if Iran continues its missiles, then we're gonna attack them. And then in January, when the protests were really heating up, all indications were that a U.S. airstrike on Iran was imminent. And then they backed down. And according to the reporting at the time, Netanyahu was the one who told Trump not now, because they wanted to get more military assets, air defenses, aircraft carriers, and things in the region. So I thought it was clear pretty much that whole time from January until this started that this was coming, and the purpose of these negotiations was to buy time. And I became even more certain of that in the last few weeks when Witkoff was going on TV and claiming that Iran, could have enough material to build a bomb within a week. And also what him and Trump started saying is, Iran, they just won't say that they don't want a nuclear weapon. They won't make that commitment. But it's literally Iran's state policy that they will never build nuclear weapons. And people can argue, that they don't believe them or whatever, but that's not even the claim that they were making. Trump said this in the State of the Union, that they wouldn't say the words, no nuclear weapons. The whole thing is really just absurd. The lies that were being told, it's a very low effort propaganda campaign that's happening here. A big part of what we do at antiwar.com is try to poke through the war propaganda, debunk, the phony narratives as you do on your show. But this has been difficult because they're just making crap up. I mean, when I wrote that story the other day about Witkoff, it's just such BS that he is saying. And it's, and you see Trump, they're floating around all these different reasons for going to war. The White House at one point said, President Trump had a feeling that Iran was going to attack. And that's what they launched the war based on. So the whole thing, and also J.D. Vance claiming that they're trying to build a nuclear weapon, that was another sign that I knew that this war was coming, just because of the lies, just the blatant, brazen lies. And now we've also seen them lie about this massacre at the elementary school in Iran that was bombed by the U.S. in the first hours of this war. And so,
I'm just really disgusted with this administration, all the top officials, and Witkoff. You know, he was doing this with Jared Kushner, and they were, collaborating with Netanyahu basically the whole time, speaking with Netanyahu and the head of the Mossad and other Israeli officials every day. So they were never serious about peace or about diplomacy.
So you wouldn't say that Witkoff was lying to Trump about how the negotiations were going, that Trump actually instructed him through, or he was instructed by Bibi Netanyahu, because that's who's really running this war, to not negotiate in good faith and just stall. So Witkoff wasn't in essence lying to Trump, and that's why he started the war. He was doing what he was told, right?
Yeah, I mean that's what I've gathered. You know, it's impossible for me to know for sure, but because again, just the way Trump has been lying throughout this whole thing. I mean, literally, that the State of the Union when he said Iran won't say they won't build nuclear weapons, the Iranian foreign minister said just that like a few hours before. So yeah, I think that this was the plan. Trump himself was set. It looked like to bomb Iran in early January. So yeah, I think they're all in on this. And now, though, as Witkoff said there, how does this end? I don't know what they were thinking. I mean, it was very obvious how this was going to go. There's even a U.S. intelligence report that was completed a week before the war started that said a large-scale attack on Iran is not going to result in regime change. And now they've just, the Iranian missiles and drones are still flying across the region. The Strait of Hormuz is effectively closed. And that's one reason why I think so. On Monday, you had that quote there from Trump saying, I forget exactly what he said, but like, oh, the war is very much complete. And then he backtracked. I think that was him trying to juke the markets because on Sunday night, oil went up to like $120 a barrel. And then it went down. And then him saying that brought it down again. So I think that's a big part of why Trump is all over the place here. But at the same time, I think they don't really know where they're going with this and what their next step is. And unfortunately, it doesn't seem like, I see some people saying he should just declare victory and call it a day. I just don't see that happening.
We'll be right back with more of this story after a brief message from our sponsor. Keep landscape more transparent. How do you see this ending? Let me just ask you that. How do you see it ending?
I mean, I really don't know, to be honest, because right now, Iran's message is, if you want a ceasefire, it's too late, too bad, basically. And I think Iran sees blood in the water because, we see the U.S. running out of the Patriot and THAAD, their advanced air defense interceptors, and they're pulling stuff in from other regions. I think Iran probably has a whole bunch of these drones that are causing trouble that, according to the Pentagon, they're having the most trouble intercepting their cheap Shahed drones that they can produce, very quickly. And from Iran's perspective, if there's a ceasefire is reached, then they're going to expect another attack to happen 6 months to a year. There's no trust. They bombed them twice during negotiations now. I can't imagine this ending within the next few weeks or months. Unfortunately, I hope it does, but it just seems like this is going to really drag out. And the question is, like, what's the next escalation? Iran has some options when it comes to escalation. The Houthis in Yemen, for example, as far as I'm aware, they have not entered the war. They say they're ready to do it. We could see an escalation of attacks on oil infrastructure. If the Houthis wanted to, they could really hit the Saudi and UAE oil fields and stuff. And then what's the escalation option for the U.S.? I mean, dropping more bombs on Iran and potentially sending in troops, special operations missions. But to do what exactly? They say that they want to capture the enriched uranium, but I believe it's buried under a mountain. So I don't know how they're supposed to do that. But yeah, all signs kind of point to this dragging out for at least a few months.
And what do you see as do you have any predictions on what the world will look like after?
Well, I mean, this could be a real turning point when it comes to. I mean, this is just my feeling. This isn't like me, from what I do for antiwar.com, following all this stuff. But this does kind of feel to me like this could be the beginning of the end for the American empire, whatever exactly that means. It might result in some sort of retreat by the U.S. from the region. And I think I don't think that would happen immediately, but in the coming years. I mean, just look at it. You see the Arab countries, they were sold, okay, we could have these U.S. bases. We're going to get these nice missiles, and they're going to protect us. Well, it turns out having a U.S. base on your territory is a huge liability. And so I think they're certainly questioning this whole arrangement. And despite what we've seen a lot of claims that like the Saudis have entered the war against Iran, but that still hasn't happened. We haven't seen any Saudi or UAE attacks on Iran, even though their drones are hitting their territory. They're still, for the most part, not joining the war on the side of the U.S. and Israel.
So do you agree that first of all, I don't know what the Gulf states get out of having our bases in their countries, except to make them targets when the United States starts another war with Iran. That I don't understand what they thought they were getting out of it. They thought, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Dave, the Gulf states thought that they were getting protection from the United States military by having their bases in their country, and then they'll continue to the petrodollar, and that we will give them military cover and support and defense. And it's obvious, and from day one of the United States attacking Iran, that the United States is not going to defend the Gulf states whatsoever. They're only going to defend Israel. So what is in it now for the Gulf states to continue to partner with the United States? And why did they really make it that big of a miscalculation at first? And now what's in it for them? So that's a two-part question.
Yeah, well, that's a good point about Israel, because what we've seen is apparently the U.S. has brought stuff from its bases in these Gulf countries and moved it to Israel, to better protect Israel. That the U.S. is prioritizing the defense of Israel over these countries. And what did they expect to get out of it? I mean, as you mentioned, the petrodollar and the trade relationship is very big. And the dynamic has kind of changed in the Middle East in recent years. Saudi Arabia and Iran, for example, were very hostile. But a few years ago, China brokered a normalization agreement between them. And it seems like the Saudis, MBS, kind of had different calculations on how they were going to handle certain things in the region, including the war in Yemen. That was a brutal war that the U.S. backed. And since they reached a ceasefire with the Houthis in 2022, and the reason why they reached that was because their missiles and drones started hitting their oil fields. We saw Joe Biden bomb Yemen, bomb the Houthis, or they're also known as Ansar Allah. They're the ruling government in the area of Yemen where most people live. They're called the Houthi rebels in all the U.S. media, but they're the government. They've been in power since 2014. But anyway, so when Joe Biden was bombing them, the Saudis didn't want anything to do with it. When Trump was bombing them last year, the Saudis still didn't want anything to do with it. And I think the natural state, if the U.S. pulled back, we would see kind of this rapprochement between the Saudis, the Sunni monarchs with Iran. But the U.S. is kind of straining that relationship, and something that Israel really wanted with these normalization deals. Abraham Accords was to form this kind of anti-Iran alliance in the region. So I think that is also part of why we saw some of these Gulf countries welcome the U.S., or let the U.S. military stay there for so long, after Desert Storm, is that they were also hostile against Iran. But that seems to have changed. So, yeah, I don't think there's much in it for them now. There is the chance, again, though, that there are more escalations here, that we start seeing the Saudi oil fields really get hit, and then maybe they do actually enter the war, and that could kind of change things.
Well, we know Israel already bombed Saudi Arabia, and Saudi Arabia is aware of that, I'm sure, right?
Yeah, I've seen, from Saudi media that they're saying that not all these drones are Iranian, essentially alleging that there's some Mossad Israeli false flags happening, and that that is in Israel's interest to strain relations between them and Iran. I mean, you look at Iraq. Iraq is obviously a different situation, but it's like for many years actually, the kind of proxy war between the U.S. and Iran was fought in Iraq. But this hasn't really got much media coverage, is that there's all these drones flying at U.S. bases. The U.S. is bombing the Shia militias there. There's all these protests at the U.S. Embassy. The parliament is chanting, death to America. And, the U.S. still has bases there. It's just the whole thing is just such a mess across the region.
Oh, the chanting. I can't take the chanting. Wow, God.
Should've
Wow.
bet, though.
Sure,
Should've
we
bet.
slaughtered their children, their 11-year-old girls, but we don't chant while we do it. That is so offensive, the chanting. So what do you think at the end of this? What do you think that leaves the Gulf states? Because they now know that their partnership with the United States is worthless. So now I've had someone on the show say that they're going to stop investing their money because they don't have any money because the Strait of Hormuz is closed. But they're going to stop investing their money, their oil money, into our stock market, which will crash our stock market and then crash our economy. So, do you think that's going to happen? And what is in it for them to remain in a relationship with the United States after this?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's possible. There's just a lot of unknowns, but as you said, with the Strait of Hormuz closed, and another big thing, I mean, especially for the UAE, the fact that you have drones crashing in Abu Dhabi, this is supposed to be a safe, very modern city, and they attract wealthy foreigners to live there. So, their kind of prestige, that image is taking a real hit. Yeah, I would expect, it depends how it ends. If this ends relatively soon and it doesn't turn into, we don't see these Gulf states getting on the war actually against Iran, then I think we would probably see that. But there is that chance, and big things could happen, especially in Bahrain, because their population is majority Shia. They're Shiite Muslims. The king is a Sunni who's allied with the U.S., who normalized with Israel. The people don't like that, and we've seen all these videos of U.S. drone attacks, not U.S. drone attacks, Iranian drone attacks on U.S. bases, and the people are cheering. And they've really cracked down on that. So there's always the chance for like an uprising, or destabilizing kind of events happening, especially in Bahrain and Kuwait. Kuwait doesn't have a Shia majority, but they have a lot of Shias, and these countries are right there. I mean, they're like right next to Iran.
Yeah.
So I'm sure that the people there are not happy about being in the middle of this for the U.S. and Israel. I mean, these are Arab Muslim people. I'm sure that they're not thrilled about what's going on here.
And I mean, they also bombed Dubai. So Dubai, Abu Dhabi, you're right that was considered a safe haven for Westerners to go to this country, and it was safe, and it's brand new, and it's cosmopolitan, and now they're fleeing, correct? Because there's no defense when someone bombs them. It's all, so now they know it's not a safe place. So it's kind of over for the United Arab Emirates. Am I wrong on that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's over, but I think they're certainly taking a hit. It depends a lot on how long this lasts and what kind of the situation is. I mean, if there is a ceasefire but nothing's resolved, then people are going to stay out of there. If this could happen again, then yeah, they're really going to take a hit. And that was another thing. I mean, there's Americans, like the embassies in these countries, the U.S. embassies were saying, "Oh, you should try to leave the country if you can, but don't ask us for help." Like they didn't have any preparations. Mike Huckabee was on video telling Americans in Israel to take a bus to Egypt.
Yeah.
And another thing, so like there's reporting that these Gulf countries, because a lot of them have the Patriot missile defenses and U.S.-made air defense systems, they're running very low on the munitions, and they're asking the U.S. like, "Hey, we need some more missiles here." And apparently, the U.S. is not getting back to them, as just like worrying about themselves and Israel at the moment. So yeah, all these things, I think for when it comes to long-term U.S. relationship with these countries and presence is certainly going to be on the decline after this.
Seen before, but I do understand you got to make a play every once in a while. Casario sees one of those and he thinks to himself,
"You guys exciting?"
I like Pierce, man. I like Pierce. Pierce is a good player. Pierce is a good player. He's fun to watch. I really enjoy calling some of him. He's dirty though. Got himself thrown out of the game. Dirty, good player.
You agreed with that too.
"What are you talking about?
Oh, yeah.
What do you mean? What do you mean?"
He headbutted that ref.
That was crazy. That was crazy.
It was?
I couldn't believe that.
Yeah, well, JG, you're always viewing something with a little slight bias. We know that, but you never let it come through the microphone, or seen it come through the microphone, which is why we respect you so much. Just know the Colts haven't hung a banner in a long time. Well, started hanging banners because we hadn't hung a banner in a long time. We're going to get back to banner hanging days, and that's going to be with Daniel Jones with a brand new Achilles. And that's another guy, second chapter in a career. We were just chit-chatting about there with potentially Kyler in Minnesota. Daniel Jones gives a lot of credit to KOC because of his preparation, how he views things, feels like he changes a player. A lot of these players are going to do that, and hopefully you're able to make the most of it. Let's speak about a guy making a move that we could have never expected. Go ahead, Ty.
Yeah, Jay, Mike Evans signing with the 49ers. Now, I think a lot of people, the Bucs even said it too, like, hey, we want him to be a one-helmet guy. I think a lot of people assumed he would just stay there. I think a lot of people probably assumed you were going to be a one-helmet guy with the Texans. How difficult was that process, deciding, hey, I am going to go somewhere else? And what do you think the expectations are for Mike Evans? We're talking about a lot of guys in the second chapter. This, in all likelihood, is his last chapter.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question. There's obviously a major appeal to being a one-helmet guy, but there's also so many factors at play that sometimes it's easy to be a fan and have that nostalgia view and put those rose-colored glasses on and think that everything is just, oh, this is a no-brainer. Absolutely not. But there are so many things, whether it's inside the building, outside the building, whether it's your own goals, aspirations, different things going on that change what that actually looks like. And it was interesting. I was talking to my wife about this the other day because I was, people come around and they say certain things, whether it's about your career or they want pictures and they want to talk about things. And we were talking about musicians and how sometimes musicians don't play, or they talk about how when they have to play their old hits over and over again for their entire career, some of them really love it and they'll play them for the end of time and they can't wait to play it again for the 10 millionth time. And then there's others that are like, that was a phase of my life and I moved on from that phase. And those words have a different meaning to me than they do to you because of what I lived and what I went through. And there's just a different chapter to that. And I think that sometimes that's what happens with players where everybody from the outside might look at it and say like, oh, how could you possibly want to try something new? But who knows? Maybe he's been there for this long and he unfortunately hasn't, doesn't feel like this is the time for him to do what he wants to do in this phase. So he's going to move on and try something else. Tell you what, that 49ers uniform is going to be a damn nice addition to his closet because those Buccaneers uniforms are sick.
Yeah.
So he's going to have a sweet jersey wall here coming up.
Agreed. And what he's going to do in that Shanahan offense, we assume is going to be spectacular. And he came out and said, there he is, looking very cool. Shout out to the jersey swaps that happen all over the internet, both very elementary and awesome. There's all different levels all across the place. He is going to look sweet, but that Shanahan offense can be outrageous, especially if you just saw what Tay Adams was able to do with Los Angeles Rams. He had 10 touchdowns within the 5-yard line. And we just assume Mike Evans is unguardable down there. And I don't think Shanahan and Brock Purdy would be scared to weaponize that, especially with Christian McCaffrey in the backfield that you have to respect the box in the entire thing. So we assume it's going to be great. Allegedly, the reports were that Tampa Bay Buccaneers were very aggressive whenever it came to finances, but Mike Evans wanted to try a new challenge, something new. And you talk about singers not wanting to, sing some songs because it reminds them as you flop back and forth there from mirror mode to straight on mode, which I appreciate you doing down there in the lower right corner. Some musicians don't want to play songs because it reminds them of the place. Because you don't want to be up on the stage singing that, oh, I know a sad song. Sad song. You know what we're talking about, Jake? He went back to Ibiza. Yep. Love songs now. Love songs, he says every single time. So I know exactly what you're talking about. You're talking about Posner. You're saying Mike Evans is potentially Mike Posner with Ibiza and sad songs. Yeah. And sometimes you just want to live a different chapter and tell different stories. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely thanks.
I'm happy.
Posner?
I don't know. I was trying to do all that just to get in the fact that I'm happy Posner's happy. Yeah.
Good song.
So he's not going to play the hits, or he is?
So
not that one.
We got a new one for the Pill and Ibiza. Okay. Now he's 12 years older and 6 years sober, and Ibiza ain't here no more. And then all he knows is love songs. But he's gonna have to go back and play some, some Buried in Detroit, I believe.
Oh yeah.
Is one of his songs.
Oh yeah.
Foxy's been pumping Posner hard here.
Baby, please don't go.
Baby, please don't go. It does suck that they have to relive all this. How about when they're singing love songs that they wrote definitely about somebody, and then they're up on stage and she's potentially, out loving songing somebody else.
Right. That's music football.
Yeah, it is music football. I guess you got to be able to separate, your feelings from the song. But then they say all you need is your feelings for your song, though. So that's tough.
Like, you got it. It's a hit for a reason.
People want to hear.
Bingo. But yeah, if we're paying money for tickets, play the hit.
Yeah, but what if I don't want to go through the emotional trauma?
I don't
singing
give
the
a
song?
shit about your
That's on
artistic
you.
liberties.
The lady I wrote the song about is smooching another guy in the third row.
Change the lyrics. Throw
You want me
Duck
to
in
sing
there.
that song?
Don't write songs about women then.
Well, that's a lot of these songs. A lot of these songs are about love and heartbreak.
Write about your dog then.
Oh,
What about when your dog dies though? Then you start crying on stage. Oh.
exactly.
Well then change the lyrics.
Well, he did. Oh, I know. And every time he performs, he goes, love songs, love songs.
Yeah.
Love songs.
I hate that.
Ate some kale in Ibiza.
I hate that.
Why do you
Absolute
trying to have a
shite.
positive
Absolute
experience?
shite.
What is that all about?
Just don't do that. Don't take what you did in the past and realize that everybody still wants you to sing that because that's one of like the 3 good songs that you have. And then,
He has bangers on bangers on bangers.
he's not.
I saw him do a 10 song show, all of them heaters.
Greatest concert I've ever been
I'm
to.
sure he's not really.
Shut
for
up.
me. He's got a couple in his catalog, but if I'm expecting, I took a pill in Ibiza, and then this guy's moping and pouting about something else and repackaging it and trying to say it's the same thing, I'm not okay with that.
All right. Well, it's a good song.
If he has that sax
It's a love song.
Thank you.
I'll give it a listen after the show.
Joining us now is the man who brought up all these sad songs. Thanks for being a Debbie Downer with no internet. Ladies and gentlemen, live from vacation, JJ Watt.
Did I miss the Dookie conversation? Are we talking about Dookie here?
Dookie's super positive song, I would like to say.
what
It has a super positive song.
Where is? I thought we were getting like a full album music career. I saw you at the Grand Ole Opry yesterday. I think. I mean, I thought, when is this launch coming? Where is the?
Listen, Dookie in good old days were vlog songs. Okay, we had to make vlog songs, so that's what they are. The entire catalog that I'll be releasing is. It was hard. I got to travel down to Nashville again. I got to go down there again. There's a real thing, I guess. They do real stuff here.
They don't just want you recording it in your phone. Turns out.
Turns out you can't just.
Voice memo app isn't how it works.
I certainly tried. A couple times. I'm like, nobody's expecting my voice to be good, but they're like, yeah, but like, don't we want this to kind of? Don't we? When we want these, like, these are like your songs, man. This is like your. Shouldn't we show? Why are you working with us? You can just make this by yourself.
Yeah, you got GarageBand, right?
Yeah, exactly. That is kind of what the conversation has been. So I have wanted to release the shitty versions of all these, like just where, like, hey, this is what it would sound like with voice memo. Like, let's put this. What are we doing? Like, maybe next week we just. Can we please? That's another thing. Is like, can we just please do this? Can we just like actually do this right? I'm like, you got it. And
are you letting the suits take control? Are you letting
it's not the suits, yeah. It's the people that are going into the Grand Ole Opry. That's the people. It's like it's the actual talent. You know, they're like, and also the suits over there. Seth, that Seth guy. He's a thinker. He's a dog. They're trying to take care of me though, which has been very cool. But yes, they'll be coming. You will hear them. And some of them,
looking forward to it.
Some of them are much better than I expected. And
does AJ have a verse?
AJ has good old days. I mean, AJ always liked to say the good old days we're living on. This breathless stress.
I'm not singing, Jage. I'm not out there singing. I
would love to hear that voice. I think we all would love to hear Fergie and Jesus over there.
It would be a little Fergie Jesus mix, wouldn't it? Maybe Fergie Jesus come play for Burnley. What's going on? I just got news from the back room that you guys suck again. Well, I thought we were good.
Come on.
I thought we were good. What happened? Gumpy's in the back one.
Right?
Oh, Burnley's going down 3 leagues if possible. That's what Gumpy said.
What?
James, what happened? The refs are screwing you? Do we stink? What's going on?
A little of both.
Oh, Gump.
We went down 3-0 in the first half. Looked bleak. Really rough. Bad half. Really bad half. Went in at halftime. Actually, no. We scored one right before half because there was no goal on there. So 3-1 at half. And then came out in the second half, just hair on fire. Put up, came back 3-3, went to take the lead. The AR called it off by the sliver of a sleeve on offside. That's fine. Then they scored 4-3 them. Then 96th minute or whatever, we score to tie it up to take a point. VAR calls it back. Called it a handball. Now, fast forward Thursday after the game, I get on the call with the VAR officials. Let me see what's going on. Let me hear the communication between the video people and the people on the pitch. Let me hear the refs' thoughts. Let me hear those people's thoughts. Fascinating. Very, very interesting. Would love to hear this type of stuff NFL side. First thing I will say, they have a very difficult job. They have a very, very difficult job, and they have to do it very, very quickly. And they have to like move around and screens and everything. Very hard job. Second thing I will say, they were wrong.
Okay. Went through that whole meeting. Acknowledged that you guys are doing a lot of due diligence. We appreciate the interactions you are having back and forth and what you see and what you don't see and what you can solidify. And at the end of it, you're wrong. And if I come back on one of these, I'm going to let you know you're wrong again. I appreciate what you do. They've got a shot of you very pissed about the second one getting taken. I mean, this guy's a football owner right there.
That's right.
That guy's a football owner right there. Sweet trench coat. Sweet trench coat. With the tie all the way down. I mean, just
great.
yeah.
So in
Yeah, very suity.
Looks like a gaffer.
What's the lady's name over there for the Ted Lasso's team? Get some biscuits.
Waddingham.
That's a real name. Can't remember what her name is.
Rebecca.
Yeah.
Rebecca Welton.
Is that what happens? Great work.
Boom!
Great. That's good.
ESPN News. That is real news. That's her actual name.
Okay, so we don't know if that. Okay, he just fact checked himself. So you guys can certainly do that at home if you want. Does anybody bring you biscuits every morning? Like, how does it work as an owner of one of these English teams? And do you have fit that you have to wear? Like, do you have to dress like that to be a part of the action over there?
No. Away matches, when you're in somebody else's executive box, you do have to wear a suit and tie. In our stadium, we are we're in Birmingham. We enjoy a more casual style. Sometimes I'll wear a suit and tie. Sometimes I'll wear a t-shirt and my hat. But a really cool. I love this aspect of English football. It's cool. Instead of tailgating, basically, you go in and sit down, have a 3-course meal for the match, and then you go out there and you watch the match. Right? So I've told it before, but I have my pre-match routine. I get dropped off at the Royal Dyche pub. I go into the Royal Dyche. I have a pint of Guinness.
Benny Bomb.
Burnley Miners Club. I have a Benny Bomb. Walk into the stadium. I have my 3-course meal. And I watch the match.
And we lose.
You gotta drink more, dude.
I didn't mean that. I didn't mean any of that. That was rude that I said that. It was just kind of sitting there. I was waiting for the time to do that because the boys are going to start winning. I know they are. I got a feeling that the boys are going to keep winning. That's especially if you keep with your routine. Do the same thing.
Put some negative reviews on these songs when they come out.
Do not.
Come on,
negative
dude.
Reviews.
They got
1 star. Dookie. He sounds like Dookie.
Listen, Dookie was an aggressive choice for your first song to put out. Okay, I will say. Now, but on that note, they were needed for.
Are you putting the WWE? Did I see that the other day?
Wait, the WWE. Jeez, it's not my time right now. Like, now's not the time. I got a pregnant wife. We got a show. There's a lot going on. And also, business is a different place. I mean, the business has potentially moved completely. They're in a good spot. I mean, it is.
I mean, from what I read, you own everything. All you call all the shots everywhere. What I read. I'm just telling you what I read on vacation. When I wake up and I walk to grab my coffee in the morning, I don't catch a lot of news, but I catch a little. And it says, baseball thing. We didn't know what we were doing. It says, Pat McAfee runs everything at all times. And it says, Max Crosby, something weird happened. That's the 3 things of news that I got.
Okay.
And then when he gets his coffee, he spits in the tip jar.
Yes, he does. I'm not doing any of these. You already logged me for 20%. Is that coming back to me? I did all the work.
That's a conversation worth having.
I'm with you, James. I'm with you.
On that
I did it because I'm not going to be that guy. I'm staring him in the face. I do the 20% because it's on there and I'm going to do it and I'm not going to be that guy. But I served my own coffee. I picked up my own food. I put my own food in the trash. I don't understand who got it. If it's going to the cooks and everything, I hope so. I hope that 20% went to somebody who deserves it as part of the process. I just could not figure out in my process where that was going because I was the server.
Yeah, I understand that you were working for it, and maybe you thought it was coming back to you as well, and then you thought to yourself, I'm saying there has to be a conversation about this. I don't know if you saw Whitworth. Whitworth responded, I go 30%, asshole. Basically, is what he said. There were some moments of great
What a guy. What a guy. What a guy.
The owner of Burnley is looking to not tip some local worker who is being...
Oh no. Do not get it mistaken here. There was plenty of margin worked into the cost of that meal for them to pay everybody fairly. Trust me, an orange juice was $24. So don't get me twisted on
Is there enough money to pay everybody? All right.
All right.
There is enough money to pay everybody.
Hey, I love that you put it out. 3.4 million views on that tweet's a huge tweet. A lot of people have been waiting for somebody to say it. The fact that you're the guy, I respect and appreciate, because that's what you do for society, Jage. We can't thank you enough for joining us. Enjoy your vacation. Thank you for taking time out of your day. And it is crazy to read nice stuff about us, isn't it?
Certainly.
It doesn't happen. It's crazy. It's crazy. I'm happy you're seeing it. It's crazy, the things that are being said.
Beautiful. It's beautiful. They'll come back around. Everybody loves their hate. Bill Jeff, Terry down, Bill Jeff, Terry down. But guess what? The Pat McAfee show perseveres through it all. Every single day they show up. They provide content, entertainment, value, love. Be a friend, tell a friend something nice might change their life. Peace.
Hold on. Can you get a team on? Can you do a team?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
No, it's on you. It's on you. You get to speak.
What do I do?
You never broke down a fucking team before, Jason? I mean, what are we?
Do we have a saying? Do we have a saying and it's like a normal one, or is this just a me? I just make it up.
Whatever you want.
Team on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Team. All right, goodbye.
Nailed it. Nailed it, Jage.
Have fun.
He's in those suits. He's not used to them.
Yeah.
Talking about, he's had a little trip down memory lane right there. He's like, oh, what do we do?
Yeah.
Is there something I say? Oh, wait, team on 3. Yeah. Oh, it's kind of, I like that. And did you get motivated out of his speech? Kind of talk about perseverance and adversity, battling. Kind of made me feel good. That's what Jage does.
Yeah, baby. You think he has like a little?
I have never seen since the Ultimate Fighter boom. Maybe I don't know if I've ever seen the fan base this disaffected. We're not even 3 months into the Paramount deal, and the disappointment, the disaffection, whatever you would like to call it, to me is the highest I've seen it in a very long time. Maybe even as much since the launch of the Ultimate Fighter. To be perfectly honest with you, there are questions not really about the costs of being a fan, not so much now whether they've removed the paywalls for pay-per-views, but in terms of just attending and what that can end up being. But there's real concerns about the quality of the product. Now, Chuck, I'm not here to yet. I want to hear what you have to say first. Just describe the malaise that's out there, but it's a bigger question. Is there something wrong with MMA? Is there something wrong with UFC? And do you sense that there is a malaise or disaffection with the fan base that feels especially heightened right now?
I do sense that, and I think a lot of people are pretty vocal about it. You see it quite a bit, and not just from. I mean, I have plenty of people who are hardcore fans or like media. You'll hear about some burnout issues, but it's also coming from people who are just enthusiastic about it, who are influencer types or whatever. Like they just have, they've commented, right? Like you see a lot of comments these days about the product just not being the same. I don't know exactly why it is because we've had the same issues in the sport for a long time. No off season, just the crush of the schedule alone can wear you down. But it does seem like it's turned a strange corner in this new era, and sometimes it becomes more glaring when you get like under like maybe something like a new broadcasting partner. I worried a little bit when you remove the price point of like like you remove a pay per view model. Does the fan base suffer that weird kind of syndrome where you're like, I'm not paying for my event, I'm not getting the same value, so that somehow they devalue what they're watching because they're not paying for it. There might be a slight, some of that in play, but it's also the Paramount Plus was an existing, streaming service. It had content already. When UFC went to ESPN Plus, it was part of a flagship launch. Basically, they were going to go in there and kind of be the initial, Trojan horse to break it through, and everything was going to fall around that, which they did a great job of. It's just a little bit more woodwork this time, right? Like they go into it, and it's like they're just kind of fitting in as part of the programming. They've done a good job with the push of it, but it hasn't had the same big feel that we've seen when the UFC enters partnerships with other broadcast places. So it's like there's a little bit of that, man, but I think it also comes down to what you mentioned, like what we've been talking about, these cards themselves, these prelims that we're just constantly like, wow, that was pretty bad. There's probably a lot of people on roster at this point that shouldn't be on UFC roster. You know what I mean? Like, I think you're watching a lot of bad MMA, and that used to be kind of more relegated to the other leagues. That wasn't the UFC. And unfortunately, I think the UFC is kind of dealing with that now.
Long Island, where are you on this question? As somebody who watches an enormous amount of MMA.
I don't know if I'm the right person to ask about this.
No, I love it. I'm not looking for consensus. I'm looking for your answer.
I'm saying, all right, clearly since like the Fox era, even the ESPN. No, I'll say since the Fox era, there's been a clear drop off of just quality of cards in general. Like we used to get. You look back at some of these cards and like, sure, you don't know if these guys are going to pan out to be champions, but you look back at some like old fight nights and you're like, damn, they had Shevchenko on the curtain jerker. Like it's crazy to look back at. Nowadays, you're just not getting that shit. I always like look at a mid fight and I'll be like, yeah, that's probably gonna be co-main on an Apex card. I don't know if you guys have even dove into this weekend's card, but the bout order is one of the weirdest I've ever seen. Nick DeBeck oral by Chris Curtis, which was on my top 5 most anticipated
fun-ass fight
outside of main and co-mains. But anyways, dude, they're burying that shit on the prelims, and they have a 6-fight main with like Harry Hardwick versus fucking some Aussie who's debuting who didn't look that good on Contender Series, by the way. Like, what the fuck why is that there? And you're burying this. Are they going the PFL route where we're just gonna like sprinkle in PFL almost? You look at it, the second fight of the night is like Rob Wilkinson versus Imbo Kasaganai, and you're like, wait, aren't those like 2 of your biggest stars? Why are they on the second fight of the night? I feel like in the Paramount era, UFC's kind of thinking like that. Like, let's just sprinkle in good fights throughout the card and make it majority of it shit, especially the main card, look like shit. And as a result, you're no longer backloading the main card, So
to answer your question, yes, it's getting a little stale, but I'm still rolling with the punches. No pun intended.
Yeah, I mean, there's still plenty of good things to look forward to. It's not an either or kind of question. It's just for me, Chuck, I'm old and jaded all the time. It's not new for me to feel this way, but it is new for me to see it so ubiquitously on my timeline or, folks talking to me about it or just some kind of way of interfacing it with the fans and then hearing, criticisms that I didn't used to hear. I used to get resistance. I'd be like, oh, I've got some problems with the product. They'd be like, nah, it's great. And now I don't face that kind of resistance. Now there's a lot more people being willing to kind of accept it. And part of it's unfair, right? Because part of it is coming off the heels of this Oliveira and Holloway fight, which was not up to the keeping of the branding, but was not an objectively bad fight by any stretch. Just didn't, it didn't live up to the branding. But I think for me, the one thing I'm going to leave everyone with here on this question is, I just see all of these like Wall Street types talking about like, oh, the value of getting in on TKO, and they talk about, what the various aspects of the business that gives them some confidence for its future. And I don't even necessarily think that what they are talking about is wrong, but there's two problems with it in the sense of what we're talking about. Namely, one, it never, ever, ever delves into product quality. It always delves into product ubiquity and control in markets, right? So there's never a question of like, are they producing something of value? The question is, there's no one else to do it. Is kind of the big one. And I think the other one is they just don't see the malaise that is brewing at the bottom of the totem pole here. And maybe it goes nowhere. Maybe it's a little bit of, there's too much overrepresentation in this opinion based on what you see on social media. There can be a lot of these things, but I just know, Chuck, you have conversations with people behind the scenes too. Those conversations are much more candid than even the one we're having now.
Yeah.
At least they've been in my experience. And the reality that I think people need to accept is you've got a weird kind of Moneyball thing happening. Chuck, I don't know if you know this. Do you know who Mark Shapiro is before he got into TKO?
No, not really. Not really.
He was the guy, and this was a bigger story here, obviously, than it was, probably anywhere else in the country, but he was the guy that Dan Snyder, the former owner of the then Washington Redskins / football team / Commanders, Dan Snyder put him in charge to fix Six Flags. That was what he did. And if you actually look at Mark Shapiro's business record on that, in general, it was pretty good. He couldn't actually fix the debt problem that Six Flags had, and he did make one really critical error that fucked things up, but he actually did a lot of really, really good things and increased revenue. But this is my point. This is not a fight guy. He can go to 1,000 fights. He'll never be a fight guy. Dana White could skip fights the rest of his life and will always be a fight guy. And there is a difference between them. And the thing that I want people to understand is you've got private equity who are making decisions about how to arrange their product, where what the fan wants and what they actually need, these are not primary questions. The primary questions are, how do we deliver for our media partners in various markets? What are ways in which we can get, different governments to pay us money and these financial incentive packages? That's what they're calling them now. What are the ways we can meet shareholder value, right? It's all of these questions. But the questions of like, what is actually happening to the product, they come second. And I know what everyone's going to say. They're going to say, well, eventually that will catch up with you. Sure, but it's a monopoly, which means that by the time it takes them to catch up for it, it's going to take forever. It'll take forever. And there could be, an enormous amount of damage that's already done by that point. And so this is why we started the whole show, Chuck, being like, oh, well, it's good for Francis. It's good for Netflix. Fine. What do y'all want, right? We need someone who does that. Because you were so right, Chuck. It felt like back in the day, the fans would be like, we want Randy Couture versus blah. And they would just find a way to make it. And now that just doesn't seem to happen.
Yeah. There was like, you mentioned all of this, and that was the key difference, right? Like in the Fertitta era, there was a familial feel that they built. And it wasn't just within the matchmaking itself, although that was a huge component, but it felt like if you were speaking on stuff, they listened. They wanted fan input. They were very finger on the pulse that way. They were not tuned out to what these needs were. And a lot of times, you remember, man, they would just be going into new markets. Hey, we're going to go to Denver, or we're going to go to wherever it was, and they would mention these places, and there was huge excitement because people had been wanting to go there. This had nothing to do with them being paid. You know what I mean? Like it is these days. It had less to do with that than just meeting the demand of what people wanted. And I feel like that's how they built their hardcore base and just this passion for the sport up. But it started to the UFC benefited, I think, from the pandemic in the end, because obviously they were able to keep rolling fights. This may have started way earlier, is what I was going to say. They may have started way earlier because once the sale of the UFC put it in different hands, like you said, the people sometimes making decisions these days don't consider the fan elements of it. It probably shows up earlier, but the pandemic actually turned a lot of new fans onto the sport because it was going. The gambling era kind of coincides within that, like where it's like legalized gambling in a lot of states, brought a lot of more eyeballs onto it. So I think it was able to kind of grow in spite of these things, but now you're getting to the point where maybe some of this starts to catch up. And I mean, honestly, the thing that we're seeing when we're talking about like talking to fellow fans, or you're like talking to media, is that they just don't feel listened to, man. Like that's what it comes down to. The thing that they wanted most to see in the sport, that felt within the grasp of the UFC to get, they're no longer doing. And I think that that's like that's tough to take when it becomes just a pattern where it's just okay. Now we're settling for whatever plan A, or what plan A in the fan base's mind becomes plan B and then plan C, and we're accepting it again and again, and that is the problem.
I remember when Dana would be like, "Hey, we're our blueprint is the opposite of what boxing does," and he would talk about how you never got the fights you wanted, and every guy would dance around the other guy, and it's like,
yeah,
Justin Gaethje's only fighting on this White House lawn because they just gerrymandered it in. Like, there's no reason that should be happening at all. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's a pretty clear example of that.
No, but you're not filming. You come to the scene. You're insisting on being here. I can't stop doing what I'm doing. I can't stop doing it. You know what I mean? I'm working. This is literally my work. If you know what I mean, I'll just stay away from you. But if you're going on to work, she's going nuts. I've got to film it.
I was in the toilet, yeah, 4 girls started on me. So because I stepped under myself, yeah, in the club.
If you're low IQ and you start drinking a load of alcohol, it literally turns you into a toddler. That might actually be offensive to toddlers. It makes you even dumber than a toddler. But some toddlers aren't even dumb. These people are just dumb. When they drink, it makes them childish. They're not adults that you can reason with. They just need to be tucked into bed.
Ask why she's not allowed in.
She's shit-faced.
Are you going to go check it out? No. Can't go in while I'm filming. Are you filming right now? Yeah. Yes, sir.
Wow, it's not a normal person, yeah.
A normal person.
Crazy.
The most basic reaction.
Yeah, that's how I was impressed about the camera set you have. I looked them up myself.
What do you want to do?
Bro, I just want to be a vlogger. I did say in the last video I find it a bit weird if someone was walking around filming me, but at the end of the day, you're allowed to do it. It's the guy's job. You seeing how much he's exposing, I actually think it's a good thing. People to see what a shithole England's become, and not only just with the immigration and the government, but also with the people that are there, man. Like, it's been like this for a long time. A lot of places are a dump.
Why did you out?
Stay to this time.
What? That's not today.
must be. The bouncers don't see any of these donuts as threats because they can't even stand up. All it'll take is your index finger on their forehead, and that'll be it. Be down. Fucking stupid. She's definitely the local school dinner lady. And I don't know why they're not letting her in, because clubs usually make more money when they let pretty women in and men want to buy drinks, right? So it makes no sense why they wouldn't let her in. She's got a great attitude as well. What's that, man? Say hello. Hey, YouTube. YouTube. James Star. Hello there, mate. Have you seen me, kid? No. Never seen your see this camera? Yeah, cool. What is he saying? Edward Slur's the biggest yeah, fucking Who's going the camera? What? I'll show you what. I'll show you for now. I'll show you what. Order for a reason. Come on. Too pissed, I wouldn't. I respect that. Half. Don't go there, lad. For the death. Get your arms off. No. I'm gonna get you up now. We're gonna relax, aren't we? Now just relax. Let's even clean them up a little bit.
Ten, 9 or a thing, but besides, it also is just like the Queen 7 kind of stuff is going to continue, I believe. Spade rolls off. Thinking about my hand. Go for half pot. Nice. Wow. Come on, man. Raise the flop, bro. You got bottom two, dude. I mean, we win a really, really nice pot on a run out that is a little bit sketchy. But I mean, come on, man. He flopped bottom two. Dude, king, queen, six. He's supposed to check raise. Versus a small size as well. Come on, man. Wow. Nice pot. Very nice pot. But I'm a little like, dude, why don't you bump that one up there, brother? Queen six, like, dude, that's crazy. We weren't even that deep. They got nines over here. Okay, we're down really short in this tournament. Just gonna raise. Don't have a bounty yet. Got a big hand in the cutoff though. Appreciate everyone tuning in. An exciting, exciting year ahead. We're off to an incredible start. Just want to keep building opportunity. Look for that AV. Quick 3-bet from the big blind. Well, and never folding. All in. Nice. It's a big pickup. Stay here. Not the best candidate to 3-bet versus Sven. This guy limps, dude. Let's go post flop. A limp. Oh, there's 3 bigs in the middle. I mean, let's just run it. What are we doing here? Let's run the hand. Pair is currently good. Let's go. He limp trapped it pre-flop. Satellite. We're ahead. I like it. Good turn card. Fading that turn. Massive increase to our equity. River is it's 10. Satellites have been a little dry so far today. Okay, 3-bet here. Hey, 3-bet call, $52 bounty. The ace king. They have the ace king. Chop this shit up.
There we go.
It's all right if you're only doing like a handful of things. I know.
Fuck.
Attack, attack, attack. Stay vigilant out here. I think we can 3-bet fold. I was thinking about just flattening this hand, but hey, 3-bet pot in position. Been working a lot on these. Go for a small bet here. Yeah, this is green light barrel opportunity here. We have all the strong hands. He doesn't have ace, king, kings, queens. My internet disconnected. Guys farting around. My internet, did the stream drop? Hopefully it held. Hopefully it held. We're back. Refresh, refresh. We're live. The stream held. The internet's dropping out a little bit today. Nice. We're Gucci. Okay, raise up the jacks here. We're good. He jams. My snap. Big hand. Ace 3 offsuit. Beautiful situation. Jack. I have a set. Oh, there's got to be theatrics. We do lose on a 5. It would be an insane, insane run out. River is. Oh, it was close. Let's go, guys. Massive raise call. Big pot in the 200. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. That's what we're talking about, baby. Late raise the crazy 88s. Oh, the runner. Always a sweat. Okay, 150 can go here. This can go here. Let's rearrange in some of my tournaments. The internet has been dropping out a little bit today, but the stream held pure. All right, this is our best stack right now. We got a lot of chips in the marathon, a lot of chips in the 200. I'm not going to raise this. Let's actually put this here and then this here. We're definitely the highest equity gains. Yeah, let's go over to the 500. No cash. No cash. 3 bet by very strong little. Got some hands. Focus, focus, focus. This guy puts in 2.5. Makes sense. I'm all in. Nice, he folds, so we win the side pot automatically. Ah, the short stack has a very big hand. Yeah, we win the side pot. Big one here. This guy raises. I raise from early position. This man 3 bets. I think I'm gonna raise. The 500. That works. That works. Okay, raise over here in the marathon, small betting. Not barreling this one. Checking back. Oh, that's a clean river. Overbet. Now, I do lose to a straight. I lose to pocket jacks, which I don't think it's pocket jacks. I lose to 6-3. He doesn't have offsuit. He could have suited. I also check raise flop a bunch and ace-3. I'm worried about ace-3, but if you die here, you die. We can get called by 2 pair. We're set. All in. Huge pop. Huge pot in the marathon. Okay, we're playing a 3-bet pot here. He raises his button. I 3-bet from the small line. Make 2 pair now. Let's focus, focus, focus. Still has a lot of floats. Like, he just has so much, like, jack 10 up on it. So, like, king jack. Ace queen might just jam pre, but he has a king queen, queen jack, maybe queen 10 off. I don't think he has the medium pairs. That's probably going to jam as well. That would make this really interesting with 2 pair. Am I just jamming now? He just checks it. Like, he probably, yeah. Probably just jamming now. For value. Lush. Listen. We bust the 500. GG, I'm not going to rebuy 2 bullets. I like this tournament, but we're going to stop the bleeding there. 2 bullets. Tempted to jump back in, but I'm just not really into like late regging PKOs, you guys. I'm really trying to game select this year, man. There'll all be more turns to play. Jump back in the 215 dance. GG in the 500. Tough river there. It's pretty much always getting stacked. I'm never going to fold. There's either value shoving or check calling. He made the flush. Okay, 150. Okay, the main focus here. I'm not going to raise this big one so short. Is the 200 and the marathon. We're bubbles in both of them with big stacks. 18K up top. Big stack up top here. Hold there. So this is an easy raise. Cash there. There's the 8s. We just late regged. Focus. Offsuit one, I don't think we're trapping. I think we're just jamming. Tip top of range, though. Looking for the call, of course. Nice, we got the call. Nice. Oh, you got me. Backdoor flush. Okay, button cut off hijack raises. What a lead. I'm gonna play lead on this guy. Close to the bubble. Got shot. 7 backdoor diamonds. Mr. Dirk. Let's check here. Now I was actually going to play check raise. This could kind of be cool here.
Let's go.
No, it didn't work.
Good.
You guys see what I was looking for here? Do you see the vision?
Yeah.
The vision didn't come to fruition, but does anyone see? Listen. Okay, cool, we're fine. Take a breath. Good little, that was a clever little bluff there. I guess when he bets big, you know. He's pretty, yeah. Alright, let's jump off there. Good try. That was a good try. Good try, Kano. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Leap check. I'm not gonna barrel this one.
Ace, queen.
This is like king 2 kind of sucks, but chop. Chop that up. Chop that up. I get half that pop. Good 15. Big game. There we go. 6 tables. Amazing opportunity. Unfortunately, satellites have been a little chilly so far today. Jump down here, Jack 10 suited. What's going on? It's snowing like crazy here in Calgary? No, it's absolutely insane. Let's throw this down. We got a little too much light here on the computer screen. There is here. This guy checks back. I like betting this board.
Fuck, I should have shoved.
He's currently spots recently breaks down to single race policies in position flat. We're gonna have ourselves a barrel. That case is a little too juicy. Something like this though. This is Mr. Felipe. What a brick. Yeah, I think I shut down with this combo. One of the worst ones to bluff with. I have to yield. Okay, three right here. I'm kind of hijack the low jack raises. I threw up the nines. Just take them. Now, what do we do with the jacks? I'm not that big of a balance. I'm still going to raise. Okay, stay composed, stay composed. 6 beautiful tables.
Let's go.
Some hands didn't work out
Fuck.
for us. It's just part of the game. There's just a little too much light on the screen. There's a little too much glare. Jacks. Oh, this spot is a little bit funky. Check. Now, we're not what we want to do here. All in. Felt like he was super light, but bubble coming up. Played that one aggressively. Okay, we're 12 away from the money here, and we are close to the money here as well. Pocket fives on the bubble as the big stack. So don't need to play jam here. It's just risking a lot of chips. If you wanted to, this hand would be pretty good, but power the min raise because the bubble is a very real thing. The button flats. What about small on this board? Simple little bet here saying, excuse me. No, this man calls. This man folds. I'm going to be bluffing here. Mm-hmm. Yep. I told you, dude. Me with a big stack on the bubble, nasty encounter. It's like meeting a bear in the woods. I look for these spots where you can really put the pressure on. Okay, check. This guy checks back. We have a low equity hand, but. Really good river. I think we probably always have the winner here. Very good river. Yep. Queen 9. Oh my gosh, he has the Doyle Brunson. No way did I think he had that hand. Sick. Now we're climbing near the bubble here. I'm still gonna open the king deuce though. Okay, breathe. Chill. Oh wow. Look at the ducks in a row. This is nasty work, and this is a board the big blind could get really aggressive on, right? We're 8 off the money. He covers me. He just check calls. I'm barreling. I think this is my best way to value here. Okay, I got the queens over here. Nice pot there. Couple of bubbles. When you're playing aggressive on the bubble as the big stack and you find an actual hand, it's like, wee! Raising here on the bubble as well. Yo, we got 1,000 people on YouTube. Welcome, everybody. Another big one here on the marathon bubble. God, this shit's so fun. Okay, a couple big hands there. Now we're 7 away here, 431 min cash. Five high, I'm out. Okay, this guy raises. Gonna expect him to be a little bit tight in this spot. Defending. Could just play a good old-fashioned lead. But now versus check back. Big bet. Yeah, gobble that one up on that board. Okay, we're calling here again. He raises into the bigger stacks. Shorty here, so giving him a stronger range. I still want to play my hand, though. So I'll play call. It's good from a big blind perspective. With a small blind, not as much going on here. You got it, dude. I'm not going to test this pot any further. Can we add to our winning year today? Again, people are like, you just had a big score. Play the 1K. Play this. I'm going to play where I feel like the money's a good investment. Really kind of have a grinder mentality this year. Raise it up. We're now 2 off the bubble. Yeah, we're just going to bet. Just thinking about some check back strategies, but on Jack 10-3 here with the AC3, we're just going to bet. Bet and win. Keep it simple. Keep it classy. Keep it secret. Keep it safe. Gandalf whispers to Frodo. Then Gandalf pisses off for 9 years as he goes to Minas Tirith to learn the secret ring of power has been in the Shire all along. Oh no, Sam! What are we going to do? Young Frodo, I think we need to go to Mordor. Bubble us up. Couple of bubblies. Big stack on the bubble. Another couple cards that we can do something with for sure. Lord Given. Could just jam this one, but versus top tier competition, I might just play shove. I think these guys are a little bit tighter. We'll stick with our min-raise strategy. Seems good to me. Raise and take. One of the reasons we ended up final tabling that monster stack is we abused the bubble. We chipped up so much on the bubble. Really put us in a wonderful, wonderful situation. These are big tournaments, 18K top. All right. Devious intentions. Okay, down here, we're still surviving. When you're short in a PKO just hanging out, you're just like, okay, we're not really making money, we're not really busting, we're kind of just here. Jump down here, 54 bounty main. Raise call. All of the big blinds. Ace Jack, think this is us. Big stack raises. The flat here, this is our opportunity. This is why you hang in there with the short stack for moments like this. A little bit of dead money potentially. He's never folding. Maybe actually. 2 small bounties. Oh, wow. He does muck it. Call here. Flip. We're meant to continue in this tournament. 3 is a brick. We need an ace or a jack. That's it. Our journey continues, ladies and gentlemen. 25 big blinds. Hell yeah. Barry Greenstein. I mean, I just love staying alive in these things. I do. I don't like busting tournaments. I will take the double the 25 bigs over the bust every day there. Let's enter satellite. Now, satellites have been dry today. These are high variance. That's why we don't play anything big, but we always enter $55 satellites, $75 satellites, 108s. We jump in there. It can feel devastating. You know what I mean? Because a $75 buy-in into a 1,700 ticket, you only need to convert that 1 in 20 times for it to be profitable. So most of the time you're going to lose. Just remember, you just have to convert it a small amount of time. We're on the bubble here. We're on the bubble here. Nice river. We're still alive here. Soft bubble coming up in this one. Bubble and bubble. Big stack in the marathon. Nice stack in the 7 max and 6 max as well. Nobody here's bubble insurance. He's in for 2 blinds. Call. This would be a savage way to bubble him. It would be painful. The river. No, you're safe, sir. For him to go all in there, he has to have a pretty big hand because he was risking it on the bubble. People think, oh, he has like 3 bigs. He can do whatever. But actually, when you're on the bubble, that 3 big blind stack is very important to cash. So very often, if the player's a good player and they do put in their 3, 4 big blinds, it should be a very strong hand. Because the value of him doubling isn't worth a lot here. He's probably not going deep in the tournament. But if he busts there, it's quite devastating. So strong range for sure. Oh, this man is bubbled as well. This little goth emo profile picture. Appreciate everyone being here. Oh, I didn't even turn the timer up today. We've been live for... Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, we've done it. Here comes the money. We're in the money. Here we go. Money talk. Celebrate good times. Come on. Cashing is great. In fact, every person who has won a poker tournament first cashed it. It is impossible to win without first entering the in the money phase. In the money. You can see below me it has turned to green, indicating we have locked up the cash. Now, final 57. 13K up top. It is a bit of top-heavy structure because it's 6 max. And wasn't that fun? Let's do it again. Here comes the money. Here we go. That's us in the money of the marathon and at the same time.
boom. Double cash, purple felt represented. These are our two main events. A lot of money on top of both of them. Play this satellite hand. We play pretty much chippy V. Boom, boom, boom. Take a quick little break. Don't go anywhere, you guys. Two tournaments in the money. Two very good opportunities. Final 56 here at 13K. Final 180. 18K up top. We're playing for a lot of money. If you guys want to support my crew, we started this shit in the micros. We're working really, really hard. I got an awesome team of co-creators with me. We work really hard on all of our platforms. Kmart Poker across everything. Instagram, Twitter. Follow it up. I'll be right back, all right? Give me a good question here. What do we got? What year did you first play Texas Hold'em poker? Answer in the chat. I mean, I played as a kid. Does that count? I played as a kid growing up in the poker boom. I think I used to play underage. My dad had a party poker account, and I used to play like $1 tournaments on there when I was 16. But for actual real money, it was 20. When I really started playing the game seriously was 2014. 2014, I started playing in Lethbridge, Alberta at the casino. 1-2. I'll be right back. Cheers. We're still very alive in the tournament. Like this pot, we're almost getting 2-1 on our money now too. After I made this play, here we go. I think we're going. I know we're going. Big pot versus a king versus spades. There's a king, huge, absolutely massive. Holy shit! It's so big. Oh my god, we fucking did it, dude. Yo, 437 and the 125. We had great equity multi-way. And we just hit it, dude. One or two players left. 74 with the money. Here we go, you guys. If you trap me, we'll have to get lucky because I'm back jamming. I cover him for a $500 guy. 312 here. He is a strong range here, dude. But I'm jamming. Never giving thought to it. Wow, he fucking calls. Oh my god. Hurts or a jack? A 10. I haven't seen a 10 in a long time. 10. Dude, I think I might win a bracelet, bro. I am in some stroke of luck here. That's unfucking deniable, man. I might be destined, bro. Holy shit, man. What a fucking hand, dude. I am chip leading with 1.5 million. That guy did trap, man. He totally trapped. I think just rather see this. Check back other portions. Ace deuce. Let's just bet it. Ooh, and I think I actually have quite a nice bluff here. Honestly, I think this combo is like, it makes so much sense for me to have all the 9x, you know what I mean? Let's bet. Doesn't it just make all the sense for me to have 9x in? Nice! Got him to fold. Little power poker. Nice check suited. We'll call both of these players. Go, $562 bounty. I have 2.4K bounties. I'll call both of these guys. This is a small little bet here. Doesn't have to be that big. Versus LCY. We're at 50 off the money. I think that's got to play into consideration. This one I got to appeal. I just can't fold this one. I can't bet fold this one. This one we're appealing with the backdoor close. The ace, the jack. Maybe they're bluffing. This player be bluffing. 3.6. That is gin. That's absolute gin card. $187 bounty. Ace 9. Oh my god, they're pretty much dead. What a fucking card. No 9. Oh my god. 187, dude. And the chips as well. Yo, dude, this is crazy, man. Jacks now. Jacks in the World Series. Again, this is very interesting. Some very, very big stacks. I'm gonna start with a raise. Big bounty in the big blind as well. Probably think I'm raising anything. Picking up some cards. 3 bets. I'm just gonna play call, man. I just want to play call in position. I don't know. 4-betting, running into the nets would just feel pretty gross. I feel like our 4-bet range here should be really polar. I just think 4-bet. I don't want to 4-bet fold this hand. Let's just go. This time, call. It's a set of jacks in position. In middle set. In a spot where I'll pretty much never. I just play call. 343 bounty. 9-10 suited, he could have some fractured combos. If I'm at 14, the 3 bets
What's the flop? Checks the turn. I really wanted him to continue, obviously. Okay, 7's here. We're 4 off the money. Wow, shorty raises. I'm just going to make a very, very, very small 3-bet. Isolate this guy. Wow, and Roman makes it 11. Raise. I'll just make a little click play, and then he makes it 11.7. Call 7.7. 7's have been. Check out this dunk. Ready? Check out this dunk right here. This is going to blow minds. That's called the East Bay Power Tomahawk. All right. So bright up there today. Ooh, okay. 2 spots in the money. We got the red 9s over here. A lot of shorties. We're feeling pretty good. Okay. 2 tournaments in the money, and I got ace king here in the 6 max. Nice cash locked up. 431 guaranteed to return, but pretty big field here. 416 entered. This isn't really like a trap hand. I'm going to power shove the church here. Okay. Oh my god, how do we keep running into aces when we have the church? Spade, though. Oh, finally! Oh, man! Wow, what a pot, you guys. Oh. What a hand, dude. Oh, if that could have just happened at the WSOP final table. Let's go! Wow, 4 spades there for a huge pot. That's insane. That's insane. Oh, man. We just keep running into aces with the church. Let's stop doing that. I checked turn. Bet flop. Check the turn. We're sitting here with 2 9s.
to my channel. Today at the sites in Maryhill taking on a brand new offer. Sites have challenged me to take on an unlimited wings challenge. I have 20 minutes on the clock to get down as many of the chicken fillet wings as I possibly can. I have every flavour coming out and I'm going to run through all of them right now. You have the sides classic, the roast chicken dinner, the Nashville sweet, the sticky hot honey, the tandoori smoke, the Nashville medium, the mango piri piri, the Nashville hot, the salt and chili, the London jerk, and the hottest of them all, the Nashville insane. Aiming again to get these wings down as quickly and cleanly as I possibly can. They will come out in trays of 6. There are 11 flavours and 11 rounds to get through, and fingers crossed we'll get all the way to the end. I will let you guys know what I think of each of the flavour as we go along, and I maybe do a little review at the end. I don't know, see how I feel. If you enjoyed this video, give it a thumbs up, comment down below if you have anything else to add, if you haven't yet subscribed or followed. Do this and do so before you leave. This is the chicken fillet challenge at size in Maryhill. Let's get into it. I should also mention the most anybody has ever eaten during this offer has been 4 rounds of wings. That's 24 wings total. So hopefully we'll eat a few more than those. Round 1 is the classic size chicken wings. 20 minutes on the clock, as many rounds as I can possibly do. So you guys do take on this challenge as soon as the first one lands. The 1 hour timer starts. Right then, everyone. Good day, foodies, and welcome back to the channel where we love nothing more than all-you-can-eat chicken. They are perfect. Perfect wings. And the breading, so it's like salty and crunchy. It's lovely. And the good news is you can try it too. Sides are launching the chicken fillet deal, and every day you can get unlimited wings or bonus bites and a drink for $14.99. You have 1 hour to take down as many trays as you can, and to spice up that deal, you can choose from 11 different flavours. Next up, the roast chicken dinner. It's amazing how different they taste. To celebrate the launch of the chicken fillet, sides have challenged me to beat the current champion who holds the chicken fillet record of 24 wins in 1 hour. But since this is kind of what I do, I only get 20 minutes. Slightly sweeter than the classic. For round 3, we have the mild. Next up, we have the Nashville sweet. The further up the scale, the spicier and significantly more challenging the wings will get. So comment below if you spot the moment that I start contemplating my entire existence. Very incredible. They have this like sweet sauce sitting on the bottom of the tray, so they're soaking in it. That sauce, that's lovely. That is lovely. I can't really liken it, the flavour to anything. Just a delightful sweetness. Thank you very much. We have sticky hot honey. Hot honey's all the rage these days. They're definitely getting spicy now. And on that spicy note, I'm going to leave you to enjoy the rest of the video. Stick around for a little flavour review at the end, a taste test from hell, and everything else you need to know about the chicken fillet offer at Sides. Thank you all for your time. If you made it this far, let me know which flavors you would like to try. Give the video a thumbs up if you enjoyed it. And I'll catch you guys on the next episode of The Shots Eats Sides. This is the tandoori. This will be the winning so far, beating the record tray. The way these are so tender, it's amazing. The flavours have just been consistently great, to be honest. It's like something for everyone. We are now the front runner. This is round 5. Or 5, 6? Rounds. This is round 6, the medium.
Oh, fuck, dirty.
And we're definitely getting spicy now. I was saying that from like round 3. The spice is challenging me now. This is now getting spicy. And I'm one that can do spice. These wings are enormous. I don't care what you say. Anywhere you order wings, they're normally tiny. These are gargantuan wings. Dinosaur wings. 7 minutes left. Loads of food on my face. Mango piri piri. Looking at the spicy. My nose is already running. Whew. Kind of paying for more sweetness, but taking a little break. Blow my nose. I don't know how I'm going to cope with the hotter ones. This is already hot. The sauce in my face is burning it. Ooh. Come on, let's try and get this done. Oh, this is so hot. Oh no. My palate's feeling particularly sensitive today. The worst part is, these are all drums. So much meat on bone. I need to go through these. I fear this is my last wing. Ooh. I don't know why I do it to myself, to be honest. Everything inside of me is burning at the moment. We've got a weirdly odd number, but I'm happy with the progress that we made today. In front of me here, I have the wings that I could not get to, which are coincidentally the hottest on the menu, which include Firecracker, the London Jerk, and the Insane. I am going to taste test these for funsies. I've already had one of the Firecrackers. They were actually not that terrible, in all honesty. Let's try the London Jerk. I imagine that I'm probably really going to quite enjoy these. Mm. Tolerable, sweet, as far as London Jerks go. Okay, that has a little bit of an after kick, that jerk. That's spicy, right? Yeah, that's spicy. This is the Insane. I must be also insane to voluntarily eat this. But let's take a little bone out. Very spicy. That is a big bite. That's ambitious. That is an ambitious bite. That one will get you. I probably would never entertain the Insane. I feel like people that would voluntarily choose to eat the Insane are literally insane. Be right back. I'm putting out a fire. Right then, everyone, so that was the Chicken Filler Challenge at Size in Merry Hill. Complete the brand new record amount of wings into the 20 minutes, which is 49 wings. Could you do better? How many do you think you could eat? Let me know down below in the comments. Those flavors were sensational. The original size wing is something, it's a marvel. The coating on it is so crispy and crunchy and salty and tasty. And then add to that the sauces and what's on there. Delectable. The roast chicken dinner was the original, a little bit sweeter. I didn't get roast dinner, but I did get delightful flavors in my mouth, like a roast dinner party. The mild was really tasty because you had the salty sweet, including, I'm going to include in that one, the hot honey, because you had the salty sweet and like a little hint of spice. Then we started going into the spicier wings, at which point I'm checking out. I'm saying my favourite were the first half of the challenge. My least favourite were the second half of the challenge where they started to get outrageously spicy. This offer will be on for the 1st of April 2026. That means that every single day you can get unlimited wings and bonus spice with a drink for $14.99, which is an absolute steal. And if you want your head blown off, come and check out Size and all the insane wins. They are
This is live. This is breaking. This was just posted at 3:01. This was just posted on Ethan Ralph's Twitter at 3:01. And he's back with the troubled Scarlett Hansen, my future wife.
So I'm out. I'm free. You see who I have here with me, Miss Scarlett Hampton. Contrary to popular belief, she had nothing to do with anything that happened with me getting arrested. We did have a little disagreement. And I was given a courtesy ride to the airport by Milwaukee's finest. I got to the airport, continued to imbibe, continued to drink. Got into an argument with somebody at the airport. There was no indecent exposure. It was public intoxication and disorderly conduct. Everything's fine with Scarlett and I. I know some things are said on Twitter. Don't care.
Your hair looks great,
I'm out.
Scarlett.
Free as a bird. I'm supposed to come back, I think, in May. Free as a bird. I think I'm supposed to come back in May for the charges are so minor. Public intox and disorderly. I could probably get a lawyer to show up where I want to show up. But we'll see. Maybe I'll have another excuse to visit this local besides the lovely Miss Hampton. Did you want to say anything here?
We're about to have nice fun.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot we're at Culver's. Shout out to Ice Dance. I heard you sending a lot of messages last night, sweetie. Well, fuck you. I didn't need a bail.
I like a double burger.
I didn't need to post bail. Only had to wait 12 hours to sober up. So I heard you were encouraging her not to post my bail, but no bail needed, bitch. I'm free as a bird. Love it.
Not good, though.
Look at these fat fucks.
He probably would bail me out. But I didn't need that. So,
How much does Ethan weigh again?
fuck you, bitch. Merch. Nice lie you made up there. But, yeah, I didn't pull out the Ralph Hog at the airport. So.
Hilarious. These guys are
Anyway, salute. Enjoy. I'll be back across the border soon.
I don't care. I mean, we got white trash over there, don't we? That's some serious white trash. Ladies and gentlemen, Crom Bum, our moderator, our guy. He keeps our moderator check going. He's the guy. He's our spiritual figure. He's our guy. Gifting a membership. Thank you, Crom. And hopefully, Crom, you'll be able to join us for the Tampa meetup on the 22nd. Downtown Tampa. We're all getting together. It's no show. Just hang. It's just a hang. So far confirmed. Tony Mazur. Lance from the Lance News Network. Joey C's wife. I'm hearing Deb. We'll get to that tool in a second from that show. And a bunch of others said they're coming too. So it'll just be a hang, and we'll DM you the day of. Just know. All you need to know is be prepared to go to downtown Tampa. Okay? That's where we're meeting. So if you're coming in to get a hotel or if you want to stay the night, I don't know what your situation is. We will be going to a Tampa Bay Lightning game that evening, courtesy of Lance. I've yet to go to a Tampa Bay Lightning game. You would think, living here for 5 years, I've gone, but I've been invited before. I just never have. I was never a hockey guy growing up.
I guess real quick, I'll hit on the Dabbleverse thing. I don't know how I get dragged into this. I guess because I'm involved. I do Shuli's Uncle Rico, and then I do Who Are These Podcasts with Carl and Company. And Stuttering John is just losing his mind, and it's hilarious to watch. And he doesn't understand that everyone that watches him is watching him because he's a blithering idiot. It's like the proverbial car wreck. You gotta look. So before the show, I'm watching that moron. I'm just like, I gotta watch this. He's self-destructing. And he's just so stupid. And he's got a complete lack of self-awareness. Complete lack of self-awareness. Hey, Pocky, what are you wearing? What kind of clothes do you wear? Oh, the Tony Two Shirts thing. Have you seen John on camera? Have you seen what he's wearing? He wears his own brand shirts. Shirts from things that he's done. No one really does that. And they're 30 years old, 20, 30 years old. Just like the last time he's done anything. And he's, obviously I'm completely crazy wearing a shirt over a t-shirt. Oh my God, it's nuts. But, what else are you going to talk about? What else? He's bragging about having 200 viewers on this show. I swear, if I ever got to the point where I only had 200 viewers on anything, on this, on my ABC show, on my YouTube channel, on X, I just hang it up at that point. You gotta hang it up. 200 views on the internet is like no one. And the greatest part, those 200 people, 199 of them are sincerely goofing on him. They can't stand him, and they're joking and goofing on him, and he's reacting to it. And there's one rotating kiss ass every month or two. It changes because he stabbed me in the back. So now he's not a fan of that person anymore. Yeah, it's entertaining. He sees me in the chat. He's like, oh, you just can't stop watching. Who am I to deny? Watching you come apart at the seams, John, is entertainment. Watching you mispronounce every other word, break into some of the worst renditions of songs with that horrible voice. I gotta say, there's something compelling about it. But not for the reasons you think. Here's a guy that's, always crowing about how talented he is and how successful he's been over the course of his life and how he still considers himself successful. What was the last thing he did? The Tonight Show? And when was that done? There's nothing. The guy has nothing going on except this little podcast that does 200 views, unless I'm in the chat, and then he could boost it up to like 400. But for the most part, it's just him yelling and screaming about how he's been victimized by people. And screw that guy, and this guy's a pussy, and there's just something about it. And, it's definitely not him doing it on purpose. Howard Stern said, John, you're only funny when you're not trying to be funny. When you try to be funny, you're not funny. But when you're trying to be serious, you're just going through life, you're funny. Because he's a complete... He's not smart. His latest thing is, at 60 years old, he's 60 in like a month or two. 60 years old, he wants to become a lawyer. Like a child. Like a 7-year-old goes, Mommy, oh, what do you guess what I want to be? Oh, a policeman. And meanwhile, the young mother doesn't realize that was yesterday. Today, little Johnny wants to be a lawyer. He's 60 years old. Here's a guy that hasn't done anything in decades. But he's gonna put his nose to the grindstone. While your nose is down there on the grindstone, grind off that hair that's growing out of the middle of your nose. And he's gonna be a lawyer. It's
That's the type of hilarious shit that goes on in this guy's life. Things have been, I'd say, not ideal for the Edmonton Oilers since the Olympic break. McDavid coming back, he can't be too happy about not winning it all. And the one issue which Edmonton has been suffering for the past several years is, shocker, still a thing. The Edmonton Oilers, of course, made what I called a lateral move, and what I think many called a lateral move this season, trading Stuart Skinner for Tristan Jarry, and the results have been mixed, to put it lightly. But since the Olympic break specifically, Jarry's played 2 games against Anaheim and Carolina. He's given up 5 goals in each, having been pulled in 1. Well, today on 32 Thoughts, about 36 minutes into the show, Elliot Friedman discussed something else going on in Edmonton, specifically that Jarry and his teammates seem to get into it at practice. He didn't give a whole lot else in terms of details, but he framed it like this. It's fun when you're on the rise. Teams like Buffalo are experiencing that right now. That's the example he used. Edmonton, however, has been to the finals 2 years in a row. They only have one more step to take, and the even appearance of not making that happen is causing a ton of problems. I actually flagged this report yesterday. Bob Stauffer said something similar, that Jarry isn't really getting along with the core of the Edmonton Oilers. He also alluded to something I think Friedman only hinted at, the fact that there may be some frustration that, well, McDavid and Bouchard and really the core are having great seasons. The rest, especially the goaltending, have not been pulling their weight. So, yeah, I don't think the Jarry move to Edmonton was good. I thought it was a mistake when it happened, or at least not the best move for Edmonton. They should have seen this at the trade deadline. They've got to make it work right now. This will be the best chance Edmonton has to win a Stanley Cup this year
I suppose next season as well. But it's so rare to have superstars, McDavid, Draisaitl, yes, Bouchard as well, playing at their prime and the team around them not being able to get it over the finish line. Edmonton, I think, is going to regret not making a move at the trade deadline. Maybe it wasn't possible, but there were options. I would have liked to see them make a move for Binnington. Obviously, he's been having a tough year, but he played well at the Olympics. He played well at Four Nations. Obviously, there were rumors Bobrovsky might be moved. I would have even kicked the tires on Jonathan Quick. Obviously, he's got a no movement clause, and it seems like he wants to retire with the Rangers, but maybe he would have said yes to one potential cup run, even if he wouldn't have been the starting goalie. Having him as a reliable backup, I think, would have been nice. Those are my thoughts. Let me know yours down below. Bye-bye.
Oh, this is why don't you play chess or be productive or do something that makes you happy, right?
No, you're right. No, it's just keep staying busy. That's all it is keeping occupied. I did it before. I could do it again, and I'm gonna do it again. And I do appreciate.
Proud of you.
Thank you. I appreciate the support, and I don't want to keep you from the shower. So.
Thank you. But I just want to tell you that I'm proud of you, and I'm here. And I know you have Nick, and you have a bunch of people that love and care about you. And so if you think about it, you can call any of us, and we'll be here.
Thank you. That means a lot, and I appreciate that sincerely. And that's very cool of you.
Yeah, of course. Okay.
Awesome.
Have a great day.
All right, thank you, Ashley. Ashley Cummings, everybody, on the Lost and Ship Dip hotline. No, and I will say this, like, literally the chat yesterday saved me from going to the liquor store and getting a bottle of vodka. You literally kept me off, and I got an email from an old friend. And, so I appreciate it. I'm sorry if I sound gay, but I do appreciate it. Because you guys don't have to, I know there's a lot of people that hate me, obviously. And, I don't know. And listen, I'm not like AA guy. I don't care, like, if you drink. Like, I'm not like dude, you need to stop. I mean, I get it. It's fun. It's fun. Luke of the Bind, I got your email. I swear to God, send me your handle, email me your handle. If I blocked you, it's not personal. I don't pay attention. Just send me and I'll unblock you, okay? If it's that big of a deal to you, I'll unblock you. It's not personal. If you're in the way and if things are, I just block people. But it's not worth getting upset about. I'll unblock you. It's easy. I don't care. When you want a drink, reach out to Booze. Lean on me. Hashtag lean on me. Lean on me. Like that Morgan Freeman movie. How do I have a feeling you're a recovery guy? How do I get that feeling you're a recovery guy? I have a feeling. It's a struggle, but like I said, today's good. Like I have no urge whatsoever to drink today. So that's a win for the toe. Yesterday, that was a different story. Now Friday, we'll see. Saturday, hopefully my neighbors aren't having a block party. But what's the saying? One day at a time. Starring Valerie Bertinelli and Schneider. LAC 1978, who's been a member for 35
the drunk dial hotline today. This guy called the drunk dial hotline, laid into me. It was raw. It was uncensored. It was in your face. He left it all on the floor. So stick around for the drunk dial hotline today. You can hear LAC 1978. It's been a member for 35 months. That's a long time. Not longer from Bill from Jersey, though. When you got Godfrey to call in and give you the N-word pass the other day, when is Nick Swartzen calling in to give you the F-word gay pass? That's not funny. Listen, these are my friends. They're just people I've known forever, before the Dabbleverse even existed. Nick actually has like a legit career in entertainment. I'm not saying Godfrey doesn't. I'm just saying like Nick doesn't need any of this. He doesn't give a fuck. So I don't know why people are so quick to drag him into it, because he doesn't give a shit. He doesn't pay attention to it. I mean, he just sold a script to Happy Madison. Like, he's doing Hollywood shit. But we'll get to you later. You're in the drunk dial hotline. And don't get me wrong. Drinking's fun. I wouldn't have done it for so long. I was a late bloomer when it came to drinking. I didn't start drinking until I swear to God, until I was 22. I was like such a health nut coming out of high school and into college. Like, I was always working out. I always thought like I was going to be an athlete. Obviously, I was an idiot, but I never liked drinking. And then 22 came around in college and girls. It became a thing. It became fun, and then it became an identity. And I'm not joking. I'd be like lying if Swartzen wasn't an influence on me drinking. Because when I first started comedy in 2004, I bought his album Party at Amoeba Music in Los Angeles off of Sunset. And he just had all these drinking stories. And David Bell, thanks for the memories. And Charlie Lang on the Howard Stern show talking about all his drinking. And I adapted that. And it became part of my identity. And things got away from me. And then I can honestly say all the bad things that have happened in my life has been connected to drinking in some way. All the bad things have been connected to drinking. And I recognize that. And all the good things have been connected. Do you guys remember when I did my this is a true story. Do you guys remember when I did my live at Gotham with Norm Macdonald? It was a huge event. It was big. It was live TV. Norm does a setup top that went viral, millions of views. I had to follow it. I had not drank prior to that for like a year. 1 year sober. That night, I don't know if I ever told anyone this. That night, after the show, we all went downstairs, and there was the big after party, and all the comics were there that night because they all wanted to see Norm. So Attell was there, like you name it, they were all there. Mark Norman, everybody you can think of in comedy. And it was an open bar in Gotham. And I remember I was with a comic named Alex. He was on the show that day. I forgot his last name. Good guy out of New York, loves soccer. His wife did my headshots for me. He's like, let's celebrate. And I go, I think we are. He's like, no, let's get a drink. And I'm like, okay. And I had my first drink that night. And I got buzzed right away because I didn't have a tolerance. And we kept it going. It was New York City. We're celebrating. It felt good. And I said, you know what? That's just an isolated incident. Don't do it again. And then 2 nights later, I started drinking. And it just kept going and snowball and snowball. And it becomes a habit. So you got to rewire the brain and retrain the brain. But, I mean, Ryan, drinking's fun. So my thing is I just keep going. You know what I'm saying? I got to, like, cut it off completely. I mean, there's nothing like having a beer at a baseball game. It's phenomenal. Summer day baseball game, a beer and a hot dog, get the fuck out. That's the best. the other day at this block party my neighborhood had, it was fun. The weather was great. There was cookout. Kids were running around. It was fun. Eva, everybody, you can enjoy. Wait, hold on. Let's break this down. You can enjoy party with Coke. Wait, you can enjoy party with the Coke full sugar in your hand. You'll see how stupid drunks look like. Keep it up. Thank you. Wait, let me reread this. You can enjoy party with the Coke full of sugar in your hand. Are you talking about cocaine or Coca-Cola? You can enjoy the party with the Coke full sugar in your hand. You can see how stupid drunks look. Keep it up. I think you're talking Coca-Cola. I'm gonna assume Coca-Cola, not cocaine. I'm assuming you don't want me to do cocaine. I'm assuming you're like, hey, good job not drinking. You should try Coke. You know how many people, like I said, I want to stop drinking. They're like, whoa, you should start smoking weed. I'm like, how about I just not do anything? Oh, bro, calm you down. I'm like, how about no, because I'll just smoke weed all the time. How about I just not do nothing? How about I just be sober? But you're gonna want to sober. I'm like, I don't need it. I'm good. Yeah, drunks are idiots. I'm an idiot. I'm dumb. If only there was a board-certified MD that specializes in addiction issues that you could talk to. Paul the Sorcerer. I don't believe his credit. I don't believe the Sorcerer is an actual guy. I don't believe the Sorcerer is an actual guy. I don't believe his credits are real. I mean, it doesn't make sense that he's constantly in these chat rooms and he's never at work. And he just had a kid. He's never at work. He's always in chat rooms and he's golfing all the time. I don't believe him. Now, I personally don't have a problem with the Sorcerer, but I'm starting to think he's a phony doctor. And I challenge him to show me. I would like to see certificates. I want to see the Sorcerer's medical license. Because I don't believe it. Not for one bit. Never swap an addiction for an addiction, silly goose. Oh, okay. I agree. I tell you one doctor I do like, and I believe is a doctor, that's Dr. Steve. Let's give him a call. At the wrong one? I have 2 Dr. Steves in my phone. That'd be funny if he changed his number because of me. He just called me the other day. All right, here's his number. It's a wonderful answer. Dr. Steve?
Yeah.
This is Chad. You're on my podcast right now. I just want to let you know before we move forward.
I don't give consent. Just kidding.
Hey, I'm calling you because we have a discussion about drinking and everything on my podcast right now, and I know you specialize in that. And I'm stopping drinking because I'm not sure if you saw my rant the other day, but it kind of went viral.
Yeah, so that was a result of, it seemed like it was alcohol infused, so.
100%. Now,
I was asking. Okay, yeah, okay, then, yeah.
I fell off the wagon.
When it starts. Mm-hmm.
And Kevin sent me the link. I wasn't watching the show, and I just went on, and Gino was on, and me and Gino haven't been getting along. He's been very combative with me. He's just started coming after me. And my mind at the time, I took Gino's words that he likes using and I threw them back at him, not realizing the repercussions of me losing my Patreon and, having comics, and all these situations. And I realized, okay, this is an issue. So, any advice?
Going to rehab is yes. I mean, going sober, at least going to a meeting, going to rehab is the refuge of people who have done things that have gotten them canceled, and most of the time people are forgiven after that. I'm not advocating that you have to go to rehab. I don't know. I don't know your drinking history. So, what I don't want you to quit suddenly if you've been drinking constantly for some time. It's just, if it was a big, it's not a big deal. But if you've been drinking heavily for a long time, then stopping suddenly, you at some risk to your health. In which case, I would just have you, I'm not saying to drink, I would do it under the auspice of a addictionologist, so I can hook you up with one. I've got all kinds of doctor friends in Tampa, so.
Really?
Yeah. And, but if it was just a binge thing and you just feel that it's coming and come chronic, then maybe something you can do just by going to a meeting. But I highly recommend going to meetings. So I know that's, but I would recommend it. It's very beneficial for a lot of people.
And I know that, and I'm not frowning upon that. I know AA saved many lives, but here's my thing, and maybe it's an excuse, but I don't like group anything, group exercise, and I don't know. I've gone to meetings before, and they just don't stick. I don't know if it's just me, or I don't know what the thing is.
Right.
I'm not frowning upon it. I'm just saying it doesn't connect with me.
But it hasn't connected with you. It might this time. When I tell people, like, when they're, okay, so I've tried to quit a dozen times. It's like, well, me too. And it took that 13th time for it to stick. So the first thing you got to do, if you are interested in going to meetings, is to find a meeting that is conducive with you. Some people are not into the real aspect, so they go to a more, general, 12-step type program. But there are other programs other than 12-step too. Dialing, for people in crisis, I'm just throwing this out for people listening to you. If you just dial 988, they can hook you up. There is, that's the suicide and crisis lifeline. SAMHSA, it's SAM HSA. Their website, they can get people like yourself and others. Let me see what their number is. 877-726-477 is, and they've got a helpline too. Let me see what that is. I'm sorry, you caught me off guard. So,
no, I sprung this on you. I should have gave you a heads up. I apologize.
That's okay. No, dude, it's totally fine. It's 800-662-1000. And you can call them, and they can get you hooked up with some group and addiction specialists that will meet your needs. Because you're right, not every group is personal. I went to a group myself, and it was just like, this is not for me. They're not. This isn't what I need. So that was for a different thing. It wasn't for a addiction. It was for family members. But you got to find the right group. But we're pack animals, so we do like to do things with the support of other people, so we don't feel alone in this, right? You could just start with an addiction specialist, and I can hook you up.
And but here's the one thing I
feel like you need the help.
No,
yeah, go ahead.
Like I've gone periods of time, long periods of times. Like last year, I went 8 months without drinking.
Sure, I'm aware.
Year and a half. Yeah. And I know the benefits. I know I feel good during that, and and then some reason or another, I fall back into that routine, and it is a routine. But I know I'm able to do it, and I've done it successfully.
Sure.
And but I don't know. It's just
when you fall off the wagon, you're just restarting that clock. Say if you were in a program and you had your 1-year chip and you go off the wagon and you start drinking, you just restart the clock. You're just starting over again. It's just one step in front of the other. All of that stuff sounds trite, but it's real.
Right.
So we don't want you beating yourself up. We want you to get to sobriety because that's your goal, right?
Right. No, yesterday it was funny. Like all I wanted to do was drink because I just got my Patreon nuked again. They reported me, and I was like, I didn't want to deal with anything, and all I wanted to do was drink. But luckily, the chat and everybody, they kept me from doing it. And today I felt great. Like I don't want to drink at all today, but I would have easily went to a liquor store and got a bottle yesterday if it wasn't for the chat room.
And that's the lizard part of your brain that drives the addiction going. it's like the little devil on your shoulder going, come on, you can drink, you can drink, you can just have one, and you can't.
Right.
So, to make it stick for the rest of your life, I'm still going to recommend that you get at least see an addictionologist, get some sort of counseling, even if it's not group counseling, but ongoing, to get you through this so that you can start seeing, that I can do this for the rest of my life.
Right. Yeah.
And I think that's what you're going to have to do. You're not one of these guys that can quit for 8 months and then I could just have a social drink. Because you have a history of binge drinking and then doing idiotic things that get you in trouble.
It literally snowball. It's the equivalent analogy of a snowball. Like you just start pushing the snowball and it gets bigger and bigger. That's what happens when I go back. It starts off like here and there, a week.
Yeah.
Then it goes twice a week. That's every single time. And
because it's okay. It was okay. I could just have one, so then I'll have two, and then I'll have 20. Then I'll be screaming at Gino on somebody's podcast and get myself canceled. So
right, yeah.
Do you remember doing it, or did you black out? Do you know?
No, I remember doing it because I remember waking up the next day going, "Oh God, I think I fucked up."
Oh, yeah.
But if anything, silver lining, like comics have come out and they've all supported me and my buddy Godfrey. So it's been a good thing that they all have my back, and a lot of that is because they hate Gino, which helps. So
well, God, but the goodwill will go away if this keeps happening. So, but if you turn this thing around, and you can even put it in your act, eventually. I mean, how many comics do we know that are sober now, that have been sober for 20 years, that, talk about it? Dave Landau is a great example of that. And, it's a life experience that you can use to, in the future to further your career. But right now, we just got to get you well.
And here's the thing is, I've known Dave forever, and I used to drink with Dave back in the day. So I remember drunk Dave, and the way he's turned his life around is amazing. Like, he really, really put the work in.
Yeah, I have mad respect for him. I really do.
Speaking of which, I'll be with Dave
And
Landau.
for you too, for admitting this and doing something about it. Man.
Dissing the notes tab. I don't want the fucking notes tab. How do I get rid of this fucking thing?
Layouts, fucking hotkeys, camera, visual effects. Fuck me, man. What is this thing here? I don't want to leave studio. Fuck it. Fucking notes tab. I don't fucking know.
Welcome to Devilverse Live. I'm Carl Blind. Mike is on assignment. Filling in for him is Adam Bush. Today, Carmen doesn't have a friend in the world. Chad Zumock goes on an Edward Bender and loses his Patreon again. Flirting John gets clowned by Bob Levy. Pretends we didn't notice. Kevin Brennan shows the DMs where John is threatening him. Ethan Ralph is arrested. And you think Merce just won the Powerball. Hope you might be lonelier than Carmen. Gives me every actor's birthday, all that and more. But first, the way we start off this show is with banter. Anna Bush, thank you very much for joining us this week on Dabbleverse Live. It has been such an exciting week from the highlight. It's a crazy week in the Dabbleverse, but we start off this show with a little bit of banter, a little lighthearted banter, a little back and forth between the hosts.
to establish the rapport before we get to the hard-hitting news of the day. And I wanted to talk to you, and I'm wearing my Chrissy Mayer's Content Hotel shirt today. And I was thinking about it. This was in the drawer. I popped it on. And I was thinking about Chrissy Mayer's Content Hotel. I think at the time, you and I both attended this. I think at the time we were like, this was a mistake. But looking back, are you glad that you attended Chrissy Mayer's Content Hotel?
I was glad before, I was glad during, I was not glad after, and now I'm glad again.
Okay. I think I kind of went through this similar thing, although before not so much. But yeah, while we were there, it was definitely an event that was there's a lot to talk about.
There was a lot of potential, and it was proven true because so many of the characters that we didn't know attended there and are now who we're covering today.
Yes.
So the potential was there. It just wasn't quite activated.
Yes, including Scarlett Hampton, who was there with us, and we got to meet her at Content Hotel, and boy, she's become a picture in the Dabbleverse, especially this week. And we'll get into that. The whole love triangle, Mersh and Ethan Ralph. It's a fascinating story, what went down in the last, not even 24 hours, 18 hours, 12 hours. A whole redemption has already happened.
The story is still developing.
So community is still developing, and it is wild. The other thing that's been wild this week, and I think no one's even talking about it anymore, is this falling out between Keanu and stuttering John Melendez. That was a big deal early in the week. John was losing his mind. He did a 6.5-hour stream just to scream about how Keanu's an awful internet slut. And now so much has happened since then. It's just like, all right, well, whatever. We've all moved on from that.
It is crazy how fast things are moving.
And I wonder if this latest fallout from John Melendez with Keanu, will anyone look at that and just be like, I probably shouldn't partner with this guy? It's not going to end well. Because, especially a woman, because not only does John have these different partners over the years that end up despising him and wanting nothing to do with him, but he's also just so nasty to them after the fact. He will be so lovey-dovey with Keanu for months. And then as soon as Keanu's like, yeah, he wanted me to get in his car, and I think he was drunk. I didn't want to be comfortable with that. John's just calling her every name he could think of.
Yeah, there's not an option available for her to be uncomfortable around him. He won't allow it.
Right. And so then Ashley Cummings, may be watching, she's sometimes in the chat, God bless you if you are. Ashley Cummings was crawling right back to John. Like, did you not see what just happened? I know you don't like Keanu, but that's John that you're now working with. He'll do the same thing to you again.
It was amazing to see a reason John finally had to apologize, which was, oh, you can do something for me. I'll quickly apologize, and then we can team up against her.
Yeah, right. But when it works for him. Yeah, I wonder the same thing with Aaron Neville. Like anyone who would date that guy. When you see a person who talks about their exes the way that he does, he talks about, I mean, I saw him this week. We'll talk about more on this with Piggy tomorrow, I'm sure. But he was talking all about cheating on his first wife, all the girls he was cheating with. And then he talks about April and says very defamatory things. Like her pussy smells. She's, all these crazy things. I don't need to repeat it here. And then you got, of course, Nick Cada's wife, who recently showed back up on stream this week, which is interesting. And, all the shit he's talking about her. It's just like, who would want to date this guy knowing that eventually he'll get angry at you and just give you very specific details about your sex life and also put you down? Who would want that?
Yeah, and all the things he loved about you are now the reasons he knew he hated you.
Right. So I do wonder about people's mentality because the internet lasts forever. Things you do on the internet will always be there. They don't know how people have a short memory when it comes to guys like John Melendez treating people like shit. And they're going like, hey, I'm next up. My turn. $2 Dan. Hey, I can fill that slot. No problem at all. Okay, well, good luck with that.
Well, John doesn't care about the future. He cares about winning the present moment. And I think that's what those people are thinking of only. They're like, this will help me in what I'm trying to do. I will do that. I know it's going to end badly. We'll deal with that later. How many hosts have we seen John have that have no end game? They're like, I'm going to troll him. 3 years later, you're still a co-host. This isn't a troll. This is a job you're doing.
3 years later, Quadfather was leaving a voicemail like, hey, sorry about that. Could you give me one more chance? Like, I thought this whole thing was to troll the guy. You're pouring about him, and then you set him up with Tukey on your show, and you still want to be his buddy? Like, this is pathetic. What's going on?
Yeah, providing free labor for them and validating all of their worst instincts is not really much of a troll.
No. I should mention, by the way, if you want to participate in the show and support us, supertip.gg/WATP, and of course, the reason why we have that amazing system is because of our guest today. You know him. You feel okay with him. It's Moody, everybody. What's up, Moody?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Doing well. Good to see you. Thanks for hopping out with us today.
Yeah, no worries at all.
Follow the Dabbleverse at all?
A little bit.
A little bit?
Yeah, I thought this was a good opportunity for me to come on and redeem an interview with Mikey. He's not around.
Shit, that would have been great. Do you remember 8 months ago when you were playing basketball? How many points and how many assists did the guy have, the taller guy?
Right.
So you get that out. All right. I want to start off with a Doom clip. Now, I believe Doom has got a strike on YouTube. Is that true? Pest told me that in my chat yesterday.
Yes, Doom is out of commission for about a week.
Does anyone know who struck him or what he was struck over?
I'm not sure.
It sucks.
We know it's not John because he said he wouldn't do that.
No, John loves Doom. John is Team Doom because Doom was calling out Keanu on X. And of course, Doom is still active on X. He posted this Karmic clip today. This is where I want to start things off. Adam, you're pretty familiar with Karmic. I know Moody, you are as well.
Mm-hmm.
I don't follow him as closely, but when I do follow him, it's because he's crying and woe is me Karmic. This is my favorite version of him.
Have a wank. That always cheers me up. Hey, when I'm down in dumps, there's nobody to fucking help me. Nobody. Not a single fucking soul. So, don't fucking matter. It don't fucking matter. It's wrong. Just by the act of breathing, I'm doing wrong.
That's someone's been nagged by their girlfriend to their wit's end right there. I can't do anything right. Oh, I'm sorry, was I inhaling too loudly for you?
He goes through the 5 stages of grief like it's a Ferris wheel. That is over and over again, the same 5.
It's amazing. It is amazing. What he's saying about giving without saying it directly about giving. She seems like the worst girlfriend of all time.
Also, when he needed help, everyone we know came to help him, and he alienated every single one of them individually. The whole universe felt bad for him and offered him so many opportunities and gigs, and he fucked up all of it. And now he's sitting here blaming all of us.
I've barely talked about Karmic. I'm sure I've mentioned some things here and there. He's talked so much shit about me. He's called me all sorts of names and stuff. Just like, we could have been friends, buddy. What's going on?
Me too, and he doesn't really know why. He has to like come up with reasons.
He has done this to himself. Like it's a cage he's built for himself. I was thinking about it. It's a zoo animal building its own enclosure.
And then complaining about it. And then like, hey, I want to get out over there.
Like, why are you looking at me? Right behind the bus. But he's created this life for himself. He chose Gilly. Everyone warned him about it. He decided against Gilly, and then
what were his options, Movie? Gilly or jerking off, right?
Well, he had Scarlett Hampton for a little bit.
Oh, that would have been the right move. Hackmania, baby! Let's get Carter to Scarlett there.
He would have gotten something from it. He gets nothing from his relationship with Gilly.
Right, there was some level of wholesomeness to it.
There was chemistry
and interact with each other way more than I'd ever seen her with Matt Mead or with Ethan Ralph or anyone else before.
Yeah, because they're both children. They're both talking to each other like they're in middle school.
One of the funniest interactions ever on the Dabbleverse was when he like took a big bong hit or something. He took a big hit of some cigarette and put it in his coffin and was trying to hide it while flirting with her. Oh my god. It was the funniest fucking thing. I wanted this to go on. I wanted this to be a series. But of course, because it would have been right for him and the audience, he fucks it up, blows it up, and then blames her.
And he does keep up with him on set bits. They feel natural in a conversation with him because he's so quick to jump from topic to topic. It suited him to an extent. I don't want to say that they would have made distance, but I think it would have been a healthier relationship, if you even want to believe that, versus the one that he has with Gilly, which is absolutely a negative for him.
That is saying something. I believe everything that Scarlett touches turns to shit too, but Maybe you're
Sure.
right about that.
But
He definitely had better chemistry with Tony than with Donkey Lips. I'll give you that.
Well, you'd look at a guy like Conor and be like, this is what he needs. He needs to get laid, have his heart broken, and become a man. And he's just avoiding all of that.
It's something that happened in the Discord when he had a Discord for a short amount of time. I went in there and spoke with him because there was one of the question I was asking him is the women that he draws or that are in his AI videos are like voluptuous to a grotesque level. Like they are so big titted that they have medical problems.
Again, childish, right?
Right.
Bigger the tits, the better.
But the woman he seems to pine after in real life are antithetical to that. I mean, Gilly's not, doesn't look like that. Cass, when he was going after her for a while, doesn't look like that. I'm not saying anything about women or judging them, but it's like they are a different category to the ones that he imagines. So it seems so strange for him to live with these.
Hold on, Moody. It's like asking an incel what their type is. Any girl who will talk to me is the answer to that. It's like, yeah, he probably has a type, but also there's like reality.
Well, the reality is it's very different than that. Is he doesn't like women. He doesn't. Every time he talks about them, it's so uncomfortable and weird, and he doesn't know what he's supposed to like, so he thinks big tits are like a thing. Oh, the biggest tits in the world. That's because I'm manly.
Gay guys love boobs. Everyone loves boobs. Gay guys love boobs.
He's been stuck in this little house in the middle of nowhere for 40 years. When he first stepped into it, he's like, I'm straight. And then he spent 40 years ruminating on what that means, and it's gotten more and more cartoonish over time. Until what is straight? Oh, it means boobs.
Right.
That's what he likes.
Well, it's insecurity because he doesn't know what it is, so he's not just a man, he's the king in the valley of men, which is another homoerotic fantasy.
True. That's a lot of men in this family. And also the music that he pretends to create, that AI creates for him, is very feminine, in my opinion. And I know that because Rocco loves it.
The act of fucking living I'm doing wrong. I can't wink on YouTube for obvious reasons. So I'm going to calm it down. You guys can speculate amongst yourself whether or not I'm drinking. You guys can speculate. But I'm going to slow it down because I want to. I want to relax. I want to be happy. I want to be happy.
Okay. I didn't catch this until just now. I cranked up the audio. Was that Gilly in the background going, bro? Did you hear that?
Someone said something.
Okay. This is what Doom said. You can hear Gilly saying bro in the background. Listen closely here.
I want to be happy.
Oh, I think he got the, you're done. Wrap it up. Yeah, she's watching her in the room going, no more. This is over. Holy shit. Is that what just happened?
Yes. I thought he was alone in there, that she had traveled away and was nowhere near him the way he was talking about loneliness.
Right. That's what I thought too. So the fact that she's in the other room and he's going, I'm so lonely and no one cares about me and I don't have a friend in the world. Like, oh shit.
She's not his friend. She doesn't help him not feel lonely. I think he was talking about the audience, and I think he was talking about the fact that he's gone from 1,000 to like 50, 60 viewers, and all of the shit. And he used to think he's cool. Now his chat is just shitting on him. So he doesn't have a friend in the world.
He's kind of better than NPC. Like, he's not in charge of his own life. Other people make decisions, and he sort of goes along with it. So what does Gilly, what does she want out of this?
Great question.
Where is she going? What's the end thing?
Because at first it was just to get on Kevin Brennan's radar and go on MLC and talk about going down.
At first, it was to take away one of Pat Dixon's biggest donors.
Oh, good point. I forget about the revenge factor in all of this.
He was one of Pat Dixon's biggest donors?
Correct. He's a huge fan. He's in the chat all the time. Everyone knew him in the chat before he ever started turning on the webcam. All right. Well, speaking of people who are lonely and have no friends, Chad Zubak had a bad week this week. So Chad comes on the stream on MLC. He gets the link. Gino's on there. And I'm not going to play it. I played it on, what were we doing the other day? Point Devil Point. And I guess someone else got their got a strike on their channel for playing this, whether it was Stalin 19 or someone. And so I'm not gonna play. But what happened was, Chad comes on, he's drunk, and he spurgs out and just starts yelling the N-word and F slurs at Gino over and over again. And Kevin would put him out of the room and then bring him back in. He just keep yelling it over and over. And so the next day he comes on, he has a response for why he had this behavior. Because, Chad can't wait to get other people in trouble for their actions online. He obviously roots it on all the time. And I hate when people do this kind of shit, like tattletaling. I hate it. But of course, as soon as Chad does that, people are tagging Nick Swartzen, Godfrey, and they're sending it along to all of Chad's friends, but not just friends, like people who book Chad to do the gigs where Chad actually makes the money. So I thought for sure Chad would come out the next day and just be like, guys, that was fucked up. I should not have done that. That's not me. I won't do it again. And he did to some degree. But he also kind of was just leaning into it a little bit.
My neighbors yesterday.
Hold on a second. I gotta turn this volume way down on that Doom clip. All right. Okay. Everyone relax. It's gonna be fine.
The building over, they had like a block party. It was pretty sweet. Everybody in the neighborhood was over there, and I was taking out the trash, and I'm like, "Hey, come on over, hang out." I'm like, "All right, let's do it." Hey.
First off, that's kind of funny right there. Everyone got an invite in the neighborhood except for Chad. Just happy, and he was just like, "Oh, what's going on over there? I'll pretend I'm taking the trash out." Doopa doopa doo. Probably making some noise. Taking out the trash. Look at me. Oh hey guys, I didn't see you there. Oh, can I go over?
He used this excuse recently, a block party. This came up, a neighborhood party that he had to be at. That was the reason he was gone and drunk for 6 hours. How many fucking neighborhood barbecues does he not get invited to in his neighborhood?
Well, you live in a warm climate. I'm sure there's block parties every weekend, right? Where you live?
No.
No.
No, there's not. I don't know what this. I think it's all bullshit.
Hey, so Mark Norman came over. He's like, "Hey, comedy," and I started drinking some drinks during the afternoon. I kind of fell off the wagon. It's a struggle. It's a struggle. I have issues with.
Is he playing the victim right now? What's going on?
Drinking. Some of the. I'm just being honest. A lot of my problems in my real life have all been traced to drinking.
Okay. Stealing vodka. I saw the video of that. I would say that's traced to drinking. Driving into that tree, your company car in the tree. I would say that's definitely traced to drinking. But I would say telling a woman to off herself over email all day long for hours on end probably doesn't do with drinking. I would say that
There were
stealing
3
credit
block
cards.
parties. There were 3 block parties.
Stealing credit cards in the morning from the gym and then just going out and shopping.
To go buy alcohol.
Well, that's true. He did always buy a vodka and go to Chili's. Chesney's like, I went to Chili's once, Carl. It's an exaggeration. I'm kidding. Okay. So you're right. There's some issues he's had with alcohol that led to some negative things. So I'm sure he's going to explain that this is all his fault, and he knows better now.
Everyone. And during that, I started saying some shit. I was using words.
Oh, by the way, so he brings up the fact that Gino's on there, and Gino's starting a fight with everyone. That's what the fight cut out.
What was the context though? What was happening?
So what happened is he gets back from the block party, he passes out, comes to. There's an email. There's a link to MLC in his email. Like, oh, okay, he hops on.
Right. But what was happening on the show then? He just saw Gino and launched it just immediately. He really just did that. There was no
beef brewing between them.
Okay. And is Gino black?
Kind of. Okay. They were roommates. Gino does live in Harlem, and he's
Oh, they were roommates. Then he can use the N-word. What does that mean?
Well, if you asked anyone, one of these 2 men is going to break out into N and F slurs at the other person and not let the other person talk. You wouldn't guess that it would be Chad.
See, that's interesting you say that. I know Gino has that reputation.
Yes.
But I don't see Gino like he's a lunatic. Don't get me wrong, but he's not like an angry lunatic. He doesn't. I mean, he does. He is. He has been angry from time to time. But he has a little bit more fun with things than a guy like Chad.
No, absolutely not. You remember when we invited him on this little picnic with Blind Mike and Adam, and he didn't let anyone talk. He was just yelling the whole time.
That's true. Yeah,
That's all he does. What Chad did was he out Gino'd Gino.
Well, that's what
He
Chad's
was-
claiming he did, yeah.
He was yelling all those words at Gino, not letting Gino talk, and he did it. He did it all right. Like, as long as you keep the thing that you're yelling between 4 to 7 words and just repeat it over and over again, not let the other person talk, then you're gonna not let them talk. That's
how you win.
It's just weird that he chose the 2 slurs that could be used against the only 2 people that give Chad work at the moment, like Schwartzen and John.
Good point.
He
Good
chose
point.
better slurs.
Yeah.
I started saying some shit. I was using words, his words, the words he uses on stage. The one him and Kumias screams out when they were at the Funny Stop and other venues. I took Gino's word and I just fired it back at him. That's all I was doing.
Right. The N-word is
I took his word and I shot it back at him.
See, this is interesting because with this explanation, it's like Chad did nothing wrong. I mean, Gino's the one who did everything wrong. Gino's done this exact same thing. It's almost like guys like Chad will never learn from their mistakes. They just figure out a way to justify it.
It's the post-Obama world. They've given that word over to Gino. They're like, we have no use for it anymore. Gino, why don't
You seem to like it. Here, you take it home. As long as you care for it. So then, unrelated, I believe, he lost his Patreon. This is the second Patreon that he's been used.
Oh, in this stream when he's talking, he starts to taunt the audience. He's like, everyone wants to cancel me. You can't cancel me. I have nothing. I don't have a job. I don't have anything. He ends up getting a call from Sam Tripoli, and they go
He calls Sam Tripoli up.
a masterclass from Sam Tripoli and talking with Chad and avoiding every attempt that Chad tries to make at hanging out with Sam.
Here we go.
Sam's telling him it's okay. You
Jack
can't
7-5. Let's go.
I'm like one who's already cancelled.
7-5.
This is not the worst
3.
thing that you've done.
Fuck
and
off.
So he leaves pretty nice.
After being told, look, you've done far worse. Don't do that.
Yeah, exactly. So that was Dirty Jersey Rat clips. Thank you very much for that, Dirty Jersey Rat. Now, going over to Pest, and a Pest clip. This is Chad after he lost his Patreon later in the week.
This is Patreon's Trust and Safety Team. Your Patreon features material that falls outside the bounds of our community guidelines has been removed. No warning. Nothing. Just, we're going to take down the whole Patreon. We're not going to give you a warning. We're not going to give you a talking to. We're not going to give you a strike. We're just going to remove your whole Patreon. Just take it all away yet again. We're going to take down all your work, everything that you built, and then all the money that we charge, we're going to just go ahead and refund it back to the people. So all the work you did is for nothing. We're just going to give their money back.
So this is the part that really bothers him. Because he's got, what, 5 or 6 donors to give $100 a month on there. And unfortunately for Chad, he decided, like, hey, that'll be like my sponsor people. Give me $100 a month through Patreon. Probably should just pay PayPal or Venmo or something.
All of these platforms usually have terms and conditions that say that their terms and conditions apply to off-platform behavior.
That's true.
As well.
That's true. Patreon has canceled creators over things they've done on other social media.
Right. So you said no.
Well, okay, so is it your understanding that it was the N-word tirade that led to Patreon revoking this?
I figure that someone would have, I don't know who, but someone would have sent the a letter to Patreon saying, here's an N-word tirade, here is him targeting someone, and like try to check off every box that's against the terms of service that they could with Chad.
And I want to say that I don't like that this happened. I hate when people lose their Patreon and YouTube channels. I hate all of this shit. I'm for absolute free speech. And Chad's a piece of shit, so it's hard to feel bad for him, but I don't want him to lose his Patreon. And I think it could be someone who's just like, fuck this guy, and said Patreon the link to what happened with Gino, but he claims that there were a couple of videos that were marked in the note that he got saying that his account was moved. And he ties this to someone specifically. There was nothing. But it's interesting, the 2 episodes that were in question featuring Stuttering John and Ava coverage. Interesting. And I'm getting many, many reports from many different people that Ava's going around threatening to take down my Patreon. Not just one person, not just like 4 different people told me this. 4 people that don't communicate with one another told me Ava's going around striking Patreon. She knows how to do it, and she's doing it. Now, what's interesting about this is that Ava spent a lot of time on John's show this week talking about not striking, lecturing John, kind of, about let's not be the villains here. We don't want to be striking channels. It's going to get people against you when you do that. And I was praising Ava for saying that. Why are we striking people? Not cool. And I appreciate Ava telling John and actually convincing him, or for whatever reason, John's like, fine, let's stop striking Shuli and these other channels, which is great. But is there a chance that Ava did that? I really don't want to know what I would look like in lipstick, if I'm being honest. So we'll just leave that alone.
You might end up looking a lot like that pig that Dr. Jack is squeezing in his hair.
Yeah. By the way, the squeeze suggests that Dr. Jack really internalizes some of his frustration while out there. The affect on the surface, this is a man who looks calm. But just ask the little
Where'd it
piggy.
go? Hold on, it's not. No longer in the hand. I don't see it by the chips. Where?
Copperfield will reveal all shortly.
Did he eat it?
Where'd it go? Don't worry about it. It's here. Elias, play the kick 6 as a limb. These are the 2 who aren't supposed to want to tussle, seated directly beside one another. Catastrophic would be playing a big one. With so many payout ladders still available, so many shorter stacks surrounding them. Start with the suited one, Gabber checks it back. We're going to see 3 with 180 in the middle. Bottom 2 here for Tony. Fortunately, nothing on the stovetop for Elias. Darren just asking a question here, cheaply.
Well, he's just hoping to maybe slide it through, and even if we get called, pick up some sort of opportunity to win it on later streets. But this is, I love this. No raise from Tony Gregg. Just call in position.
Fairly damp turn card here. The front door flush arrives. Some straights have completed. Elias could lean on that 6 of clubs if he so chose. No hearts in his hand. Being called on this flop makes barreling at this turn troublesome. So he does elect to check it. Now let's see if Tony wants to sprinkle something into 300.
Elias, you're just hoping it goes check, check here, so you get to realize your equity with that gutter. Maybe even thinks the king is good if he can hit.
180.
Just a quick fold. Yeah, over.
Curtain drawn there, courtesy of the 180 declared by Tony Gregg. The yoga, health, and meditation enthusiast who lives in Kailua, Kauai.
Yeah.
Columbia, Maryland. His original stomping grounds. What a bracelet
over a decade ago, back in 2013. Man's been at it a minute.
I thought he was going to win the main event
just
this past year.
You know, overshadowed by the insanity that was the grinder, winning the PPC and the main. He did get right down toward the end of that one. 2 tables left, and he was in the thick of it. But 11 was as deep as he could run. He's got the right disposition for that sort of affair, too. A main event, that kind of days-long marathon of a poker tournament that really...
I'm just so happy he's seemingly back. I have loved this kid. So fun to play with back in the day. On my fun, I mean, he destroyed me. And then started doing it in the live world.
You know what's funny? He actually recalls playing with you as really fun as well, it would seem.
Yes, I'm sure he would, Ali. Indeed.
No
doubt about it.
Perhaps there's a palapa in the backyard somewhere that
he's just
was
so
erected in your honor.
have you talked much with Tony?
Yeah.
He's one of the kindest, gentlest, warmest souls out there. He's very good friends with Christian Charter. Okay, yeah, they came up together from the Maryland area.
Okay.
They may even be have both dropped out of Maryland at the same time. I don't know if they finished their degrees. But I know they were terrapins. Yeah, they went to college together. That's where it all started for the two of them with poker during that time. The only thing I don't care for about Tony Bregas is the yoga. You don't need to just, put it in our face that you know how to touch your toes. I've never been able to touch my toes my entire life.
I think there's more to it than that, Brent. And I also don't find one's practice of yoga quite as hostile an act as you apparently.
It's a bit offensive. Like, hey, congratulations, you're flexible.
You know what the irony of this is?
Yeah.
It suggests that you might benefit from yoga. just think about it for a second.
I'm open to anything and everything.
On the topic of opens, Neil Warren's Jack 4, the Robbie, in the small blind, getting after the good doctor, who's up to the task with the Ace 7. Queen 10, open ender for Warren, gutter for Pan. The Ace high is best.
Warren go to work off this short stack. I sort of wonder, given how much has been committed to the pot thus far, if he were to face resistance, which by the looks of it he won't, is he just going with it? The open ender? I think so.
Nice find to c-bet that board. Follow through. Brings home his chips with new ones.
Big old brain on Neil Warren. You touched on it. You're a fellow alum, Cal Berkeley. Also went to Harvard, got his MS in data science. Electrical engineering. I mean, what can't this guy do?
Well, he's also a licensed private airplane pilot.
A patent attorney.
I mean, this dude is the talented Mr. Ripley.
Yeah.
He could be like the Dos Equis spokesperson.
Wait, didn't that have a freaky ending, Mr. Ripley, or no?
Not all aspects of it. I think Ripley was a scammer, right? Maybe we're not going to.
Let's find a different movie.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Pocket Jacks. Elias likes this picture. Tice has really been hard dead. 3 of hearts.
It's interesting, right? I mean, he did defend King 9 in this similar scenario, but he does find the call with 9-3 suited.
But he doesn't find there's a heart on board or a pair. Pesky ace out there, but the Jacks are way in front.
music.
Well, we're maintaining our direction.
The only thing I like about it is when I'm clipping a show, I can watch it at 2x speed and it sounds normal. So I can get through it a little quicker. But yeah, he is so slow now.
He didn't have that Tom Waits gargle at all. It was smooth.
Yeah, it was. I was surprised. It was like he was out of character.
Dame Taft, play Guess the Sound. We want to wager. Yeah, we should get Guess the Sound back on here. I agree. That's a good game. I miss old Howard Stern. Kind of laughing at the possibility of starting John thinking he had a chance. Bothered him more than the DWI or making her uncomfortable allegations. Yeah, that was not what he wanted to hear. Chad's mimic. Chad went after the fair maiden lady, KB. He did. Clever Mystic. What about throwing up for counting for drunk? What about throwing up counting for drunk? I got it. I would think so. Gino seems to do that in a lot of events. People said I was doing that at Rodney's.
You were carried out of the bathroom.
I was carried out of the bathroom by Poker Mike, I heard.
Yeah, in between cheating on your wife with
with a trans. Yeah.
While recording that guy falling down the steps at the same time.
Yep, I heard that too. Amariza is here with $10. The idea that I even know that idiot has a Patreon is hilarious, provides no evidence. Gino Orcumia had those fight vids taken down because of his responses to certain questions and floated Ava conspiracy. All right. I believe. I was just throwing it out there as a discussion topic since Chad pointed you out specifically, accused you of doing that. I appreciate your stance on striking, though, Ava. Thank you. Madigan, 2025, forming a new band, Two Non-Blinds. It's not bad.
Not bad.
All right. Next topic of discussion. Let's get into some John stuff. So, I want to show this. I did play clips of WTP yesterday of John with Bob Levy. And like you were talking about, Adam, it's very funny. Where John's just like, but Bob, we were such good friends. I slept at your house. Bob, like, I don't remember any of that. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't you remember in Cleveland when you ate the blue cheese out of the girl's ass? It's just like, yeah, I do that in every city, John. I don't remember this at all.
I remember eating blue cheese. I remember Modi was there.
I remember Modi. Yep. I remember when Artie Lang was there. We just shot at the bar. That was really funny. So let me just show you how this interview ended, because John changes his tune the very next day to make it look like this didn't happen.
By the way, this is Ava. She loves you.
Thank you. As you know, it's not normal that a man can have two women in her life, but I do. And I was saying that.
Look at Bob killing you today.
I know how women are around me. You know what I mean? And I don't blame you, honey. Ava, I don't blame you.
Ava, get it right.
Yeah. All right.
All right, Bob. You let me know when I'll come on your show. I appreciate you coming on.
Okay. You guys have a good night. And
do you have my cell number?
I don't. No, let's not get that close yet.
Hold on. Wait.
It's too early. Too early for this, you know?
John is having a blast. He has a friend. He's excited. They're having a fun conversation.
Very good, Bob. Bob, you have done a great job, and thanks for coming on.
Thank you. I am God. Thank you all. We'll see you soon.
I'll see you, man. Well, you know what? That did not go the way I thought it was going to go. I thought that was going to be a big fight. And you know what? I don't know. It's hard for me to hate somebody who... God damn it! I so wanted to rip him an asshole. And then...
Rip him an asshole?
I don't know. I mean, just forgive and forget. Hello.
So that's Stalin 19 putting that together for us. The reason why I played that is because people told John, I think Bob Lee was trolling you, John. And so the next day, he comes out and explains that, yeah, he did.
So I will address the one thing. I mean, for anybody who doesn't think, or who thinks I didn't know that Bob or Levy was trolling you, I knew, which is why I kept playing the laugh tracks after every, hack joke that he did. Now, though...
Why was he cracking up laughing while playing the laugh tracks? I think he was showing off the press a button.
I guess I kept saying, you're killing it tonight. You're killing it. They love you.
Yeah. And that being said, it was kind of fun to try and clear the air, start anew. But with all that sports crap, like Shipley's making more money than ever. Pinky's making more money than ever. It was just a ball wash to them, and we all know that's not true. And Bob claiming he's rich. Come on, Bob. If he was so rich as I pointed out, why did you go to Turkey for teeth?
That's completely gaslighting him. He's like, nope, I knew he was lying, and I didn't get wired up when he was talking about how much he was making, and it didn't bother me at all. It's hilarious.
Why is that a slight against John for him to say that other people are doing well and that he himself, Bob, is doing well? Why is that a dig against him that other people exist?
Hasn't he admitted that that's what he believes by filing
Yes.
his lawsuit?
Yes!
Because
He
he's
thinks we
saying
made
himself.
$300,000 off of DabbleCon 2 and Dabble House. That's what they said, that we estimate this to be $300,000. And then he sits there and he goes, stop acting like people are making money off of me. I mean, come on. What a time.
Oh, there's that lawsuit that says you damaged me. And then when people ask him about it, he's like, I care. You think I care?
Right. All right, so later on in this episode, $2 Dan from Nice Podcast Super joins the show. And I guess Dan is now the Wednesday regular, the co-host of the On Job show.
And that's why you do this contrarian stuff. Like it's a solid strategic move from Dan. You can just have very disingenuous positions all the time and counter against the popular or the reasonable opinion, just to be the only one standing on that side. And so when they require someone from that side, they're going around except for Dan. So they bring him on.
Correct. So Dan has set himself up to be in this position. Now, I'm not envious of this, though. I don't know who would sign up for this role. Here's an example of what he has to do on the show now.
One thing I love, and the timing couldn't be any better. Dude, you are on the heater of all heaters right now. You just keep winning. You can't stop winning right now. So I'm like, I don't want to jinx it, but I'm happy to be part of it, man. I'll hopefully keep the winning going.
Isn't it amazing, Dan, when you think about it? Like it's just been like a whirlwind. Like every time people try and by making a loss for me, I end up turning it on them and making a loss for them. And I love it.
The harder they come at you, John, the more it flies back in their face. It really just bounces off, and you're like Teflon. You are the Teflon Don of the Teflon
John.
Teflon John. There you go. Exactly.
So imagine you go on a show. Okay, I'm going to be the co-host on Wednesday, and your job is to ball wash the host at all times. Agree with everything they say, and just also tell them how amazing they are. And if you do anything other than that, you give you a fight like you did with Alva on Monday. This is a weird thing to sign up for.
You're describing NLC.
Right. And let me ask you, does Oz have any credibility? Right. or Johnny Crutches? Like, these guys have zero credibility when they just go on and disagree with, oh, yeah. People act like this show is like, oh, you have to agree with Carl. No. Moody has pushed back on me. Adam does a little too much. We'll have a conversation about that off air. But it's so ridiculous the way that Dan comes out and loses all credibility. John, you're killing it. Everyone thinks you're amazing.
I think you're reading it too literally. This is an investment in Dan. He just needs to invest a few weeks, a few months to get closer to John until the inevitable falling out. And then he's got all this dirt, all these messages that he saved. Then he can push himself into some level of notoriety by releasing.
That's possible. We might get better booking than PYP.
That's the pipeline. Like that's the reason these people go on John's show. We've seen a rotating carousel of people.
Well, you're right about that, and he gives it away here. This is my last clip for John. We'll move on. But this is amazing because he's talking about Keanu, and he literally explains his motivation to John, and John's too stupid to pick up.
It was funny. Somebody on Reddit, I think, today was saying, "Oh, Keanu's back to her old ways. 35 viewers. Nobody cares about her anymore." 24. But they cared about her when she was, attached to you. But now they don't care about her anymore. So You know, maybe you should have stuck around a little longer, Keanu, and maybe been a little more appreciative of the opportunity.
So, Rudy, to your point, Dan's obviously seeing the same thing. Just like, well, people will pay attention to Keanu because she was on with John all the time. You know, I'll pay attention to me. I'll go with John all the time. The problem is, it falls off fast. So even Keanu talking shit about John this week, already people are just like, all right, moving on to the next thing.
What these drama things do, or like when something happens, an event happens, you're going to get an influx of people that come to your show and will check it out just for the drama. You need other things and you need to make other reasons for them to stick around. Otherwise, they're all going to leave straight away. How many times has Keanu had a falling out with someone, released their text messages, and got him 80 to 200 people watching her, and then that collapses down to 20 to 30, and she's like, oh, I need to rustle up some more drama so I can get people. It's not a long-term strategy. It's a strategy to get people in the door, but you need to give them a reason to stay, and she's just so vapid and doesn't give any reason for you to stay.
Adam, thoughts on that?
Yeah, they don't think about that. If they were thinking about their show, they'd be busy doing it instead of doing this stuff.
Right. This stunt that $2 Dan is doing. You know, I'm sure he has a goal in mind and an end game, like you said. And he's going to get close to John and get all this dirt and information and then try to springboard. But yeah, at the end of the day, what are people going to go to? Nice Podcast Stupid? Is that actually going to get better or interesting?
What does the funnel look like? Like,
Right.
what is the people are they're gonna watch you with John. Then you're gonna have a falling out with John. They'll come and watch your show. You talk about what happened with John, and then you just go back to doing the same show you did.
And it's welcome to Hollywood. They give you the keys and
Right.
take what you want from shops and boutiques.
It's just so funny. He said it right there. He's just like, yeah, Keanu was getting all his attention, and now she left the show, and now no one's watching. It's like, well, Dan, welcome to your future. We'll see you there in a little bit, buddy.
The visual is really amazing there. With he couldn't be lower in the frame, and John couldn't be higher. You look
It's
at
to get the neon stupid above him.
hilarious.
It's such a good.
I figured John was just like, can you get a little lower, lower,
Yeah.
even lower.
So the other thing that John was complaining about on his show that we were covering on WTP was Kevin Brennan. He put out a post on X saying, hey, it's John's mom's 89th birthday coming up. Why don't you get her a gift and send it to her house? The address is here at this Reddit link. And John was very upset about that. So he went on and he had a falling out with one of his friends over it. It was a whole thing. So then Kevin goes on his show and releases DMs he got from John. And this is actually very interesting. Pest pulled this clip together for us because let's see how John deals with things behind the scenes.
Threatening me. I'm calling the cops after your latest post. My brother will be paying you a visit.
So this is it. John sends him a DM or a text or something that says, I'm calling the cops after your latest post. So immediately, like, getting law enforcement involved in stupid petty things. And then my brother will pay you a visit. John always does this. He always wants to get the law involved and also vigilantes. You know, it's just like, hey, we're gonna rough you up and then we're gonna sue you. It's like, well, hold on a second. You gotta pick one thing or the other. You can't do both of those things.
My response, ha ha ha, you fucking loser. Ha ha ha, you fucking loser.
It's a good response.
Oh, I'm so mad.
It's every so often there's like a glimmer of the old Kevin Brennan back, and then it's just gone for a while.
Yeah, no, that's very funny, and yeah, he picks up on something here.
John gets so emotional.
Yes, John gets too emotional. John gets up in his feelings a little bit too much with this stuff, where he's just like punching at the air, like, I'll sue you, my brother will beat you up.
Then I'm gonna burn you. Then you're gonna drown, and then I'm gonna shoot you. And then I'm gonna stab you.
There. One more clip from Kevin Brennan, because you know he does bring up kind of a good point here. I don't agree with doxing people and fucking people's families, but he does bring up a good point.
So I just thought, hey, John's always bragging about his birthday's on Thursday. He keeps telling us. Why would he tell us that? Why would he tell us that, Jerry? Why would he tell us that? Unless he wants it to be part of the Dabbleverse. So let's make it happen, everybody.
Send her something nice. See, this is the mistake that John makes. I pointed this out many times. He wants to have it both ways. He wants to be able to talk about his kids and what they're doing and make that part of his resume and all the things he brags about. And he wants to be able to talk about his mom and how great she is and her birthday coming up and all this stuff. And then people go, oh, I'm going to talk about that because John's talking about it. You can't talk about that. Like, you brought it up, idiot. I don't know anything about your mom's 89th birthday. You're the one who fucking brought it up. And then when you go and strike a channel and take away someone's money from them, they're going to weaponize that against you. Like, John's getting everything he deserves in this because he's using nefarious acts to take money out of Kevin's pocket.
You feel bad about people that release texts. You don't like that. That's a stand that you have. I do too, but it's hard to feel bad because he released all of my texts. So John doesn't understand when people say, try and be the better person, try and do it first. It creates goodwill. It will help you not have everyone be against you.
We have 1,500 people watching us live. Thank you very much for being here. We're going to get to the Ethan Ralph arrest and the Mersh victory lap and everything that's gone down since then. But first,
Yay, super chats.
supertip.gg/WATP if you want to participate in the show like Scooter G.
I own a beater car.
I own a beater car.
I own a beater car.
I own a beta car. I ride a bicycle.
Pretty good. Pretty good. Elaborate Mystic coming in.
So, whose show is neutral ground enough that John and you guys could come on at the same time? It's what BYB tried, but Tookie came on too hot. MLC? Doesn't seem likely now. Blind Mike? Pass P? Dixon's show?
Easy.
Easy.
It's like it's the only one
It
where
is the one.
everyone is on equal footing. I think.
Right. Look at Mike Boudet coming in the Sword and Scale. Why does literally everyone hate you, Carl? Fair question. Why does literally everyone hate you? Good to see you, Mike. See it. Is he coming to Hackmania? He is, right?
Yeah, it's like a lightning rod. It's actually you want a Carl on the show because it distracts from the flaws of the other people on there.
Good point.
If everyone just hates the same guy.
BS3. When did Moody lose his eyesight?
It's just summer here. It's very bright, so I need to be UV smart.
JMO Inc. When you said Danny Bryan deserved it, what'd you mean? I think I explained that on WATP as well as on Aussie Guys show. She was looking for that reaction. She got it. John Todd 8622 $5. Stuttering John is to comedy what Mariah Carey is to comedy. He may not be LOL funny, but it's better than anything SJ has written. Scope. This may not be LOL funny. Mariah Carey used to have those voicemails. People could call her.
Really?
And she would like give them messages and stuff. They explain how we started. She's a lunatic. 712 Colgate. Yeah.
She's too aware. Like Stuttering John has a lack of awareness about the world that normal people don't have, and that's where that meets the like Tommy Wiseau-esque, like detachment from things that makes him fascinating to watch.
I agree. 712 Colgate. Adam got a visit from Dr. Roberts, who's Timu Blind Mike. Who's Dr. Roberts? Pest Out West. I demand that Pat Oates be on the show more, or I will strike your channel. You know, I would love to have Pat Oates on the show more. It's very difficult to schedule with him. He's not an easy guy to book a time with. Superman says, Abba is an Iranian sleeper cell. Adam is the man of dismantling Southern Jaundice. Great job, Lady K. And producer Chris is a funny dude. Respect, fellas. Thank you, Superman. Much appreciated. Lever Mystic, QZ or Echo Pineapple for next confrontation. Echo does a good job.
He does.
We were admiring Echo's work when he had Skinny Chad Zumock on the show. Skinny Chad on the show. That was pretty fascinating, actually. All right. Ethan Ralph was arrested either last night or early this morning, something like that, for disorderly conduct and indecent exposure, according to the sheriffs that Mersh called into. And he claims that that's not the case. I guess we'll find out more. You might know more about this Moody already. But why don't we walk through the chain of events? So, Ethan Ralph has been talking to Scarlett Hampton, and Mersh and his girlfriend, Ice Dancer, have also been talking to Scarlett Hampton.
Yes.
And they hate each other, Ralph and Mersh.
Right. Well, also, Mersh kind of hates Scarlett because at the start of the year, Scarlett came on the Nobody Likes Onions show with me and Patrick,
Yeah.
and we interviewed her. And Mersh and Ice Dancer had been putting in work behind the scenes to get Scarlett out and maybe make content out of her. It's very unclear. But he was very annoyed that his right to first access to Scarlett was taken away from him.
Yeah, he was more upset with you guys than he was with Scarlett, I think. But
Right, but that's when he sort of turned on Scarlett. He said, "We're done with her," and she turned on him. And obviously, him and Ethan Ralph have a falling out. They don't really like each other very much, and so that left room for Ethan Ralph to.
right. So Ethan Ralph's messaging with Scarlett behind the scenes, and they decide they're going to get together in Chicago. Ethan Ralph lives in Mexico, flies to Chicago to meet up with Scarlett, and they document much of their week. They're hanging out. We played it on PvP. It appeared that Ralph was getting a BJ from Scarlett while he was streaming, and it seems like a lot of this was to stick it to Mersh. Am I wrong about that? Okay.
It makes sense. Like Mersh would have been mentioned a lot. It's reminiscent of the Karmic and Felicia thing, where the relationship is born out of it. That's what
seems that way, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
Did seem that way to me. So
They did a bunch of videos. There's one where she was zooted. Like, she
yeah,
was.
I have that coming up.
Okay, great.
I'm not going to play them all. There's a lot of stuff to get to, obviously, but I just wanted to encapsulate like what the relationship was. Tumultuous is a good word for it because Scarlett, she's a wild card, and it can be tough to pin her down. And we saw this with Matt Mead, and it seems like both parties are at fault, but Scarlett's going to be hard to deal with regardless. And this is just a video that she posted. She was secretly recording their conversation. I'm not going to play the whole thing. It's 7 minutes long. But there's a portion of this I think kind of sums up what their relationship was like when they were together in Chicago.
You're a dumb bitch, and you fucking streamed that shit earlier because you're a dumb bitch. And so,
Cool.
I'm telling you,
You're great.
and I'm gonna say, remove this dumb
Yeah, I'm gonna
bitch
get
from
another
my
room in this hotel because I am
I
willing
don't
to
give
do
a fuck
that.
what you do.
Because you just seem to want to pig on my fucking wallet.
Nigger,
You take away my phone and text people and like put people on blast and then yell at me for my friends.
So a lot of arguments going on at the same time, a lot of confusion. There was a stream from the car earlier that Ethan did not want. I shouldn't say Ethan. Ralph didn't want being streamed, and so he's still upset about that. And she's upset because he stole her phone and was texting from it, fucking with people.
They managed to get to where Matt Mead and Scarlett were in 2 months within 2 days.
Yeah, that was very quickly.
He's amazing.
Now, this is what you were talking about, Moody. This is a big deal right here. Because Ralph has a plan. Ralph is going up to meet up with Scarlett for what it appears to be the opportunity to record a video that he can then use to piss off Mersh, to fuck with Scarlett. Like, who knows why he wants this sex video that he wants. But they record this video. They both seem pretty fucked up. That's how it appears to me. And Ralph explains what the plan is.
We had to hype up the film, ladies and gentlemen. You know, they've been waiting for Ralph and Mel Part 2. I wasn't happy with the first one. It wasn't exactly my Citizen Kane. I'm thinking this is going to be Godfather Part 1, Part 2, and Citizen Kane combined, Gone with the Wind. Angie, what do you think?
A lot of interluding.
Right. What she said.
A lot of dramatic intermissions.
It's all part of the plan.
And it's like the Trans X album Wisconsin Death Trip. That what happens in Wisconsin sometimes it stays in Wisconsin.
This one's not going to stay in Wisconsin, though, actually.
No,
Wow. Ralph was very quick to be like, oh, no. Everything that we're going to do in Milwaukee, I will be leaking to the internet. Trust me.
She is ready to have her teeth worked on. It's enough gas.
Yeah.
Like, she is
She's feeling good.
compliant and not there. It's this is not a person.
Not a care in the world right here. Yes, he's feeling good.
Shout out to Hunter Moore. He sent me the form and everything.
So Hunter Moore, I should have looked this up, but I heard someone talking about this. This is a guy who knows how to release porn videos so that it clears with all the parties involved. Do you know that? Does anyone know?
That's a thing?
Yeah, apparently there's people who perfected revenge porn. They figured out all the legalese you gotta go through in order to make that happen. But regardless of that, he's saying, okay, I figured out how to get the right forms in place so that I can get Scarlett to sign off on whatever we film so that I can put that up.
We're doing it by the book.
Yeah, I mean, I know how the
Well,
book works.
she already knows.
I know the book.
Yeah, you wrote the
But,
fucking book.
yeah, Wisconsin. Yeah,
Shout out Wisconsin.
yeah.
One night in Wisconsin.
Hey, it's not the first night. Hey, last night was that was a bit challenging. There's a haunted hotel, and we had to get the fuck out of there. And a lot of spooky shit went down, and it was real good. We're alive, we're here, and we're making peace.
We're making history. We're making movies. Get your popcorn ready.
So this is before the arrest takes place, and Ralph is loving life. He's like, "Yep, I got this whole plan figured out. We're gonna have this this video that we make." And
just a bit of background. In 2022, Ralph was arrested for revenge porn.
Yes.
So I think he's trying to avoid that same repeat.
Do you think we should go interview someone that he served time with?
I might not be the man for that job.
Yeah.
Find someone else to do that.
I want to track what websites he's on.
Ethan Ralph has 2 kids with 2 different women. He doesn't really have a connection to either one because they live in the United States and he lives in Mexico. And yeah, he's done some gnarly shit when it comes to his relationships with women. And,
or just in general, he's a pretty controversial figure that sort of made a living off of harassing people to some extent, creating controversy, and being quite confrontational and turning up places.
And Ralph and I hung out with him and Mersh when Dick Masterson did his Road Rage Tampa, which is back in 2020. I was at that. We were all hanging out. And Ralph wasn't liked by a lot of the people there. When he came out on stage, he was mostly booed, and that was in front of Dick Show fans. That was back when him and Dick had a decent relationship. So he's always been the villain. He's always played that guy. And later on, after that video came out, Scarlett tweets out this. Ethan Ralph just destroyed my MacBook Pro, threw it across the room and ran away. Lost my grandma's voicemails, my music compositions, poetry writings, and my intellectual property. Then he ran off with some document he made me sign so he can be porn approved. No, sir, you are not. Revenge, raging, and doxing my family and friends is not in my book. Neither is extortion. So this was getting a lot of attention last night.
I just the term porn approved to me sounds like you know when you were in school and then one of the kids would be like, yeah, I had sex in the weekend. You know, I had sex so much they told me I was porn approved. Like,
wow, you must have been having a lot of sex there.
Right. It sounds like that sort of lie. It's so weird.
Well, obviously something went down with these two because we saw them, they're zooted, they're happy, they're gonna have a great night, all sorts of fun things are gonna happen. And then it turns out they have a fight. Ralph is chucking MacBook Pros around the room, runs off, not good.
Only we knew someone who had 17,000 access to 17,000 more laptops.
Mersh did make that joke.
Oh, yeah.
I'll give Mersh the credit on that one. And so the news comes out, and I was asleep in bed when this happened. But the news came out that Ralph was arrested in Milwaukee. And it happens while Mersh is streaming. He sees, holy shit, my enemy, my nemesis, has just been arrested. This is the greatest thing that's ever happened to me. And so Mersh does a 4-hour victory lap this morning on his Nightwave radio stream. And I just have a couple of clips from that to get a sense of how excited he was.
We're celebrating, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're just tuning in, our best friend, Ethan Ralph, America's favorite rage pig, is currently in custody in the Milwaukee County Jail with charges of disorderly conduct and indecent exposure.
Chat? Piggy's in the chat? I'm the best piggy.
Look how fucking happy he is.
Yeah.
And I'm going to draw a couple parallels to Aaron and Holt. We're going to make a few parallels to this. But it's just like,
get ready for Mersh to hate you more.
I know. I'm going to say nice things about him too. I'll ignore that. But Mersh is so happy. He's feeling all of his feels. This is the greatest day of his life. He just won the Powerball, even though nothing in his life has changed at all. But the guy that he doesn't like had a bad thing happen to him and an embarrassing mugshot. And so this is a very exciting day for him. He's fucking dancing in his chair.
They've been feuding for months, and there was like harassments and shots being fired behind the scenes. It was quite personal.
I should mention something that's very important to the story, is that Ralph's ex is now Mersh's current girlfriend.
Yes.
Yes, Ice Diver used to date Ralph and now went to Mersh, so that's another like important element to their
That's
hatred
what
for
this
each other.
seems to really be all
Right?
about. They are
Yes.
in love with each other.
It's a convoluted story to get into how Ice Dancer and Mersh ended up with each other, but yes, it does loop through Ethan Ralph.
I have a strong feeling that if you went to Ethan Ralph and said, okay, listen, that girl Scarlett, she's going to be yours, you can fall in love, but you're never allowed to tell Mersh about it. You're never allowed to tell the world. He wouldn't want to do it.
Right.
I don't think he has
agree with you.
any interest outside of telling people, look what I did.
Mm-hmm.
Piggy in the chat, can I get some oink oink oink? Oink oink, mother truckers. Oink oink, oink oink.
I wish I had something in my life that I could be this happy about.
No.
You know what I mean? Like I'm not that emotionally invested in anything that's going on, especially on the internet. Where if something happened to someone, I'd be like dancing on the stream, like, "Wow, look at me! I'm the victor in this." Like,
I know, and I want to say that, but there's that part of me that knows if Stuttering John got arrested for decent exposure, I would be on an emergency show. We would be looking at the mugshots. We wouldn't be dancing, but at some point you'd be able to pull a clip and go, "How dare you criticize that?" I know that.
I wouldn't be dancing, and I'd actually be upset if he wasn't able to stream for a while. Like, come on, John, you fucked up, man.
Would you call it the best day of your life?
No.
Because that is
Definitely not.
No, but I might buy a bunch of those like things that you blow in that don't make a sound. You just go flip, like when John
when Shuey's channel got struck.
Mm-hmm.
Melton said, I didn't do this when Aaron went to jail. This is crass. Well,
so Patrick's watching this live and messaging him. And he's going like, dude, you know, I have a guy that I was battling with. He went to jail and I wasn't dancing around in my chair.
You're you and I'm me, buddy. I don't know what fucking show you do, but this is how we do it over here, buddy. Here's the thing, Melton. I must be doing something right.
This is very funny. So, also similar to Aaron Immel, everything's a scoreboard with Mersh. So Mersh pulls up the Supertip leaderboard webpage, supertip.gg/leaderboard. And he wants to show Patrick that, like, no, I got this all figured out. This kind of blows up in his face a little bit.
He has been working his way up that all-time leaderboard. He beat you recently. This is what this is all about, isn't it, Carl? He beat you on the all-time leaderboard. You're jealous.
That's what it is.
I must be doing something right? I mean, you gotta be doing something right. You know, hey, look, I'm not gonna deny, you're doing a lot better.
He pulls this up because Melton's watching to be like, in your face, Melton, the number one is Nobody Likes Hot Tits for both the 24-hour and the 7-day. Oh, whoops. Oopsie.
But behind the scenes, later this year, Mersh will make it to number 4 at his trajectory, but he's never entering the top.
Mission accomplished. Modest gains. Always a bit of treachery lurking. Tough outing, by the way, for Elias to be to the right of Greg, who just has been enjoying the God candle.
Well, despite being out of position, Elias has accumulated throughout the course of the day.
Sure.
He's still been able to thrive. By the looks of it, we're headed for potentially an incredible heads-up battle. Elias and Greg have separated themselves from Dr. Jack and Neil Warren. Certainly not counting either one of those guys out, but for the fans at home, what could be.
Hobbling again is Elias. From the puck this time.
Yeah.
Raise and take. That suited connector. He's kind of an end boss, Brent.
Who's that? Darren?
Yeah.
I think that's his nickname, isn't it? I mean, other than Big Brisket.
Oh, is it really
they
end
call
boss?
him the end boss. Yeah.
I mean, there's a few people who've kind of drawn that moniker over time, but I don't remember that being his actual. Because I always hear you say Big Brisket, and I've kind of gone with that, but I don't remember. Is he end boss?
Yeah, I think
Is
a
that
lot of
his
people
jam?
call him the end boss with this, what he's accomplished over at the WPT with those 4 titles. He's got 4 PGT titles as well. The guy knows how to close.
First live cash coming all the way back in October of 2010. 14 live wins.
Right here, it says in the bio, Lee grinded cash games at the Borgata on the weekends, was considered by peers as the end boss.
There you have it.
He was always seen at final tables.
Touched on those 4 WPT wins for him, by the way, as we see Greg potentially booking a date with Neil Warren's King Queen of Spades. I would imagine a durable enough holding for him to want to get in there. But of course, that pay ladder between 4th and 3rd, 23,000 on Neil's mind as he looks over at the tournament clock, as well as Jack Pan's 665. And Pan's going to have a couple of bigs shaved off of that 665, which will put him down at $500,000. Whereas a fold from Warren here would cost him just 40.
I don't know what those ICM solvers would say. They have a tendency to be insanely tight. This might be a fold. I don't have it in me. I can't look at King Queen suited, understanding that the chip leader is going to shove wide on the button. I don't think I have the ability to fold.
Strikes me as a problem for you.
No. That's why I'm in the booth.
Neil's thought here, for those potentially going, why isn't he just slam dunk getting it in here, has nothing to do with whether or not he thinks King Queen suited has merit. He knows it does. He knows that it's going to perform well against the jamming range from the button versus he and Dr. Jack in the blinds. But what he doesn't know is whether or not he wants to gamble with it here or await Dr. Jack's fate to come a little bit more into focus. Gave it a big long chew. Ultimately decides to call. Dr. Jack loves to see it, and of course loves even more to see that Tony Gregg is a favorite with the ace high, albeit by just 9%.
I love this call by Neil Warren to up the variance. You might feel like Tony Gregg, Darren Elias, they might have me outmatched as far as skill. You know how you beat that? You up the variance.
That is a fair point. No paint and just one spade out there. Grim developments for Neil Warren, whose equity drops to 27% with 2 to come in an over 2 million chip pot. Help needed. Not found. And it's 6 outs 1 time. No backdoor equity. Will ace high hold? Yes, it will. Turning into a pair of 5s for good measure. And Neil Warren busting out. And I'm certain that one of the first thoughts on his mind right now, not that he's going to dwell necessarily, is should I have maybe bended
I don't think so, man. I like it. I think he should be satisfied and happy with the decision making. Obviously, results be damned. Sometimes you just don't get there, but I like it, man.
I thought that he was stronger than that.
Last hand. Tony Gregg now has more than half the chips in play. His first PGT final table, his first major final table here at the Poker Go Cup. Could it be his first title?
He has certainly put himself in a good spot here, but not going to partake in this one as Dr. Jack rips it with King High. Elias taking his turn with an ace-5. And might the shorties be out the door in quick succession?
10-minute break? Okay. Thanks. Always ace-5.
The doctor did lock up $90,450 for third place along with the boys, and it's looking like it's listing toward his pocket here on an 8-4 deuce board.
Ace or three, he just locks it.
Yeah, 5 actual outs as one king is busy. No freeze out on the turn. But his salvation awaiting him on the river. Is the pig going to get a workout? I fear for the piggy. As the Jack of Hearts seals the doctor's fate as your third place finisher on the heels of that fourth place finish for Neil Warren, who took home $67,000. That 23K ladder not to be overlooked. As he had fewer chips than Neil before Warren went with that king, queen of spades. So the shorties have fallen in back-to-back hands, and the two big stacks are going to square off heads up for the title here in event number 7 with Tony Gregg holding the chip lead by about 600K. Brent and I are going to step aside. We'll be back shortly with the conclusion of this 10K.
Like this, like that's how she like. It's just in like you can't. It's like okay,
you can't engage with.
Oh, it was Ethan Ralph. They're saying it was Ethan Ralph that did that.
Oh,
yeah,
was it
falling
Ralph?
out for
That's
her?
right.
Yeah.
That's right. I forgot about that. But Adam, I assume that you talked to her at Chrissy Mayer's thing because you guys are both musicians. You wanted to talk about producing her new album, probably.
Well, I was going to, but she lost all of her musical compositions in that laptop, so there's nothing we can do.
All right, you guys ready for the update from this afternoon? So, late last night, early this morning, Ralph gets booked. He's arrested. He goes to jail. And Mercer's having his victory lap. And yay, I'm the winner. I'm victorious in all of this. Suck it. And then we see this from Scarlett, who says, to everyone's knowledge, which I don't think she means that, I did not get Ethan Ralph arrested in Milwaukee. I was personally informed by the Milwaukee Police Department he'd be given a courtesy ride to the airport. And I saw that and I went, oh, that's kind of wild, right? They're going to let him fly out of here because he's a flight risk for sure. They're going to drive him to the airport. He's going to leave the country and not have to face these charges, I would think. Well, then we get another update. And it's Ralph himself filming from Culver's.
I'm out. I'm free. You see, here with me, Miss Scarlett Hampton. Contrary to popular belief, she had nothing to do with anything that happened with me getting arrested. We did have a little disagreement, and I was given a courtesy ride to the airport by Milwaukee's finest. I got to the airport, continued to imbibe, continued to drink. Got into an argument with somebody at the airport. There was no indecent exposure. It was public intoxication and disorderly conduct.
I'm guessing he was taking a leak in the parking lot, right? Because they'll get you for indecent exposure for that.
Is that decent, or is public urination a misdemeanor itself?
I went to a concert once and my friends got hit for indecent exposure because they were taking a leak in the woods.
Everything's fine with Scarlett and I. I know some things are said on Twitter, don't care. I'm out. I'm free as a bird. I'm supposed to come back, I think, in May. Free as a bird. I think I'm supposed to come back in May for the charges are so minor. Public intox and disorderly. I could probably get a lawyer to show up where I don't even have to show up. But
So here's the question: does this negate the W that Mersh was celebrating all morning? Is this a dagger to Mersh, or is it still the win?
We're watching the Matt Mead relationship play out again.
Yep.
Just with higher stakes.
Mm-hmm. They're back together again. This is wild, isn't it?
Immediate. Like, what is going on? Like, you were hating each other, accusing each other of crimes.
He destroyed her laptop with all of her grandma's whatevers. You know, I thought this was like a big deal for her. She's made it seem like it was very dramatic, and now all of a sudden it's just like, hey, look at us, we're having a cheeseburger. What?
It's just what the valedictorian to Ethan Ralph porn pipeline is an insane journey to go on over a decade.
we'll see. Maybe I'll have another excuse to visit Wisconsin besides the lovely Miss Hampton. Did you want to say anything here?
We're about to have nice butter.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot we're at Culver's. Shout out to Ice Dancer. I heard you sending a lot of messages last night, sweetie. Well, fuck you. I didn't need to bail.
Oh, this is interesting. It turns out Ice Dancer was sending a bunch of messages to Scarlett, who, Mersh told her can't be friends with her anymore. But it sounds like she was trying to help her out.
That's right. I forgot we're at Culver's. Shout out to Ice Dancer. I heard you sending a lot of messages last night, sweetie. Well, fuck you. I didn't need to bail, actually.
I like a double burger. I like mine.
I didn't need to post bail. Only had to wait 12 hours to sober up. So I heard you were encouraging her not to post my bail, but no bail needed, bitch. I'm free as a bird. Love it.
That's good, y'all.
He probably would bail me out, but I didn't need that. So anyway, fuck you, bitch. Merch.
Well, fuck.
Nice lie you made up there, but yeah, I didn't pull out the Ralph hog at the airport.
That's what you do when someone says, "Hold on, honey, I just want to shit talk my ex real fast. Hold on."
You're right. Merch. Well, fuck. Nice lie you made up there, but yeah, I didn't pull out the Ralph hog at the airport. So anyway, salute. Enjoy. I'll be back across the border soon.
If you ever wondered how a porn star eats coleslaw, we just witnessed it firsthand. It makes a lot of sense. No utensils required. Cool. So that's a wild twist in the story, wouldn't you say?
It's gonna keep happening. The thing is, they only need to be on good terms with each other for a few hours for the porn video to leak. And then it's out there forever, Like, it's...
She's a Greek muse. She's a mirror. Like, whatever you want, whatever you give her, she will give back to you. And it will be the greatest night of your life and the worst day of your life. You don't get one without the other. He's managed to get what he wants, but I also know from her and listening to these that Ethan Ralph begged for her to post about him on her Instagram, wants to have sex, not real, but like a porn star, has her pay for things, is obsessed with his ex, and not good at things. So she manages to somehow get all of that out there to us while stroking his ego.
Less mirror, more kaleidoscope.
There you go. There you go, because there are drugs involved. You're right. So everything gets messy and hazy and a little... You're right.
Messy. Haley from Pretty Antisocial summarized her in my favorite way, which is she talks as if someone's taken a puzzle and just thrown all the pieces on it.
I know, it's crazy. And half of it is like nonsense. It's like the words you threw up on the fridge. And then every fifth thing, she's eating coleslaw with her mouth.
Also arrested yesterday was Digibro. Now, I bring this up because there's an interesting tie-in here. So, Digibro is now, Trixie the Witch or something like that? What does Digibro go by these days? Digibro used to date the ex of Ethan Ralph, the second child he had. It's Digibro's ex.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show. Lots going on today. In studio, Colin Quinn, who called us up and said, hey, I want to come in here. And we're happy to have you, Colin. Also, Rich Voss to my right here. We're happy to have you too, Rich. I want to start off by saying that by the end of the show, I don't know if we're going to be happy that you're here, but we'll start off on the right foot.
Just to show what the world's worst, the dumbest Jew.
Yeah.
I'm friends with Bob Levy too, and I still say Voice is number one.
Yeah.
He called last time we seen him at the cellar. He goes, to me, what's happening with this crisis? What part of a Jew asking a Catholic what's happening with the financial? And it's Rosh Hashanah. He's not anywhere near like the family.
Why are you talking with food in your mouth? Didn't they teach you in Fit Club that you're supposed to talk without food in your mouth, you idiot? All right? When you're on the scale and Aunt was looking at you saying, listen, don't talk with food in your mouth, all right, novelty act. I don't know what's going on.
Okay, why is it a novelty act?
He's like, he just fell in that category of Screech and all those type of people. I mean, 5 years ago, he was Colin Quinn. Now he's that guy from Tough Crowd. You know what I mean? But I don't know.
Why is that a novelty act? It doesn't really explain this. I'm not sure what the novelty act part is. I'm not saying he's not finished, but I don't know what the novelty act. Exactly.
What's that?
You went over your head. You started too early. You should just let me finish. I was half bombing, and now you're totally bombing. I forgot that I was bombing. Shut your orange spray on face.
I thought you were done because you swallowed. I didn't know.
Why is your shirt the same color as your skin right now?
I want the people
techniques of DJ AM.
I want the people to play along at home. Rich Voss is brilliant for the first 20 seconds. When it gets to 25 or 30, just listen closely. Oh, the wheels fall off.
I was arguing with my dad last night over this whole financial crisis.
Yeah.
And I'm asking Anthony, because he would know about this, are the Republicans totally to blame for lifting all the regulations on the housing market? Or
Yes.
Totally. You're saying?
Totally and completely, yeah.
Okay, so here's what it is.
No, I'm not saying that.
When it came to stupidity, but when it came to moral issues, the Democrats and the Republicans completely are at blame.
God, why are you trying to be smart? It's early. The one good quality you have is being funny. And you're trying to be smart. What an idiot.
They're actually got some kind of indictments now they're going to try to get against Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac and the scummy mortgage companies.
For their names or for what they did?
Yeah, really. That's the worst name ever, Fannie Mae.
Yeah, that sounds like two acts on like a Def Jam special. Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. Give it up, y'all, for Freddie Mac.
Yeah. This time people be crazy. Yeah. With the news
for some of these ladies in here.
With the news coming out today, this doesn't matter anymore, but we do have a montage of the heartbeat away from the president's. We just did our Main Street, Wall Street, Main Street montage,
right?
Which they can't get enough of saying. Did you hear the Wall Street, Main Street thing?
No, but I like that expression. I think it's pretty much hits it on the head.
I bet you doesn't it? It's not used enough on the news. I bet you they all thought they had something with this Wall Street, Main Street thing.
Played out, how about this? Pompous white trash Patchogue going, that's middle America for you. There's more toothless people where he's from.
Patchogue, he says. He always picks some of the Long Island crap hole that I'm from. I'm from Northport, my friend. The tiny hamlet of Northport.
All the dirtbags pretend they're from Northport.
All the dirtbags.
Yeah,
That lady doesn't represent Middle America, maybe the epicenter, but it spreads out from there.
It absolutely is
Middle America.
This center reach son of
He's naming every crap hole on Long Island that I've never lived in.
Can you bring Boston to the party? What town would Anthony be from if he was in Massachusetts? The Massachusetts area.
Boston's from Jersey.
No, I said, Boston. Yeah, because you go after Anthony being from Patchogue, Center Reach, Mastic.
Well, what about
that's really
talk about
funny.
where I really was from when I lived up there?
Everett, Massachusetts.
I lived in Ashland.
Yeah.
By Framingham.
Yeah.
Still my favorite is when he went out to the West Coast. What's his name? Jackson.
Jimmy Jackson.
Oh, I love Jimmy Jackson.
You promised us another Jimmy Jackson story when Colin came in. So
I know. I'm gonna have to really go through some old pictures or something.
You know what's sad downstairs when I signed in just now? My name right ahead of me. Not Ritual. It's his Voss. He's still trying to sell it, even to the guys at the security desk.
One name like that.
The one name guy.
One name
Voss.
Because Colin didn't hear. Here's the Wall Street, Main Street montage the boys put together. Because it's the catchphrase of the day there. Everyone thought they were clever coming up with this one.
There's no question that the troubles on Wall Street have absolutely bled into Main Street.
To make sure that Main Street is getting the same kind of help that Wall Street's getting.
The bad news from Wall Street has folks on Main Street at a panic.
What does it mean for Wall Street? What does it mean for the rest of us, maybe on Main Street?
Main Street is looking for accountability from Wall Street.
And that, of course, impacts both Wall Street as well as Main Street.
And we must insulate Main Street from Wall Street.
Understand that this is just as much about Main Street as it is about Wall Street.
Wall Street is Main Street, folks.
I don't want to spend all this money to bail out these Wall Street fat cats. It's also bailing out Main Street.
Wall Street, Main Street.
There it is.
Oh, right.
And now
one guy used it, and it was probably clever. Like, oh, I understand. You know, it's the financial guys and the average Joe on the street, and then they all just pounce on it and overuse it. Yes.
I'm surprised Obama didn't slip instead of saying Main Street, said Martin Luther King Boulevard.
MLK.
Very nice. Well, this one doesn't matter anymore, but then they did the heartbeat away from the presidency thing. Here's the montage.
If John McCain wins, this woman will be one 72-year-old's heartbeat away from being president of the United States.
They're both trying to be a heartbeat away from the presidency.
The heartbeat away from the presidency.
The heartbeat away from the presidency.
A heartbeat away from the presidency.
A heartbeat away from the presidency.
The heartbeat away from the presidency. A 72-year-old heartbeat away from the presidency of the United States of America.
To be a heartbeat away from the presidency.
Sucks. And Biden is a scope away from the presidency.
What are you insane?
Wow.
What?
Rich Voss.
You just gotta acknowledge that you got a little saucy there, Rich.
That was a good one.
How come
Enjoy the visit from the Secret Service.
Yeah, no kidding, man. It had nothing to do with that one. Opie and Anthony and Jim Norton had nothing to do.
Don't get your teeth pulled. They'll knock them out for you.
Yeah.
Straight to the senator. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Voss would be a terrible assassin because the sun would glint off those shiny teeth in the top of the building.
Hey, Colin, you were discussing the Sarah Palin thing with Rich Voss before you guys got in here?
Yeah.
What do you think there, Rich?
I think it's smart, but
He said she's dropping out of the race, and I said, "Where did you hear that from?" He said, "You guys," and I'm going, "That's where you get your news from."
Yeah.
She's not dropping out of the race.
I heard on Yahoo first, and I heard these guys.
You heard it or read? Oh,
I
Yahoo.
read it one this morning, but
It's not happening. She's debating Thursday night.
no,
And then she's going to Hilarities to see me work in Cleveland. She's
What's that?
going Thursday night.
they're bringing in that guy Tim Pauly, whatever his name is, from Minnesota. Yeah. Governor of Minnesota. That's a mistake too. They should go with Rudy.
There you go.
No one want to vote for Rudy.
Yeah, maybe.
First of all, he knows if she dropped out of the race, it would just destroy his campaign right now.
It's not even worse than she's
No,
retired.
no. She's dropping out on her own. He's not telling her to step down. That's the key to this whole thing.
The Democrats are going to say he can't even make a vice president decision on who to
Or
pick.
vice presidential.
Decision, yes, president.
I
Whatever.
wouldn't say he can't make a vice president decision.
Vice presidential. Okay, I'm not gonna. You know what? Add on all the extra syllables, whatever.
Yeah,
You have time for that.
Yeah, who needs syllables, right, Rich?
Yeah. But she's not dropping.
Hey,
You think so?
Yeah, I know she is.
Ask this clown. He's the political guy. He reads the stupid Wall Street Journal.
He's stunt brain.
He reads the Wall Street Journal every day. Yep, every single day.
And who they're saying?
Most crowd. Tim Pawlenty, the governor of Minnesota, is the number one guy who should have been there in the first place had it not been Romney.
Why is it not Romney, being that he's complete, he's so conservative, and McCain is liberal conservative? Why are they not,
One
the
5-minute conversation last night, you really spouted it out. This reminds me of when we did Tough Crowd and Norton would try to be smart, and for 3 weeks in a row he came in with all the facts and everyone was annoyed. But at least Norton's inherently smart. He's not educated.
What's a liberal conservative, though?
Well, it's, who's not completely to the right or conservative on his issues when it comes to
liberal conservative? Did you mean to say liberal Republican?
That's what I meant.
No, he meant the president type.
What is a liberal conservative? It's quite every issue. He's not completely following the conservative party. When it comes to immigration, he believes that it should happen, or we should let the immigrants in, which is not a conservative view.
We should let every immigrant in? Is that what he's saying?
Not all of them, but he's saying that we should open the borders.
I think we should go back to the old 80s radio where you have a comedian come in and set up his bits, because you're really bumming us out. Hey, Rich, I heard you have a gambling. I wish Byron Allen was here. Rich, you have a gambling problem. Hey, Jim, you like sex? Hey, I heard this election's coming up. No matter what it is.
If it was the 80s, the studio would be chasing you down the street in Buffalo. Shut up, stupid. The audience.
I got it, but what are you doing?
What? The radio would be...
No,
you could have just made it simple. It didn't have to be specific to me. You could have made a joke as the 80s, you'd actually be popular. If the 80s...
Because I know I think you're still popular, and I think you're great, so I'm not going to attack you.
Oh.
You're in my top 100 favorite comics.
Number 56.
Wow. You are great, and you don't let clubs determine whether you're good or bad. Just because Levy's booking you now in Firehouse doesn't mean... If you look at a heart monitor, the line goes up and down when it goes straight across your day.
You're right.
So your career, it goes up and down. You're a little down now,
Ooh, yeah.
but you're going to come back because you're Colin Quinn.
You're going to change his name to Dow Quinn. Ties it in. I tied that in. He tied that in. That was a good one, boss.
You're
Don't
great.
be hating on him.
I'm your...
On Norton, I mean.
Every time I'm on the radio, he's bringing your name.
Oh, he always says that. It's really uncomfortable. Because it's just the idea of him sitting in some faraway place, bringing up my name because there's a lull in, Pedro and Man Boobs or whatever morning shows do. And then he's sitting there, and then he comes back and acts like he's doing me a favor for mentioning me in Tulsa on the 6 a.m. like soccer mom station. Leave me out of it. Die by yourself. I mean, me and Bonnie were just discussing Colin Quinn, right, Bonnie? That's right, hon. And I mean, so they're like George Gracie Allen, only he's Gracie.
Let's say hi to Charlie. Charlie, it's the Opie and Anthony show.
Jay Moore has completely ruined Colin. Every time I hear Colin's voice, all I can think about is him doing Reservoir Dogs.
I know.
Yeah,
that was a good one.
We have that. We can play that one more time. For
And I don't like the fact that everybody's now doing Jay doing me.
Yeah.
Bobby did it the other day. Norton did it the other day. What do you know?
Anthony does it now.
That's pretty much what everybody does.
You never did it like that.
Of course I have. What do you think? You started mumbling recently? Of course I have.
No, I've heard you do me. You go, here he is from 72 Whoopi Gold. You do me from Remote Control because when you were little, you used to stay home.
I never saw Remote Control.
When you were little. When you were little the first time, you stay home and watch it.
No, that's not true.
Well,
No, I've always been.
That's Jay Moore.
That's not. I don't say anything. I'll just go, that's it. I don't. Jay gets your personality down where he'll.
Personality, you mean you better about.
Personal.
Anthony's got it down too.
No.
I'm not.
When
he feels it, he'll do it a little later for you. But he's got it down too.
I want Anthony to do Dice as Bobby Kelly, the voice. That's my favorite.
Oh yeah, did that one the other day.
Yeah.
Jay?
No. Here once again is Jay Moore doing Colin Quinn. That's not her. That's not her, you silly goose. I'm so pointing at the TV laughing.
That's not
her.
Al Roker.
Hey, you know what I was talking about.
Jesus.
I'm going for the 12-year-old insult.
Yeah.
How'd you know who I met?
Look at it on the TV.
You don't like
That's a girl.
Please put Colin in Reservoir Dogs.
Guys, obviously there was a wreck in this whole operation, and I'm no more than me. I'm pretty goddamn sure it wasn't you. The guy definitely freaked out at that, but he seems, I don't know, he seems pretty okay now. He's a big guy,
Holy
he's holding a Desert Eagle. He's asking me to my smartphone today.
Holy.
One of my shoes. I want to touch my alligator sneakers.
Holy
goddamn word, stupid.
Holy.
Colin driving around the valley with Bonnie Kelly in the back. Okay, stupid. Why don't you shut up? You're bleeding all over my car. That dumb bitch. I gotta shoot some cops. That's the difference between me doing, 10 years. That's what I talked about in the meeting today. I was really stressed out. I went to like 5 meetings. 10 minutes. How many colors and then run out the room and go to another one. I don't want to listen to everybody else talk. It's so boring. They always kill each other.
John, is that a perfect Colin? Oh, that is amazing.
That's good, right?
Yeah.
He really does capture your essence there, doesn't he?
Yeah. That's the good thing. At least I have somebody like that people know doing AJ more. Voss, there's this one guy that just comes around. He claims to be a comic. Bob Sabono.
Oh, yes.
We had Bob on the show doing Voss.
He does a great
And
Voss.
you don't see him again. He must be like a strong middle from the South.
Yeah.
And he just shows up and does Voss.
He might be listening right now. Bob, call the show. It's unbelievable how well he does Voss.
It's great.
And now that we have you on the show, we could have him do it, and then people could, be part of the bit.
More does you. You just called him a celebrity. Is that you're proud that he lasted 1 more year longer on that SNL than you did?
He's starring.
He's got a big show on.
He's starring in a CBS sitcom.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Tuesday nights.
Gary
Unmarried.
Unpicked up pilot.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
He's done motion pictures.
Yeah.
So who cares?
Bedtime.
He's a big act.
Jay's actually doing very well.
Yeah, Jay's doing well. He's been in some, pretty popular movies.
Oh yeah. Well, I might have a weather show coming out.
It's called Life with Bonnie. And then in small letters.
Now you can laugh.
Rich, you got a messed up plug. You're going to be at Hilarities in Cleveland, right?
Yeah.
But you want people to go to pickwickandfrolic.com/hilarities for tickets?
What?
How are they going to remember that?
Just hilarities in Cleveland. That's good enough. They'll find it.
Or Thursday through Sunday?
Yeah, this Thursday through Sunday.
Watch out for the homeless zombies up there, man. Especially with the economy going
Well, it's unbelievable.
going south, you're going to see more homeless zombies in Cleveland.
I didn't see anybody in Cleveland. The city looked like I Am Legend.
Well, the downtown area. It's all about
nobody there.
It's all about the suburbs up there.
Is it?
Euclid Avenue. I don't think there's a store there.
No, there's nothing going on there.
If you want a sandwich, the guy pulls up in a van and he makes them there. There's no breakfast place. That's what we did the comedy show out of the diner on Euclid Avenue. Remember?
Yes.
Yeah.
You're sounding particularly moist today. Is there a reason for that?
Trying to have a discussion about Cleveland.
He swallowed Lake Erie, apparently.
You really are sounding a little,
His
saliva.
teeth are floating away as we speak, right, Colin?
Oh, you think, is it your mouth thinking about,
Well,
what are you going to have done?
These are all these teeth right here.
An abomination, we know. What,
a temporary bridge. Hold on, I'll show you a picture.
Very bridge.
They
The
pulled.
Tappan Zee.
But you got pictures of your
Okay. Boo.
Abu.
Abu.
They took out.
It goes to his brain.
They took out my old bridge.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead. Get with the real medical facts. Don't need the
Yeah,
funny
right. I didn't hear you.
stuff. No, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead, Quince. Sorry.
It's not like Jimmy's going to be on HBO. What, Jimmy, Friday night? Down and Dirty starts at midnight?
Yeah, it's after
There you go.
Is that
My plug. Governors, my cousin Tim Gage.
Oh, that's right. This weekend?
They're co-headlining.
Yeah.
This is your teeth underneath the bridge?
Yeah, they're gonna.
It's really low.
Holy Jesus. It looks like Dresden after the bombing. What a mess.
We send this picture to,
Look at those. I don't know what that is.
Wait, were you just talking about Obama?
is something. And
Oof. We'll put it up on O&A radio.
Well, and then in a
It looks
couple
like
weeks.
it looks like the box for bum fights.
Wow, that's crackhead teeth
Oh.
right there.
Well, what
Yeah.
happens is once they start putting caps, I'm sorry for stepping on you. When they start putting caps and stuff on, your teeth start rotting under the caps and under the bridges and stuff. So, like, the teeth that were holding the bridge up, the original, started rotting. But Dr. Gottsman right now is going to pull them.
Right there, he got some money off, by the way. I just want to let you know, he mentioned the doctor's
It
name.
really is Rosh Hashanah.
So
They're out in full force. I didn't get money. I just said his name. Why?
Yeah, well, that's all you got to do.
Irving's name. What does it matter? If he
Gotta
wants to
get-
give you a deal, fine.
If it's against law, I didn't mean to do it. But there's two dentists
My
doing
teeth would fall out if it wasn't for my doctor.
Listen,
I mean, great happens to man.
Dr. Gottsman pulls the teeth, and Dr. Holden makes me the new one.
Why did they Bonnie went in there and said, "I want you to use all your powers."
All your talents, all your skills. I don't want the audience to hear him this way. Look how they massacred his mouth. Why did they do that before?
What do you mean?
Have your teeth put drilled into your head, or whatever they're going to do now.
Yeah.
Well, back when I had the original bridge.
You spent
It was originally done by a Dr. Mengele. You might have heard of him. I had one blue eye and one brown eye and bad teeth. He did it all.
How much did you spend on your teeth already?
Oh, well, over probably after
$15.
this is done, it'll probably be about 50 to 70,000.
It's so stupid.
Well,
Why?
30,000.
Great work.
What do you mean throughout the years? I don't know.
Just get them fixed once, then brush them. Get your head cut off. Get your head cut off.
Jesus. So what are they going to do?
What they're going to do now? Which one? Gottsman or Holden?
When it's done. I don't care which one is going to go in and do something. When you walk out.
Is that the morning show you're doing in Cleveland to promote hilarity?
Well, let me ask you a question. Which one?
Gottsman or Holden?
Gottsman or Holden?
That would be a radio show worth listening to.
What they're going to do is
Yeah.
there's two teeth here.
He's pointing at his front teeth.
And there's a couple on the back.
Right.
So when I go in the 20th, they're going to pull some of the back, pull them, and maybe start drilling into my gums, up into my bone. And they're going to put implants and drill into your.
They put like
jawbone.
anchors in there, and then they smack the teeth on the anchors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's called like a foundation. It's
They
like
have
when you were building.
Do they have to put the drill for each tooth?
No, one drill and then it spreads.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yuck mouth. How do I know? How do I know? When you're at that junkyard, you call a yap. I just picked up floss and I headed out the door. Oh my! You spent more on your teeth than you've made in your career.
Wow.
I don't know if they drill for implants. They drill everyone as an implant, or they drill a couple and anchor it, like you said, anchor it, and then all of a sudden the rest kind of stay that way.
What they'll do is they'll put probably like 4 implants.
Oh.
And they'll put like maybe 8 teeth on the 4 implants.
Now, have they taken an impression?
Yes.
A dental impression. But of the teeth that you have now, so are the new ones going to be exactly like these, or are you going to say, Doc, take a little off the bottom?
Well, these ones aren't big now. These are the temporary plate that goes across my mouth.
You've had bigger, that's for sure.
The other ones look like Matt Dillon and Something About Mary. How they got those teeth?
Well, you have to say remember after a joke.
No, we got it.
Come on.
Look, the teeth
The one thing the dentist never has to say to us is rinse.
With that, we're going to take a break. No one really gives a crap about your teeth, Rich, as he tries to explain. We're just using you to get the jokes out.
He's not getting a good explanation.
You always said which doctor you wanted to talk about.
Which doctor?
Yeah.
Oh, doctor. It's like, I don't care what doctors do what. When you walk in the door, what happens between the time you walk in the door and out the door?
After the laughter from the nursing staff.
They have in the waiting room eating oats. Here, have a little hay. We'll bring it in 20 minutes.
All right, listen, we got to take a break. I want to promote Jim Norton. He's going to be on HBO this Friday night at
Yeah,
midnight.
that's
right. We'll get to the other plugs after the break, but Down and Dirty starts Friday night after Bill Maher, and we want to make sure we get the word out.
And Rich's teeth reminded me of something, by the way. The Belmont Steaks.
On now go. Walk out the door. Just turn around now. Cause you're not welcome anymore. Weren't you the one who tried to hurt me with goodbyes? You think I'd crumble? Do you think I'd lay down and die? Oh no, not I.
Welcome back to the open air.
Do I still sound like that, or does that sound different?
No, that's different. This was this Colloquy. Hey, Canova!
Smoked back in the day, too.
Yeah. Wow.
He'd probably be dead by now.
3 packs.
Wow. Definitely would be.
Yeah.
You weren't a very good singer.
I know.
Literal Jim. We got Colin Quinn in studio. We got Rich Voss in studio. Rich, are you sleepy? Everyone's
No, I'm
concerned about you.
I'm awake. I mean, I got.
You'll never tell they sleep standing up.
Oh.
It's bad enough y'all tell Mike he's on shows while he talks into an unplugged mic. Now this?
Well, he wouldn't have known about it if you hadn't chatted that in.
Right. And also his girlfriend's doing that to him. Good day, y'all, from Flex 316. Good day. Aquascape A to Z. So Moody sucks, right?
It's a hot take. It's a hot take.
Dusty NYC. Wait, why does Blind Mike have an accent?
Anyway.
I think that's Moody. But that's your Moody that we're talking to. All right.
This is just how a moment goes.
Yep.
Eric the actor was a wheelchair-bound gentleman who loved American Idol, and him and I had something in common.
I'm fucking funny, you asswipe.
That's right. Eric was not able to walk. He could fly with balloons if he wanted to, but he wouldn't do that either. And Adam, you really got into Eric during the pandemic when everyone was trapped in their homes and not going anywhere.
I did. And I was surprised to find how many people, for some reason during the pandemic, went back and listened to all of those Eric the Actor compilations on YouTube. And at the time, those would have like hundreds of thousands of views. A lot more than the normal Stern stuff. And it led me to WATP and the Dabbleverse. And I was surprised to see how many people had the same experience. Eric is a gateway drug. And there are so many similarities when you look at the outpouring of love that Eric is receiving today, it's a warning for everyone. There is going to be a day when people are going to be remembering the fun times of John Melendez. There is going to be a time where people miss this when they're so far removed. Check out how people are praising Eric.
Is this comments on X?
Sure, yeah.
We are in the good old days.
We are in the good old days.
Right now, yep. Tomorrow ain't as bad as it seems. ETA got me through the pandemic. Went to bed listening to him, and that led me to TSM. While looking for more clips, I stumbled upon one of your shows before Uncle Rico, and now a die-hard listener. You guys do an awesome job. And if he was still alive, he would be making money hand over fist. He was doing cameos before there was cameos. Buy a picture, and he would call you and leave a message. He was show sniping before there was show sniping. AGT, American Idol, you know what to do. You know what to do. Hates him when he was alive, but miss him every day now that he's gone. Mm-hmm. You know, Eric was just such a big fan of this show. The intrigue over Kelsey's breast was him being involved, not just using her for pillow and mattress fucking. That was Eric, always thinking of others. He was a legend. Good memories of him. He was the best. He is missed by many. Happy heavenly birthday, Eric the actor. Now, keep in mind, people were calling. They were calling to get his disability checks canceled because he was making money selling headshots that he wasn't declaring. And this is a man who needed that.
Right. People were fucking with Eric. Like, he was a villain.
Yes.
In a lot of ways.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I personally loved his phone calls because he was such a narcissist. Like, he was never appreciative of anything. Howard was constantly giving him things. He was getting him roles in TV shows. He was getting tickets to big sporting events and going to see the A's, his favorite baseball team, and none of it was good enough for him. He always complained about it the next day. They didn't treat him well enough. He didn't like the people that he had to deal with when he got there. And so it was very much like John, like famous but not famous on your terms. Not able to just understand, like, all right, I did a show to a sold-out room at Rodney's, but it's not the room I wanted to be there, so I'm pissed about it.
That's the whole thing. They're laughing, but they're not laughing the right way. I don't accept Perry Caravello laughs. It has to be worshipful of me. And you see what helping them does. The more you help Eric, the less happy he is. The same with John. The same with a lot of these people.
I've been re-listening to Eric clips. I forgot how much of a prick he was, although he did mellow out towards the end. Still miss that little fucker. Eric the actor is still in my heart. Luckily, there's no werewolves in heaven. Yes, he was concerned about shooting a TV show in Arizona because he didn't know if there were werewolves there or not. He had to check with the production.
Serious concern. He needed that in the contract. The producer had to call and be like, I can't add this to a contract.
Act motherfuckers, top black record of all time. Miss you, buddy. So, someday this will be John Melendez. It'll be October 4th, let's say 2026, or 2027.
Yeah.
Whenever he's passed.
Don't go farther than that.
We'll be putting up on X all of our remembrances of him, how much we miss him, for sure. What else do you want to look at on here?
There's some pictures. There's some pictures that Shuli posted that I thought were endearing.
There's Eric and Shuli, the Whack Pack Wrangler on the Howard Stern show. What a specimen.
Somebody looked at that and said, I want to take away his disability. He has too much. Life's too good.
I know, like, what the fuck are you doing? That's what I'm saying. Trolls gotta be trolling, I guess.
And it was the same bit. Remember, he used to do his American Idol show, and we used to laugh at it. And Howard used to review it just like Jocktober, going through his pauses, how he was unprepared, how he even could think he could do a show.
Poor J.D. Harmeyer was the one who had to pull those clips. And these streams would last for hours, and there was almost nothing usable. The audio was terrible. I do wish it existed today, though. We would have a lot of fun. Yeah, like, they're gone off the internet. You can't find those old streams we used to do.
I found a lot more respect for J.D. Harmeyer.
Yeah, right? I'm saying, that's a lot of fucking work. They didn't have clip channels back then. You couldn't just go to Stale at 19 and get the latest thing that Eric the actor said.
It makes sense that John hated him and say all he does is watch TV all day.
That's true. It's a dream job for John.
So happy birthday, Eric the actor.
What are these texts from Eric the actor? What is this?
Oh, it's something Shuli posted.
Okay.
What does it say? He goes, Shuli, has anyone done an update on the cute, huge-breasted Nurse Kelly to see if she still has those amazing breasts? Shuli says, what nurse are you talking about? Sorry, Shuli says, what nurse are you talking about? And then Kelsey was on the show a little over 2 years ago to show her huge breasts and get an opinion if they should get a reduction. This is what's on his mind.
You would remember shit like that.
Here's a proof of life.
Proof of life. Yeah. Text over to Shuli. We miss you, Eric, and I know that for a while Casey Day Hackride was doing Eric the actor review shows, going back and listening to the old audio from him calling the Stern Show. So that's worth checking out.
He did a great birthday wrap up for Eric.
Okay, nice. Cool Boy 5245. An old episode of LOL Moody was telling stories about his younger of age sister's sex life. Is this normal in his culture?
I don't remember any of that. I don't know what that's about.
All right. Well, I want to thank you guys so much for filling in. You had some big shoes to fill. And somehow you stumbled over and found them on the floor. I appreciate Moody for being our guest today. Moody, we'll see you tomorrow on This Little Piggy.
Yeah, see you tomorrow.
All right. That'll be at 4 p.m. Eastern over on Nobody Likes Onions YouTube channel. Check that out. And, of course, the great Adam Bush, who joins me every Wednesday on Woody's podcast. Adam, what else you have going on?
Oh, I just encourage everyone to go to YouTube and listen to that old Eric the actor stuff. I think you'll really like it. You can listen to it.
So we leave that spot open for the main event? I think so. Look, I literally put it on the menu today. I put the main event at the end because I was like, I'm going to fucking satellite into this son of a bee. And we did. And now we get to jump in there. We've been on the stream for almost 6 hours. Oh, Lucky River. Choppa choppa. Woo! Dude, we're flying this year, man. We're up about 75K this year in online poker. We got a day 2 in the mini main waiting for us. It's been an incredible 2026. Shout out you guys locking in with me. Shout out Victoria locking in with me, my mod team. Josh, Liam. We got a bunch of people working on Kmart Poker content. Eric, Cassie, Richard. We got a squad, man. We're gonna make some crazy stuff this year that nobody's ever seen before. 30K big blind. He jams. I'm out of there. We're on the soft bubble here as well. 24 away, 215 Bammies. We've already had 2 final table bubbles today as well. We got 10th and 11th. How are the cards falling today? Really good, man. We're up a lot of money. We're in some fantastic situations. The cards are hitting sweet, brother. Getting 10 on the button. Firm for 125. We already got 960 locked up. Ladder at 12, 10, and then we have 18 large ones up top. Big field tournament here. 1,200. The Spring Marathano. Celebrate good times. Come on. Come on. Ow. Ace Queen in late position. Ace of red, Queen of blue. Mr. Jack Johnson comes to me. I'm going to pop it open with a raise, just the minimum. Big holding for me. Button folds into the blinds. Raise and take, Ace Queen. 10 gets a lot of hate, but I gotta fuck with it. Let's know how to play it. 9-8 suited. 9-8 suited. I'm gonna raise. Ace Queen just did good work. We're going to deploy the 9-8 suited as well. Fine, I'll just fold. Almost contested for that via the raise, but blocked a lot of the hands we wanted to fold, I guess. Fold. Battling final 15. Jamming here. The dirty diaper. The 3-2-0. Near a bubble. Bounty if he calls. All right, we're running it. Live cards for the diaper. There's a 3, but the king is there too. Heart? No good. Shout out Nicholas Ruby. Yeah, he's gonna muck a lot of hands. We're near this bubble. Nice call with King 7 suited. Came right here, monster. Appreciate that, brother. Boom. My versus is at 800K. We're 9 of 15. Chair change. We got a system here. It looks like chaos, but there is a system. Every chair has its role. It's time for this big boy, the Titan. This one really makes you feel like you're locked into like a spaceship or something. This really gives you a little ooh. I guess these big boys are like a double up away from me. Jack 7 in the big blind. You guys enjoying the show? Hit the follow button, man. Streaming all this March. We're having an incredible series. We actually started off very badly. My stream crashed twice the first 2 streams of March. I was so tilted. I lost about 10K. Like, this sucks. But I got my team in here. We got a new PC setup. We fixed everything. And then we have a third biggest online score. I'm not going to contest this versus an early position raise in this situation. Queen Jack suited Broadway. Cut Potter with the 5 BBs. He does jam. They're just going to fold then. One player to act. Very close. Probably don't fold King Jack suited. I feel like calling off here though. Fold and Rabbit Hunt. It's a big hand to fold, but in those jam situations it underperforms. With the player behind as well, like I mean, he can't have Jack 10 off here. I don't know if he jams like pretty deep. The guy's been pretty tight. In the big blind, I have an easy call, but in the small blind, it's pretty tight. We're final 15 here. Let's just wait for another spot. Bow. Insane. We already have 2 final table bubbles today. Don't want to throw that into the universe, but we got 10th in the 150. 11th in the 206 mix. Big fields as well. 7-6 suited. Not off the stack. It's not going to do anything. Somebody busted the other table. They're 2 away from the ladder. Little baby ladder. Change the title. What is the current title? No, we're on it. My mod team is on it, brother. Look. Final 15, 18,187 up top. Perfect. Clean. Decisive. On it. They're on it, on it, on it. Queen 10. If you look up a chip solution, kind of hijack off of 18 is probably going to raise, but ICM is a factor. So they're dropping some of those like offsuit combos that are making a little bit with chips. We're just going to be folding those in these situations, playing slightly more tight. But what I said, because ICM is absolutely. I feel like Ace King is going to be a big hand here that's going to come up. Ace 9. It's a bad position. It's a bad position. Yes, we take members on YouTube as well. If you want to get the emotes on YouTube, you can support the channel via paid membership. I was going up here deep in this tournament, level 30. Hey Kevin, Mr. S here, hope all is well. What up, Rec House Volleyball? Shout out to my gym teacher, Mr. Slongline, who sweats the strain really hard. Appreciate you. Best volleyball coach I've ever seen. He turned the Spirit River Regional female volleyball team into an absolute dynasty. Dude, Mr. Slongline, because in Spirit River where I graduated, there was a lot of like athletic people, but nobody, the skill set wasn't there. But Mr. Slongline took this group of extremely athletic women and he turned them into a volleyball dynasty. They didn't lose. They didn't lose. They fucked people up, man. They made kids cry. Like, multiple provincial champions. They won zones every year. That was my best athletic achievement in high school. Is that as when I was in grade 12, captain of the volleyball team, we won zones. That was my biggest W. Our school hadn't won the men's volleyball zones in like 32 years or something. And it was like my final senior year, and I was like, guys, this is the year. Raise 3-bet. We lose another one on the other table. Very small 3-bet. Alex Highcat. Folds. You see that more in these ICM spots. 3-bet folding, 4-bet folding spots. You might not have considered. You get Queen Jack of blue this time. In the small board. We're going to be all in. Okay, it's either a jam versus the button open. Or a jam versus the big blinds. We're all in here. Rip it. Beautiful hand. Nice. Take the blinds, though. Of course we wanted that. We didn't really want Queen Jack to go to war there. We wanted the chips. We wanted the fold. Take it down. Fold. Bro, I could play volleyball, bro. I was an insane volleyball player. There's just no prospects in Canada. High school was my last competitive volleyball. I gotta get back into it. I'm actually playing recreational volleyball this Saturday. I'm very excited. My favorite sport, man. Just have to get a team together. Thanks, Jacoby. Guess we can open up the other table. Madness over here. Ace King, King 10, 9-9, Ace Ace. These have popped up a little too often when I've had this hand. Seems like we keep running into the bullets. He makes quads, by the way. Let's open up the other table. GG, 55 stack. No problem. And here we go, guys. We're in the $1,700 main event. In the $1,700 main event because I satellited in like an absolute G unit. So we're going to keep the attention on here anytime we have a hand in the main event, though. Satellited in. Full focus still in the marathon here. Really good structure. Really good structure. I'll leave the table open. There's a short stack over there. Raise, big blind, 3 bet. This is a $1,700 main event. 8 people are registered. Let's play. Let's play Canada. Fold. Well, second hand of the main, I pick up aces. Pocket rockets. 200 big blinds deep. We get 3 bet. What's our 4 bet size in here? Like 30 blinds, 200 bigs deep out of position. Wow. So now I go to like 35 blinds. Is this guy cold calls? What a spot with the Rockets. Let's take a time bank. Can I go to 40 blinds here? I feel like just making it 10K, bro. And I'm jamming here. This hand's really, really, really good as a reshove. Guys, this is a jam versus the button open. Beautiful. Beautiful play. Okay, I 4-bet massive, and this guy just calls. Okay, it's a great start in the 1700. The 150 bigs there. That's good work. Nice rejam, though. Nice rejam there with the king 6 suited. A lot of people play call, but some of those suited kings that unblock the bottom opens can just get hi-ya. I'm just gonna 4-bet again. 8, 9, 18. I'm just gonna 4-bet again. Let's do it. There we go. One time with aces, there we have ace queen. Line. Fold in here. Ladies and gentlemen, in the 150 as well, we're in the money. $250 bounties, another $145 bin cash. Great start in the 1700. Got the other table open. There's a short stack here. The structure is called the marathon for a reason. It's not called the sprint. It's not the crazy. It's not the circus. The marathon. One of my favorite formats. I love these deep structures. Deep. You gotta play a lot of freaking folds. You gotta play poker. You feel me? Round it up. Oh, thanks, man. You're an unreal athlete and player. I know, dude. It's sad. Most athletes, like, it ends in high school. You know, I gotta get back in there. I'm really trying to find a good men's team in Calgary to play with. Appreciate that. Volleyball was my like escape. You know, there's a reason I became a professional poker player. I'm super hyper competitive. We have flopped a flush in the 1700. Now it is we're fucking deep as hell here. So this isn't like a raise, get all the money in situation. This is we have a strong hand. Now I think I'm raising though. Now I think I'm raising. After bet call. Jamming over there. Run into King Jack suit. He makes the nuts. Okay, GG in the 150. Add it to the today command. In for 150, out for 403. Call small blind. I raise, he calls. I knew it was going to get raised on this turn. He was taking an incredible strong line. just gonna jam here. Ooh.
Losing hurts.
Key. Crazy hand. Crazy hand. Wow, we cover both for a bounty. Insane spot here. It's bad flop. Anything in that region is bad, bad, bad. Lose to everybody. You get scooped looped. Man, what a crazy pot here. Save this hand. I fold the river. I fold the river. He just doesn't have any boats. He's reffing a flush, and then he still jams, but like, I don't have any boats either. That's the weird spot. So I fold the 5 high flush. But if you ran you could have ran a really nice bluff there with like ace, queen, ace, jack, ace of hearts. Just instant twist to 3 right here. It's just super, super crispy of a spot. It's 3 betted up. Nice play. Good play. We're still fighting here, man, with non-premiums. Making it work. I wonder if I got bluffed in that spot. I don't think so, man. I don't think so. Call. I think he just had me beat. I think he had me cooked, bro. That was a big fold, bro. I flopped a flush. It was just such insane action. Bet call, I raised. Call. I bet turn. He check raised and then jammed the river. I don't think either of us had full houses in played though. But I just had a pure bluff catcher. I really needed him to have ace queen, ace jack, ace 10 with the ace of hearts. But a lot of those were 3-bet pre, and a lot of those would just call the turn. And so I just think he had the nizzle loose. Like, crazy. On at the other table, there will be blood. So we lose somebody, we get a ladder. It looks like we're down to 11 guys. Throwdown would busted as well. We're just catching everything today. More blood, you guys. So we're down to 11 in the marathon. Appreciate the hype. Appreciate the level. Let's go. Over 2,000 people watching. It's Little King 8. Normally would be raised, but we're in some ICM. So how do you want to adjust the ICM for noobs? Basically, you want to take your normal ranges and just shave off the bottom 20%. You just want to shave off those bottom hands that are going to be making a tiny bit of money for Chippy B. Those are going to be losing money when it comes to ICM. Because remember, winning chips is important, but losing chips is more painful than winning chips. There's an inverse relationship between chips and money, and that's an important way to play the game. Your main source of income is it poker or streaming content? Both. Both. winning poker player, but we also have content flowing in through platforms, sponsorships. I got a bunch of full-time employees, a bunch of guys that are bought into my business, and trying to make the magic happen this year. Never has a full house. That was such an interesting hit. That was so fascinating. To make a big fold, we're still starting a sec. We satellite it in for cheap. Iko Humpa. Race through the cool call. Not much going on here on this board for me. Good fold. It was painful, bro. It was painful, but I think I just gotta escape there, you know? Again, I'm not a 200 big blind messer. Like, most of my study, I spend 30, 40 big blinds. Like, I can play, but it's not my specialty. So maybe a reg can exploit me here or there. I'm very open to that possibility. I just don't play 200 big blinds deep. I'm not a cash game player, you know? Okay, so 8 of 11. Two other shorties on the other table. So again, this is a spot where we want to be tight and aggressive. We want to play good hands and give ourselves opportunities to win, to double up, and go for the 18,000. We want to protect our life because there's some potential ladders. ICM is really starting to peak here. Final 11. Another insane run here. We'll keep getting in these crazy spots. Big one here. That flop that turn. Jack Johnson currently chip leading in the 125 marathon. 6.5 hours into the stream. It's bets comes with 40% size. Nice hand, new chip leader. Expect him to play raise first in like 2.5 blinds most of the time here, right? Some jams too, but So it's an interesting spot. We're 8 of 11, but there are 3 significantly shorter stacks than me. Try join Team Tank. But kind of hijack. Low jack opens. Pika Hampa. Defends. I'll walk out the 10-4. Pocket eights, the snowman. A little rejam hand when people were out of line. Let's see. Playing 6-handed here. He sends it. We're going to have a close decision. Full time bank. He does send it. I feel pretty good about going for this here. The time bank, I don't know if you can learn anything about his range here, but 6-handed here. I think this guy's looking to make a move. I don't know if I give him deuces or threes, but 4s through 7s, definitely. I think we're going to be dominating. He also has like all the suited aces as well. Pocket eights. What do you got? Ace queen. 8. Oh my god, we hit a set. Ooh. Full house. It's not a lock. River is diamond. Full boat, baby. 8's full of 10s. Huge flip, baby. Huge flip. Gets us over $1 million on the final table bubble. Let's go. I saw the ace first, and then I looked, and there was a little snowman. So sick. Full house wasn't 100% of the turn. We had to fade it, and we did. Big pot. Big pot. Let's go. Huge flip. We get a ladder at 10. Ladder us up. We got the brand, and we got the new ladder emoji back in there. Short stack wins one there. So big stack's at 1.8 million. We got 1.1. What a hand, what a hand. The Ochos. Held it strong, held it true. This guy's the shortest over here with 7 lines. Huge all-in to win there. 4-bet all-in. Good play. As a player, this Jack Johnson dude, he can play. Final table bubble, big ass field. Can we just keep winning in 2026? January, bang, off to an awesome start. February, break even. March, a little bit of a slow start, then bang. Monster stack final table. I'm putting in the work, bro. Getting lucky in some key moments. I'm a lucky boy, man. Miss Victoria in the chat, she looked at, I don't understand it. She looked at my astrology charts and she said the 3 stars are aligned with the Saturn Mercury grade rising. Is that her there? Hello? Hi. Do you want to explain it to them? Yeah, I was just saying, when we started hanging out, you looked up my astrology chart, and there was 3 of my stars that were born at 5:55 p.m., and that was the same time as the mountain was erected in southern Egypt. Yes, and then the Neptune rotated an extra time, right? Oh, it was my Jupiter. It was my Jupiter. But anyway, she looked it up, and I'm a lucky boy. I'm a lucky guy. People say you're luck sack, you run good. Hell yeah, I do. Sign me up to that experience. Last hand before break. We're on a final table bubble. Let him cut off hijack. Gonna defend the queen 3 suited. Okay, final table bubble. Quick little break. I told you today I was going to satellite back into the main event. And look, we're in there. I had to fold a 5 high flush, which is crazy. Oh, we could be on the final table. 6 would send us to the final table. Nope. Okay, be right back, guys. Final table, 18K up top. Appreciate y'all. Follow me on Kmart Poker across all the socials. I'll be right back. Position's a good thing. Wow. Here we go. What a fucking flop this is, man. We have open-ended and a flush draw and like 2 overs to these cards. It's not like the bottom end of the open-ended. It's literally the sickest draw you can have. It's the best draw you can have here. This is sick. I mean, let's play a big one. Can we just call? I think I just flat. I think I just call with a flush. We hit. His bigger flush combos, actually, he's quite wide here, so we could have a smattering amount of 5-6 suited, 4-5 suited, even that wide. Just calling. Don't want to see a heart, man. Unless it's the king of hearts or queen of hearts, but just no heart. In a time bank here like that, a really tough decision. Ace flushes to a call. Big pot. Premier bubble. I don't care when you snap. Just be bluffing. There's so many bluffs. So many bluffs. Somebody punt to me. I've punted all day. Somebody punted to me with like King 10. King 10 and 1 heart. Call. That's me, dude. The value. Holy shit, what a hand. What a hand, what a hand, what a hand. 3 million. Oh my god, what a fucking pot, dude. This is a huge spot. Everybody call their grandma. If your grandma's around, call her up. This is a moment, ladies and gentlemen. In event number 1 of the WSOP, Lanning, Queen Jack suited. Position is a nice thing. Covering for a $900 bounty. These are good things. Ladies and gentlemen, it is officially a call your grandma situation. That means Kmart is final 100 with fucking 6 figures plus in bracelets. I'm gonna play check back. I just think on this board, obviously the 10 is the fucking dream card. They have the nuts. Dude, it was the 10 of hearts that gave us that huge pot. Remember that suck out? I tweeted it today. So I got the nuts here. How do I get $1 million? I think I just have to play call, dude. It's a Paduki board. I'm just gonna play call. Maybe big blind to something. Have to flat. Don't like that card. Could be possibly better than a board pairing. We have the nuts, but there's only one thing to bet here. You gotta bet 420,000. Actually, let's go smaller. Give a better price. Kind of hard for us to find bluffs, so it's a bit of a theory thing. It's hard for us to find bluffs here, So I think we should get to a nice little small size. Come on. Brutal we chop here. It's so brutal. Brutal chop. Ace 4 suited. This is entertainment. We cover for a bounty. I'm going to 3-bet fold. I think I'd just rather continue this hand with a 3-bet. I can just 3-bet to a small size. I definitely want a pure V pick. And with this big bounty, it just looks like a strong play here. I got to do it with this hand on 7-4. Nice. Great play. Great. Good. Okay, I'm just going to raise. I cover button now. I'm quite enjoying the session today. This is interesting. It's actually a pretty good board for me. I think I should see about this board. I have more offsuit nines, basically. That's the mechanic going on here. I open cutoff button flats. They're not flatting offsuit nines, so I don't know if the small bet. He makes the raise. She bluffed. We just gave it to him. Jacks. When this guy is in the pot, bro. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. I'm just gonna play a small 3-bet, and I fucking jacks. Dude, this guy's a $3,500 bounty, so I would be ISOing this kind of wide. Jam, I'll go for your bounty. It's the call button. I'm not bet folding. I think I can just bet small size. I mean, if he has a queen, I'm just not really gonna fold this hand. I think let's play check. Wow, jack high flush. I lose to the ace of spades and the king of spades. He checks. That's very nice. Fuck. Probably has. How can I get called by worse though? How can I get called by worse? 10-9 suited, 9-9, 8-8 with a spade, 7-7 with a spade. If we're calling with those, we can save our money versus the king of spades. I'm waiting to see what ace of spades. I'm gonna check.
Thank you.
I'm not gonna go for it. The question was, if you could borrow one superpower for a day, what would it be? Flying. I would fly too, but I'd be tempted for the invisibility as well to cause shenanigans. Okay, final table bubble, hand for hand. Short stack just doubled up over there, 50K big blinds. Let's do our thing. We're also in the WSB main event, 1700 via a satellite. Victoria chat is making fun of astrology. They just don't know. They just don't get it. The stars tell all. I'm not like into astrology. I am open-minded, but thank you so much. You're literally the MVP. Thanks. She's incredible. K-Ray's big 3-bet from Taiwan. Colin. Definitely appealing here. Oh, doink doink. In the WSB main event. Please check back. I'm betting this board, man. Good check back. I can bet here for sure. Three bet massive brain. Check the flop, which is so interesting. I think we're good. Ace, queen, ace, king. All right, king 9. Listen. Nobody's running away from this thing. 1.8 million is the chip leader. Will be a big rollback at the final table. Almost 7 hours into the stream. We've had 2 final table bubbles today. This guy raises Super Yanga jams. Looks like he's getting through. This goes for a delay call to bottom range, like 7s or 8s or something. Looks like he has an actual decision. Does call. 6s, 8s. Yes, I called his hand. This could be it. Do it for us, baby. Ladies and gentlemen, we're off to the final table of the spring marathon. Ladder us up. Get out your popcorn. We're getting a roll back. We got 32 blinds. Daniel's dancing, shaking his booty. And we're off to the final table, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. 1,209 started. Insane hit locked up. 2.2K, but we're playing for a lot more. We're coming in 6 of 9. Bang. We absolutely love to see it. Now, we have a cool new feature on the stream. You guys ready for this? You guys ready for this? Check this out. We gotta wait a little bit. You gotta wait. Meanwhile, I'm playing a hand here in the 1700. Get this table up here. Okay. Winner. Okay, this is worth the wait. I got something special. This is a new addition to the stream. Everybody hold your breath. Let's round some of these numbers off, honestly. It's going to look better. What's the difference between a couple $100 here and there, you know? Nice round numbers. Ready? Ba-da-da-da. There are your final table payouts. Look at that. In the marathon. First place, 18K. Currently have 2.2 locked up. Let's go. There are your payouts there. There they are. Final table incoming. Calling sometimes. 3-betting sometimes. Let's talk to Eugene. Probably like a 30% 3-bet. 9. Eugene gives us a small number as he floats through space. Okay. Cut shot. I'm missing some 9s and 10s combos. All in for this like 38% size. Tempted to start raising. All right, I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. Check race call. Holy shit. Holy shit. Final table of the marathon. Final table of the marathon. 18,000 for the win streaming now. Let's ship it. I want to spoil. Nice final table. We got 2 final table bubbles. 2.2K locked up. We got all this juicy money up top here. So we're going to do a little table switcheroo. Let's talk to Eugene. We're going to take the number of the digit he gives us. Bam. Seat number 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is there strategy? Yes, it's called Listen to Eugene. It's the Listen to Eugene strategy. We're going to sit right here. Final table of the marathon. You absolutely love to see it. He switches with us. We're going to switch with this person. Bump, 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 bump. People like switch with me through the streamer. I get tossed around all the time in these state changes. I'm like, holy. Gamer poker. Okay, we got our game clock. Deepstack over here. Coming up 6 of 9. We get a little bit of a rollback. Hello. Good game, everybody. I'll quickly put this on social media as well. Boom. Final table of the marathon. 1,209 started. We're final 9. 18,000 up top. We're sitting pretty with a mill ball. Come join the stream. We're live. Let's go. This is sick. Another big final table. A huge field tournament. It's not like we're fighting tons of like high stake tournament small fields. Like these are big fields. Come sweat the stream. Can we breathe again? Can we breathe? Yes, yes, yes. Sorry. Sorry, everyone who held their breath for the last 7 minutes. Inhale. Left heel hanging. Okay, social media posted. Okay, we gotta focus on every table here, every hand in the. Button kind of hijacked a low jack. Oh, this button kind of hijacked. I'm gonna check this back sometimes. Yeah, you and I are on the same page. Checking back this sometimes is a really good idea. Now we're betting. Versus check, check. We're still betting the river. What sixes does he have? 6-5 suited, 6-6. Alright, I feel like we're good here, but. Bluff. Wow, big hand. Look at this straight flush draw. UTG got the church here. Should turn on the card pool. The card peel. We love this hand, especially at final tables. Raise up the ace king of clubs. Try Twos finds the flat. Okay, pretty good flop here. Very good flop. I'm going to start with a check out of position here. Top pair, top kicker. Jackson King's not a thing. Flat king jack off, potentially. I'm raising. No fear here with the church. Top pair, top kicker. After clubs come in. Still really like my hand. Let's check though. It's probably gonna come for like 150 or something, you know. Still so much 9-10 suited, queen 9 suited. Yeah, 135. We're calling. I don't know if he bets like ace jack, queen jack on the turn, on the flop. All right. James pretty quickly. I really like my hand. I'm probably just gonna call. I just want to make sure. I really like my hand. I'm probably gonna call. Loose pocket eights. I don't think he has jacks for quads. I think most of those 3-bet pre. Doesn't have kings. Doesn't have aces. I just don't know why, like, queen jack would bet the flop. Maybe ace jack is blocked. But we have a really good hand to call here. We unblock the queen 10, queen 9, 9, 10, all this stuff. 9, 7 suited could be in there as well. Ace queen could play this way. If I call and he turns over queen jack or ace jack, I'm going to be sick. King jack is just super blocked. But I think this guy is just going to have enough bluffs here with queen 10, queen 9, 9, 10, 9, 7, ace queen. We block all the value. We unblock those bluffs. So I'm going to click the call button. Yep. That's fucking... That is so clean right there. That's so fucking clean. Let's go! Perfect read. I called out ace queen exactly as one of his bluffs. Let's go! Chip leading. Come on! Fuck yeah! Beautiful. I said his bluffs were queen 10, queen 9, 9, 7, 9, 10, and ace queen, and there's way too many of those. And he turns over ace queen. That's a good feeling. That is a good feeling. Boom! All right, let's execute on it now. Boom. Beautiful, man. Beautiful fucking hand. I check, he bet, I check raised, I check turn, allowed him to bluff, and correctly hero called on the river. I'm not that worried about a jack in because the flop went check, bet, raise. A lot of people will not bet queen jack, jack 10, jack 9, ace jack. They just check back, right? Beautiful fucking hand. I just love to see that, dude. Okay, 2 million now. I don't really want to turn on the card peel. I'm just not getting card peel. I'm just going to leave it off. Well, I love Ace King, man. Busted us at the WSOP final table, but gives us the full double at the marathon. Need a 3-bet from Sander. Yeah, you 3-bet pot here. We don't talk about that. Dude, that jack on the turn isn't... It's actually a good card. It continues to block his value. Massive. we're pretty all equal here, honestly. I'm raising. All three of us are sitting right around 2 million. These are reds for fold. That's a crazy spot. Wowie, wowie. Chat comes with the predictions. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're calling that one. That was a great one. Okay, Jack Johnson bumps it up to 11. Michael with the read in the chat says ace queen. Loves to see it. Let's go. Huge call. Nice. Oh my God. David. Scatter. Aksha. Let's go. Bang. Huge, man. Absolutely massive. Okay, 10-6. Now, can we use our newfound chip stack? 30K big one. Good structure here. Let's go. So there's us clear 3, bit of separation. These guys just went left. Don't love that. Good shit, baby. Good jam. Big one jam. Okay, beautiful hand to raise here. 3 of 9 now. Top tier stack. Ace King giveth. Boy, does it ever. Big 3-bet from Limpin Dark. Just go for seems like some power hand over there. Okay, raising this one. 3-bet from Jackie Johnson. Do cover. Pretty sure we're supposed to call him the spot under ICM covering him. Yeah, covering him is a big deal. We're going to peel here to the 3-bet. So it's not that big of a 3-bet. But a very bad board. Hits me with the 10%. I'm not folding many hands here. I might fold the 6-5 of clubs versus the 10%, though.
Keep it low. Keep it low. Keep it low. Keep it low.
Yes. Check back the 4 deuce. K.
Queens
Deuce
again.
high flush draw. Play call here. Nice. We just got a good value in the WSB main event. Beautiful. I think checking back is kind of a better story to tell the story of an 8 or a 9. And now we're going to bluff half pot. 4 high. I think this is a good region to bluff from. Nice. Let's go, baby. Come on. 4 high. Shift the cookies. 6-5 suited field, man. I just feel like every time I look at these spots, these hands, you could just fucking raise fold. I don't know. Save it. I'm going it's close. Feeling with these sometimes versus 3-bets that aren't super large. I know there's ICM, but we cover. Yeah, maybe I'm just a little bit of a line there. Could be. Could be. Could be. Let's go, baby. 1.7 million. Nice hand there with the 4 high. Those pots matter. I like that. Instead of just blasting the turn, we're trying to like tell a story that we're going to check a king, a queen, or an, you know what I mean? It's like checking the turn, then betting the river really feels quite believable here. So we go for the delayed bluff with 4 high and it wins. Okay, I'll go back to the final table and say we're the hand. Main event. This guy was in the satellite. Did he make it through? I think this guy did. Okay, Island P checks. Check over to him on this board. Check call. Really like my hand. Just that's one big on the flop. Okay, size is up. River pairs don't really make sense. 6, okay. But the 2-6. Might bring some issues if we see a river bet. It's just like his 3x aren't bluffing anymore. The 5x bluffs make the straight. I do unblock this like 7-8 region, but welcome to the marathon final table. We final table bubbled 2 tournaments today. This day is kind of just like flown by. I've just tried to be locked in. We're sitting Final 9. Nice hand there of ace king. One of our main goals was to satellite into bag the main event today as well. Satellite check the bag. To be determined. I think bluffing this one is kind of cool. Rejected. So there's really 4 of us sitting in this upper 1.72 million range here. 18,000 up top. 1,209 people joined. Sander. He's a chunky one. He's up to 2.4. He's 10 here. Let's raise. Dude, I love these good structures. Deep play here in the GG Poker final table. What was the shorty here in the big blind? Absent. Quickly rams it in the middle. Nice hand, sir. Nice hand. Bring the same intensity to all these pots in the WSOP. Cut off raise, big blind call. Hold on. Please check raise. Again, we just kind of had the situation where he's not supposed to raise a 5 on the flop. I think small betting here in general is really, really good versus his ball range. Yeah. Betting small there. My hand is obviously good, but in general, choosing small sizes when he's check raise flop check turn. Nice hand, nice hand, nice hand. Beautiful. Welcome everybody. Holy shit, another final table, man. We just ripped off a huge final table. We just won $61,000. I was a little upset. It was $300K up top. We're having an absolute nasty year. We're up about $75K this year in online poker. Just purely poker. That's not including content, anything else. Content's rolling though, baby. And here we are, 3 of 9 on the Spring Marathon final table. Good final table so far. Beautifully played. Ace King got the full double. Nice little 4 high bluff. Not sure about this one. I think maybe this one 3 got covered. That's probably fine. Dude, the runs we're having lately is crazy. Today we got 10th in the 150 out of like 300 people. Then we got 11th in the 206 max. That was a 400 player field. And then here, the biggest field of all of them, 1,200. Button raise. We'll just calmly observe these guys when they're battling. Checks back.
Should have shoved.
Totally makes sense when flop goes check check. Very interesting. Hey, defendant here, he does put a little extra on there, but 50 effective button cutoff hijack, low jack. I'm defending. That board is most good. All into the final table. That's it through. Some boards are meant to check fold, and this is one of them. This is actually a fold in this spot. I just looked this up. Offsuit aces covered versus the big stack versus early position raises. With ICM, just look at. That one surprises me. But versus the covering stacks, just defend tighter and a little more playable. I saw some big final tables where some really good players were not defending those hands versus early position raises on the final table. It surprised me. I looked it up, and sure enough, when covered, when under a lot of pressure, those like ace goose through ace 7 kind of hands just like really shrivel up. Welcome in. If you guys are new to the channel, my name is Kmart. Obsessed with this little skilled gambling game called Texas Hold'em. Yeah, we had that big win last stream. Today I was like, okay, let's not get carried away. We still have games to right fire, the good tournaments. We just had an unbelievable session. Unbelievable session. Jam, very strong position to shove from. It's not only does he have a strong opening range, you're dealing with so many hands behind. He gets it through. Yeah, I might have confused concepts with that 6-5 suited. Essentially for sure. Raising a 3-bet from Crimson, another strong position open, pretty strong 3-bet. Got some players here on this final table. Big power jam. Rips it. Take the chips. That bluff with ace queen. Boom, boom, boom. 1700 main event. Open raise. Bump it up. Jack nine of clubs. Okay, Jack 3-6 in position using a small size here. Let's just wait for it. Let's check back. Card is quite big for big blind. Checks again. Okay, that's really encouraging. So now we're targeting something. Now we're targeting. Let me see my half pop button. I get called by a weaker jack. Getting raised would be very interesting, but I don't really get it. Very, very, very confusing. Take it down, take it down. That's been active off the short stack. My oh my. Raise 3 bets. Every handy's in there. So we're all pretty close here, honestly. Sanders at 2.6, but a lot of these short stacks have picked up pots and good time to tune in. Very, 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 very drama-filled final table upcoming here. Nobody's busted either, you know? That's just gonna get pretty intense. If you guys are enjoying the show, hit that follow button or subscribe. It is free. Turn those notifications on. We are firing after the poker trend this year. Having a hell of a fucking month, man. I open small blind flats. These guys are pretty equal. UTG 8. Bottom hand I would raise here. If everyone was like 100 bigs effective, you could probably fold this, but raise it up. The Chang hits the defend button. Small bet here. Queen 4-4 rainbow. Check calls. Do I want to bluff this one? With the spade. Just check calls. Yeah, I think we're still on this like. Yes, I do. Because you can just smash the king on the river and then get value from Queen X. Are you still playing a 4, you dirty dog? Not getting the slow play with the 4. That's a great river. It's better turn trying to clear out like a bunch of ace high folks from a small size. Now we're value jamming. Nice pot, nice pot. Look at this guy finding these little 3 bets every hand. Lines are up at the final table. 40K. So it was 30, 35K, 40K. This is the marathon. Incredible structure. No defend for me. What's your favorite ice cream? I'm a plain vanilla guy. I think putting flavors and toppings into vanilla. I crave the vanilla ice cream. Shout out Cochrane Survivor reference. No blood yet at the final table. Suited ace on the button. Open, but opening to a bigger size here with the tighter range in general. Sander Muxer. I wonder if that was going to come in. Still play call. I'm not going to 4-bet. I was considering 4-betting. I'm going to proceed with this hand. Ace! Top pair. Now, he doesn't have, like... He's ace queen and ace king. Ace queen might just call pretty too. He has a lot of polar stuff. Well, like king 6, king 7. Quarter pot, calling. That is a beautiful card. Pick up more equity, not flush draw, and the gut shot. Again, people don't really have ace 10, ace 9, ace jack in these spots. They're way more polarized. Maybe like ace 5, ace 4 sometimes they're going to agree. I think he's going to bet again to like 300K or something. Yeah, I said he's going to bet again to 300K. I'm jamming in the main. Nice. So calling. Obviously a lot of equity here, but is he jamming? Oh, no tough spot. Let's think about it. Oh. Damn, dude. raise button. He 3-bets. I call. King 6, King 7, Queen 6, Queen 7. Bluffing. Having a 7. Big stack at the final table. He just doesn't have. Let's rule out some hands. He doesn't have ace 8. He doesn't have ace 9, ace 10, or ace jack. These hands just don't play like this. Ace queen. I don't know if it triples off either. He could have ace king. Could have ace king. Ace 5 is a possibility. Ace 4, ace 3, bluffing as well. But those hands usually play call. I don't see people turn those into a bluff often enough. And now they're bluffs. They don't really have a deuce. Oh my god, dude! I just think I have to call here. I think I think I call, bro. There's so much King 6, King 7. I know I have a 7 in my hand. Folding with 16 big blinds. I'm stone shortest. I call and win this 72 big blinds. Oh, those offsuit combos, there's so many. There's so many. Like, the deuce X doesn't make sense. His range pre is polarized, and it makes it so interesting. Ace King triple off, bro? And the way he... Oh, my God. Oh. I know, exactly.
I'm calling. Let's go.
My body does tell me. My body's like, my instincts tell me I'm in big danger here. I know. My brain wants me to call, but fucking have it, bro. Right time. I know. It's there. It's just I called Queen 6, Queen 7 so much. I knew he had that hand, dude. I knew he had that hand. He bluffed me, bro. Fuck. No, I was probably gonna fold anyway. So sick, dude. So sick. Oh. Alright, well, shake it off and we'll take a break and we're on the phone. Oh, how tilting was that? Oh my god, dude. I just. Give me a second, please. Fuck, that was tilting. I knew he had that hand. I just knew it. I just called his cards too, and I just chickened out. I called his hand. How many times did I say King 7, Queen 7? But I had his 7 in my hand. It's okay. Lock back in. We're still alive, baby. We're still alive. Nice bluff. Nice bluff, man. Yeah, see you next break. Love you. Oh, fuck, man. Dude, I just had to click call for the chip lead, but it was so hard, dude. It was so hard. Oh, my reads are so good. I'm just so all over it with what hands people are doing what stuff with. I should. Good play. Good play by him. Good play by him. Great bluff. Good job. One of the problems is I had a 7 in my hand. I needed him to have King 7, Queen 7. And I had a 7 in my hand. I'm like always calling with like Ace 9, 10, 9. I just blocked his bluffs, man. I just blocked his bluffs. Super, super sick. Nice play. Okay. You get wrecked there, man. Sometimes you get wrecked, bro. Fuck. Okay, breathe. We're still alive. Good. We've chipped back up here nicely in the WSB main event. I didn't sense Ace 5, Ace 4, Ace 3, and I think Ace King, Ace Queen would have done something differently too. God, come on, kid. I can make that call, bro. I can make that call. Ah, tough one. Tough one. I know, we had the chip lead right there, dude. It's tough, dude. It's tough, man. Sometimes you get bluffed. I was totally leaning towards call the entire way, and then the fact that I had the 7, man. Ah! God, this game is fun. Well done. Well done. He torpedoed a bluff right in my face, man. He torpedoed a bluff right in my face, dude. But the fact that it's fine. It's fine. We lost this hand. Think long term here, dude. I absolutely dialed in on his exact bluffs. And he had a bluff. It was really well done. It's all good. Still got 15 big blinds. I know, dude. He torpedoed the King 7 right into my grill. He torpedoed the bluff right in my face. Sick hand. I mean, the 7 is so brutal. I blocked so many of his bluff combos. I was in the call department, and then I talked myself out of it. My heart was beating pretty fast. I felt like overly nervous. I was like, okay, maybe there's some instincts here, but I missed it. What can you do? So all we can do is play with stack now. Made a great hero call earlier with Ace King. That one isn't really a hero call. All right, who's with me, baby? Still alive, still alive. Welcome to all the chat pros in the chat. Appreciate y'all being here. We have a lot of the best known Zelda players in the world watching the stream right now. Shout out to you guys. Okay, let's see if we can rebound. Missed opportunity, man. Big time missed opportunity. Oh, it's getting such a good price. It's such a big pot, too. Okay, we got him. That hurt, dude. That hurt. The fact that I was going to call him and I just talked myself out of it. That hurts. That hurts. That hurts. Six spot. Dude, this channel is cinema, man. This channel, bro, this channel hits levels of entertainment other poker streams just simply don't. The drama, the intensity, the decisions. Every moment feels so make or break, you know? Just the story, the final table, cinema, bro. Sometimes, you know, you're not going to win every hand. You're not going to be right in every decision. This is a long-term game. This abs thing, God. Stepping up the pressure. Appreciate y'all being here on this journey. Hit the follow button if you haven't. We have 15 big blinds. All we can do is play this stack. A lot of equity in this stack. Pocket fours. Raise from Jack Johnson. Okay. Raises UTG 7. I'm not going to be rejamming this hand into that strong of a range. When you do that final tables, you definitely want more blocker oriented hands. Yours are just a little bit too dead versus the call range. But that being said, we'll defend over the big blind. Crimson. I had the read, dude. I just didn't follow through, man. So crazy. He just torpedoed it right in my grill. Let's see if we can bounce back. Satellited into the WSP main event as well. To a bit of a slow start, but chip back above starting. Straight on the board here. I almost 4-bet in pre-flop too. So sick. Wow. Okay, ladder. Let's go. Celebrate good times. Good game. Ladder us up, baby. Come on, chat. Pick me up after this. I need some energy after this, man. That was an agonizing hand. But we just got a ladder. We're up to 3K guaranteed. There you can see the payouts on the screen. From 9 to 8. Get the ladders in the chat. Let's get this roll in the back. I mean, what a final table, dude. What a final table. These guys are not that far ahead. We can play our stack aggressively. Pick up some pots. There could be some blood at any moments. Again, yes, there are a lot of geniuses in the chat. Everyone in the chat knows how to play no limit hold'em. I get it. That's why they have no poker career going on and they're watching the final table of the spring marathon. But they're good. You got to trust them. They know exactly what they're doing. They've never played a hand incorrectly. I understand. We love our chat pros. Let's go, baby. More determined than ever now at this final table. WSOP. Just jamming here, I think. Clean rip of 22. This is one of the first hands that will start appearing in the shoving range. Pre-flop hand. Send it in the middle. Took a while to call. It's not like ace 10, ace 9. 8. What an 8 on the flop. Turn brick. We hit an 8. High, high, or low, low. River is. Yes! That's lucky. That's a big hit of luck there. He had the best hand in every way. And we outraced him. Bang. Let's go. One of our main goals was to satellite into this tournament, check, and now we want to bag. This is the crazy 15 million guaranteed main event. Very lucky, very, very, very lucky. We'll take it. Very standard show, very standard call. Dude, one thing, like, I used to beat myself up about missing a shot, bad decisions, or whatever, but bro, you make the decision, you move on. Your poker career is going to be fine. There's no perfect poker player. All the greats have errors or missed opportunities. It's just about taking it, learning it. I'm not even that upset. My read was correct. I just couldn't. Fuck, I was leaning towards putting it in. The combination of having the 7, I talked myself out of it. Crazy. Absolute jamming here. Bro, you don't need to be perfect in this game. Roger Federer won, what, 53% of his career points? Just got to be good in the long run, and that's what we're doing this year. Okay, blind's gone up next hand. Got a ladder. I like it. 3K, 4K, 5K, 6.5, 8.5, 11, 14, and 18,000. So we have clear chip leaders, clear middling stacks, and the clear shorty. Let's turn on the card peel, see if we can peel some big ones. Nice pot here in the 1700 main events. Dude, the energy of this channel has just stepped up so massively lately in these big spots. Okay, UGG 8-handed. Many diamonds jack. Not racing this one. Michelle being here. Next stream will be on Sunday, I'm pretty sure. We did do Monday, too. We have a nice stack in the mini main already bagged. We're looking for a bag in the 1700. Dude, insane fucking results today, no matter what. Already 2 finals in the bubble. 10th in the big field, 11th in the big field. Here we're final 8 and 1,209. Embrace free. Check, 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 check. Third. Big blind for me. Let's have a peek at one card. Okay. So we either have deuce 3 or 3-3 in the big blind. Our biggest card is the 3. It's deuce 3. Deuce 3. Not a very good omen for me. Baywood Smolka. Insane stream. Another 8 hours here. Crazy, bro. We've just been getting in this crazy flow state. We're kind of just all lows by. God, I love this game. What a fun little card game. Okay, Mark, let's do it, baby. Rax is in there. Has the Justin Smith GG poker clips. Coco beware. Check 7 of clubs. The jam. 24 big blinds or something. Oh! Very strong get-in range here. Oh, tired. This guy's insane. There's some insane hands out here, guys. There's some insane hands out here. I wonder if he puts it in, he could fold, actually. That's why I did this jam thing. This is strong. This is Jacks plus Ace King. This is Jacks plus Ace King here. Ty is tanking. Does Ty have Ace King? I think if he has Ace King, he has a pretty easy fold, probably. The only other hand that, like, I think Jacks are a pretty easy fold. But with queens, that would be tough. You never folded kings or aces. Maybe it's Ace King suited. Feels like a big hand here. Let's go raise, jam, jam. This range again is Jacks plus Ace King. So Ty has a tough decision with like 2 queens here. Crazy hand here, you guys. Crazy hand. Wow, he gets it in. Just 3 ways? He can actually fold a bunch of his jams now. He can fold a bunch of his jams now. He does fold. Tens. Ace King. Wow. Big flip. Ty does go for the Ace King suited. Interesting hand. Okay, let's go. Good games. Get the ladders in the chat. We just made $1,000. Top 7. Guaranteed. 4K locked. That was a crazy, crazy hand. He did get in the 10s there. I didn't know if he would get in the 10s. That was the absolute worst hand you could have there. Nice flip for this guy. That was a crazy pot. And this guy did the jam, leave some chips behind if people go all in, and he laddered. Okay. Let's go, baby. Come on. A couple of key ladders here is the short stack. So we're top 7 out of 1,209. 4G's locked. The next ladder's to 5K. They're rounded on these pairs on the screen. Raise here from early position. Bets. A raise here. I have all the 6-5, Ace-5 sets. Let's bet this board. Beautiful power play in the main event. Trying to be way more aggressive in these spots. That's what H-Style keeps telling me. Finding these little spots to raise, bluff, be annoying to play versus. Excellent drama. Nice ladders. Top 7 guaranteed. You can fight back here, man. Massive hit, baby. 4K locked up. Another huge winning day. Adding to our total this month. Adding to this year. Building. Another big blind for me. 50K big blinds. Folded to the small blind. I cannot contest even versus the mid-range. Holy shit, just started snoring, man. Eight. Short. There's the jam from David. Nobody home for Jack Johnson. I have the ace of spades, you guys. Oh, baby, we find ace jack. Good luck, guys. Get the A's and the J's in the chat. Jack Johnson raises. I'm all in. We open a Broadway from early position. Ace jack versus 10 something. 10-10. Turn 4. River to keep us alive. Is it there? Oh, it is there! Oh, it is there! Yes! Let's go! Barry Greenstein to keep the kid alive at the FT. That felt super, super deserved. This guy said good game, it psyched me out, and we peeled it. We peeled it. Now I'm jamming. This one is open shoving. The shortest stack. Fresh off a double up. I jam. Let's go. Oh, we're right back in the mix, man. The poker god said, you are going to get another shot at this final table. Massive. We jam there. We've 900K. Quick lap. Massive, 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 massive. Let's go, baby. Keeps us alive, fighting for 18K up top. Now, there's kind of, we're all similar here. Two really big stacks. Beautiful back-to-back winners. Ace-Jack smokes the river. Ace-4 power jams, took it down. Wins are up 60K. So Klein would have got this, baby. Wow, raise 3-bet jam. gonna block bluff here. It makes sense if I go bigger. Makes sense if I go bigger, actually. Nice. Come on, cooking in the 1700. King, queen. It opens from early position. God, we're shoving here. This guy's opening close to the deck now with his big lead. King, queen. We're going. Good hand here. We're shoving. Yes. No fear, man. No fear. We take these spots. Gotta play aggressive. Good. Very good to get that shove through. He raised out of the gun. He's much more of a, cutoff kind of range in this spot. Dude, I have everybody's welcome to talk strategy, and I actually encourage it. But me personally, I don't really care what anybody says about these hands in the chat. 99% of you are simply just not qualified. I trust my instincts, my decade of experience, and I trust my coach and a small group of players that are better than me. Ace of spades. I do like the strategy talk, as long as it's not too aggro or whatever, but in terms of, you should do this, it's just, I don't look at any of it. I save the hands that I need to save, and I play. Yo, what's up, everybody? 2,500 people watching the show here. King jack suited. I'm gonna fold. This guy raises from a very strong position. Flat in, 3-betting, not this combo. Comes chat. Let's win this. Ace jack. Good luck. Good luck. It wasn't looking good, but King 10 suited. Raise. Bang on the river. Raise and take. Let's go. You lucky bastard. Bang. Pulls it. Let's go. Never lucky. Miss Victorious as fuck yes. Let's go, baby. Let's fucking go. I'm just saying, ever since I started dating this girl, I'm on one of the best upswings in my career. Coincidence? I don't know. Might be a little correlation there. 1.1 million. Right on the edge. I'll just yield. Very, very close to whether they want to defend me or not. It's so important right now. We have a battle here between the four of us. This is fun. Fuck. Boom, 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 boom.
Fuck.
The momentum jam.
Fuck. Ace.
Nines. 9-9 in late position. Just gonna call. This guy raises off of like 14 for the late position into a bunch of hijack. It's weird. I don't play many flats here. But proceeding with a call. Okay. Stand by 3-bet getting it in. It's got a big overpair there, buddy. Feels like he just rips the flop. It's okay, call two bigs. He rips, declares a big hand, I fold.